cloud computing, using cloud services is important, but using them correctly is even more important. The real question is your cloud infrastructure secure, scalable, reliable, or cost efficient? Can your application handle more users? Can your data stay protected? Can your system recover quickly if something goes wrong? Welcome to the session on AZ-305 Designing Microsoft Azure Infrastructure Solutions. In this course, we will understand how businesses design cloud infrastructure using Microsoft Azure. We will start with the basics of Azure infrastructure and understand why companies use cloud platforms to host applications, manage data, and scale their services. Next, we will explore important Azure concepts like subscriptions, resource, groups, regions, availability, zones, and governance. Then we will explore compute services like virtual machines, containers, app services, and Kubernetes. These services help businesses run applications based on their workload needs. Next, we will look at Azure storage and database solutions, where businesses store files, backups, application data, and structured information securely. We will also understand networking concepts like virtual networks, subnets, load balancers, application gateways, and private connectivity. These help cloud resources communicate safely and keep applications available. Finally, we will explore monitoring, backup, disaster recovery, high availability, and performance optimization. Because cloud architecture is not just about deployment, it is about designing systems that work reliably in the real world. So before we begin our session, just a quick information, guys. Simplilearn offers a certification program in cloud computing and DevOps in collaboration with IIIT Bangalore. This program helps you master GenAI, DevOps, and cloud tools across AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud through live online classes, integrated labs, and real-world projects. Here you will gain hands-on experience with tools like Docker, Kubernetes, Terraform, Jenkins, Ansible, AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. And even build your portfolio with 30+ hands-on projects and 3 industry-oriented capstone projects. Here, learners will also receive a program certificate and transcript from IIIT Bangalore along with official Microsoft Learn certificates in relevant Azure modules. The program also includes AI-powered job assistance, resume building, LinkedIn profile optimization, mock interviews, and career support. All of this under just one course. So now before we begin, let's have a short quiz question. And the question is, what is the main goal of Azure infrastructure design? And your options are option A, to randomly deploy cloud services. Option B, to design secure, scalable, and reliable cloud solutions. Option C, to avoid cloud networking. Or the option D, to remove security from applications.
Started with basic services like email services. So if you say you're not using cloud, do you have email accounts? Or are you using the email services like Hotmail, Gmail? Back in the days, I don't know how old are you guys. We used to have Yahoo, right? So what are these services? These are nothing but the SaaS services. These are the services using which you send your email. Are you saving those email in your laptop? How do you access Gmail? How do you access Hotmail? Or how do you access Google Drive, OneDrive, Dropbox? So we are using cloud in our day-to-day life. Even you're not using the cloud for your own infrastructure, but you're using cloud in a sense like email services, storage services, right? Movie on demand services. Are you using Netflix? Are you using Prime, Hotstar? So these are the movie on demand services, right? This is also pay as you go. So depends on different plans you subscribe to, you'll have to pay. If you don't want to pay for 1 month, just cancel that subscription. You won't be paying for that particular month, right? So all these services are accessible over internet. So what do you need? You just need an internet connection, whether to use from laptop or to use from your phone. You just need an internet connection. If you have an internet connection, you can use cloud, right? On-demand movies, on-demand food, Food Panda or Swiggy, right? So these are nothing but cloud services, right? So what is cloud computing in simple terms? Cloud computing is a delivery of services over internet. Now, what services are being delivered? When we specifically discuss cloud computing, it's nothing but delivery of services over the internet. Now, which services is being delivered? Services like compute, storage, databases, network. So if you are accessing those services via the internet, that means you are using cloud. So cloud computing is nothing but delivery of services. Now, the first question that most of my students ask is, why do we need these services? Compute, storage. Do you guys know why do we need these services? Let's say there's no cloud. If there's no cloud and you want to host your website or an application, where do you host it? You want to host a website or a web application, where do you host it? So if there's no cloud, we need to create a data center. Okay. We need to first have a data center. Before IIS or Windows Server, we need to have our data center. Now, what do you think? How much charge or how much cost will I have to bear as a company or as an organization if I want to have my own data center? First of all, I have to pay for the infra. I need to find a place and imagine having a big space in a city like Mumbai or Bangalore. How much you have to pay, right? Before even starting your business, you'll have to pay for that infra. You need to buy that place first. You need to put your racks, your servers there. Then you need to think about the power supply. You need to think about the redundant power supply since I don't want to rely on single power supply, right? So this is the uh, cost that you have to bear if you do not go for cloud. But as Hari is mentioned that Hari is mentioning that we can go for colo. Yes, you can go for co-location as well. But for that as well, someone has to have a data center. You can go for colo, but someone has to have a data center, right? Someone should build a data center for you. Yeah. So that colo is like you're just renting spaces. So you're just renting the data, you're just renting one or two servers, or you're just renting entire rack in that particular data center, and you're putting your own servers there. So that is the meaning of co-location. Right? So that was also possible before cloud. But after that, not everyone can afford of creating or developing or building a data center. So what happens? The big companies like Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. And there are a lot of others, Oracles and all. Right? So this big companies, what they did, they created data centers and they started providing the computation services like compute, storage, database, networking on rent. All right. So today, when someone says that we need to move to cloud or we need to migrate to cloud or we want to use cloud computing, they're mostly mentioning that we want to use the AWS infra, GCP infra, Google infra, or Microsoft Azure's infra or Oracle's infra, depending on which part of world you are. We need to use their infra and deploy our computation resources. All right. So why do we need these computation resources, compute resources? Like, for example, let's say you have an idea and you need to use information technology to bring that idea to life. That means you have a business. A simple example I can take is, let's say, Swiggy. So what is the idea behind this business? Deliver food delivery service. So when you use Swiggy, are you making the food? Obviously, no. Someone else is making for you. So you're ordering it from their place, right? So what is this? This is like a food as a service. So it's again a cloud service, right? So you can say that it's a cloud kitchen from where you're ordering. So let's say you have an idea and you want to build something like this, whatever your idea is, and you want to use internet to deliver services. So in order to use internet, in order to develop or in order to bring my idea to life, first of all, what I need to hire a developer. Why do we need a developer? Developer will write the application for me. So what is an application? Application is nothing but some files. So if you have ever developed a very simple HTML page or HTML website, static website, if you have developed that, you know that an application is nothing but list of files. There will be a lot of files. If you're writing application in .NET or Java or whatever, you're just coding. If you're a developer, you might know better. But you're just coding. So that code is saved in nothing but a file with some extension, right? So in order to make sure that my website is reachable to my customers or to my users who wants to deliver food or anything, whatever your idea is, I need to keep this file somewhere. And that somewhere is nothing but a server. So you need that server. Now, where will you place that server? You need to place that server in a data center. So as Hari mentioned, you can you can get a co-location place in one of the data center. You'll be paying some rent, or you can simply launch the server on a cloud company. Now tell me, what do you think? What will be the cost of buying a server from IBM or from HP? What will be the cost of buying one server? Around $1,000, right? Around 1 lakh or 2 lakh or 3 lakh rupees, depends on which company you go for and what configuration you want. Right? If you have never heard of server, what server is nothing but a computer. So if you go today to buy a new laptop, what do you see, or uh, which laptop you buy? So what do you see in that laptop? You'll see the config, right? You'll see the storage. What is the SSD given? You'll see the processor. What processor is being used or being uh, installed in this laptop, right? You'll see memory, the RAM. So these are the three most important things that we see. Similarly, server is like, you can say, a powerful computer which provides services. So, the laptop is like for commercial use. That means for us just to do a meeting or do or for entertainment purposes, like I want to watch a movie, I can watch it on my laptop. I can do some of my business things, but you cannot host your website on laptop. Technically, you can, but your laptop is not as powerful as server to provide the services. Okay. So similar to laptop, you'll have a server. And then on top of that server, you'll be having some operating system. In laptop, you have an operating system, right? You have Windows, right? So you go for Windows 11 nowadays, or if you're fond of Mac, you'll go for Mac. So Mac has their own Macintosh, Apple has their own Macintosh operating system, like, or there's another uh, variant in market which is Linux, right? So on top of that server, you'll be having an operating system. What is an operating system? Operating system is the mediator between human beings and the hardware. If I give you a hard disk, can you just see that hard disk and try to figure out what do we have in that hard disk? Just like physically seeing that hard disk like this. Can you do that? So, right, we need to connect that hard disk to the laptop. How does the laptop reads hard disk? Laptop has the operating system installed, and that operating system can detect and read the hard disk, and then we can identify what kind of files we have in that hard disk, right? So similarly, here we deploy OS on top of our server, and then we keep our files. Okay. So if I am having an idea like Swiggy, and I also want to come up with a food delivery service, first of all, I need to hire a developer, or if you are a developer, you can write your own code. But in order to host that application, you need to have the server. So using that server, only you can host, right? Now, in order to buy that server, you have to spend a certain amount, let's say $1,000. And that amount is upfront cost. That is an upfront cost. When you say upfront cost, that means I have to pay it now. Even before starting my business, I have to invest like $1,000 for one server. Now tell me, you're buying one server, and if that server goes down, what happens? See, you're buying one server and you're hosting your application on top of that server. If that server goes down, will you be able to reach your application, or will your user will be able to reach the application? Obviously no, right? If Swiggy is down, you won't be able to deliver, or you won't be able to order anything from Swiggy. So I cannot rely on one server. So I need to buy another server as well. Why do I need to buy another server? Just to make sure that if one server goes down, my application is reachable from the second server. So instead of $1,000, I need to spend $2,000 for two servers. So that's an upfront cost. And this upfront cost is nothing but capital expenditure for your business, capex. Okay. Now, for an individual user who, or for a startup, investing this amount could be huge. So what they can do, they can simply launch portal.azure.com cloud, create a server, deploy their website, and that's all. Their website is live. What is cloud computing? If you have a laptop and if you have an internet connection, you can get the server, the storage, the networking through the internet. That's all. That's cloud computing. Cloud computing refers to the delivery of compute services over the internet. What is compute service? Compute services are nothing but you want, in order to host a website, you would need uh, storage, you would need RAM, you would need CPU. So all these services are given to you over the internet. You don't spend this much of amount upfront. So you're saving $2,000. Right now here you deploy two servers, five servers, doesn't matter. On cloud, you deploy two servers, five servers, 10 server. You're not paying $2,000 upfront. That means right now I'm not paying $2,000. So when I'll be paying as per my use, pay as you go. So this month, if I'm using five servers, I'll have to pay for the five servers. Next month, if I don't require five servers, I'll remove two servers and I'll pay for three servers only. Pay as you go model. What is pay as you go? It's like your electricity, right? So every month, do you get the similar bill for your electricity? Depends on your usage, right? In summer, we use air condition, coolers, and all those stuff. So we pay more in summer. But in winter, do we pay more? Totally depends on your consumption, right? So that's nothing but the pay as you go approach. Pay as you go, as much as you use, you pay for that. If you use 10 servers, 20 servers, for that month, you'll pay more. If you use only one server, you'll pay for only one server. Okay. I hope you have understood what cloud computing is and why you will be using cloud computing. Okay. All right. What are the benefits of using cloud computing? Cost optimization, as I mentioned, that if you want to use two servers, three servers, you use that. So totally depends on your requirement. You'll be using two servers, three servers, right? So it helps you to achieve the cost optimization, right? Optimize the cost. I'm not paying upfront everything. I'll be paying according to my use. Performance efficiency, very quickly you get the performance, increase the performance of your app, right? I want two servers, I want more CPU, I can do that. I want more RAMs, I can change the amount of RAM assigned to my compute service. Right? So all those things you can do very quickly. Apart from that, accessibility. If there's no cloud and you want to come up with your IT business or business using IT, where you'll be creating or deploying your server? You will be creating or deploying your server depends on wherever you are. Let's say I stay in Mumbai and I have an idea and I want to come up with a service. So I'll be searching a place in Mumbai itself. And if my user base is in US, I need to go to US and there I have to deploy my server in one of the data center, right? So with cloud, it has become very easy. I can deploy wherever I want, depending on uh, let's say I want to deploy a server. So in cloud, it's known as virtual machine. So I'll click on create virtual machine. And here you see, if you want to deploy it in US, you can select US, East US, West US. If you want to deploy it in Australia, you can select Australia. So accessibility is very easy. What do you need? You just need an internet connection and you can deploy wherever you want, wherever Azure has its presence. Right? I want to deploy in Europe, I can go for Europe. I want to deploy in UK, I can go for UK, right? So these are the different, these are the benefits of using cloud computing. These benefits you cannot get when you're deploying everything on-prem. Okay? Reliability, flexibility, So cloud is reliable. Why it's reliable? Because they by default monitor it. Okay. By default monitoring, as in it's not like that they will take actions on your behalf. Only if you configure, they can take actions on your behalf. But if you don't configure, they'll not take that action, right? So cloud is reliable, flexible. You can deploy wherever, similar to accessibility. You can deploy wherever you want, whatever size of server you want. You want more CPU, more RAM, depends totally on your requirement. And security, whatever data you are keeping on cloud, by default it is secured. You don't need to worry about security. Why? Because what I'm putting in my uh, storage account, in my storage, Microsoft is automatically encrypting that. What is the meaning of encryption? Encryption is like uh, a security algorithm which is making your data unreadable. Okay, sorry. So encrypting is a security algorithm which is making your data, whatever data you're putting on cloud, unreadable. That means when I'm putting a data in your own laptop, where do you add your data? Where do you put or save your data? Where do you store your data? We have hard disk, right? Solid state drive or hard disk. In that hard disk, we keep our data. So if you remove that hard disk from your laptop and attach it to another laptop, can you read the hard disk or no? If I remove the hard disk that I have over here, remove it from laptop number one and connect it to laptop number two, will I be able to read my data? Yes, right? I'll be able to read my data. So similarly, when I'm putting data in cloud, what cloud is doing? Cloud is nothing new. Cloud is also using hard disk drive or solid state drive to keep your data. So what happens when you keep your data in cloud? It goes to the cloud data center. Within that data center, they'll be having servers or SAN storage. And in that storage, your data is stored. So if someone goes there who has the physical access to the data center, if someone goes to that hard disk, take out the hard disk, connect it to own laptop, where's the security then? He or she will be able to read the data, right? Similar to this scenario. If someone goes to the cloud, take out the hard disk where your data is stored, connect that hard drive to his own laptop, he'll also be able to read that data, right? So to avoid this situation, what every cloud provider is doing is encrypting your data. What is the meaning of encryption? Whatever you're writing ABC, so that is stored in an encryption format. Okay. So if someone is removing that hard disk and connecting that hard disk to its own laptop, he or she won't be able to read the data unless and until that data is decrypted. Okay. So for this encrypting and decryption, we require the encryption and decryption keys. So Microsoft stores those keys. You have the option to use your own keys as well, right? So this is one of the benefit that we have in the cloud. Even if the device where your data is stored is stolen, the data is secure. No one will be able to read it unless and until they decrypt it. Okay. So by default, your data will be encrypted. Doesn't matter what cloud provider you're using. Okay. Now, what is Microsoft Azure? Microsoft Azure, as you know, is the leading cloud provider from Microsoft. So Microsoft is the owner, and Microsoft has created a lot of data centers, and those services are given to you as a service. Whenever we talk about cloud, you will be hearing something, a term known as a service. So Microsoft Azure is a cloud provider, is a leading cloud provider, which offers 200 products and cloud services to you, to the users, so that they can bring their own idea to life. Okay. All right. Sorry guys, I'm not feeling well, so you might see me going mute a lot of time. Okay. So just bear with me. Maybe tomorrow I'll feel better. All right. So what is Microsoft Azure? Microsoft Azure is a leading cloud provider available in the market, which offers around 200 products. So this is the second I mean, if you go 5 years back, Microsoft Azure was the second leading cloud provider. But now, if you see, we have like 55-45 ratio in the market. The competitor to Microsoft Azure is AWS. Depends on which area or which part of world you are, you would see that AWS is used more or Microsoft Azure is used more, depend on which part of land. I stay in Malaysia. So in Malaysia, I see a lot of opportunities for Microsoft Azure. Whereas if you stay in Bangalore side, in India, in Bangalore side, you would see AWS requirement more. So totally depends on which part of area you are. If you're staying in Middle East, Saudi or Dubai, you would see Oracle being used for. Okay. So totally depends on which part of area you are, but it doesn't matter that which cloud you're learning. If you learn one cloud, you'll automatically understand the second cloud. Because services are same. The only difference is Microsoft might be having few different services, AWS might be having few different services. The names for those services are changed. Like in Microsoft Azure, we say virtual machine, whereas in AWS they say Elastic Cloud Compute. In Google, they say compute engine. So totally depends uh, which cloud you're using. Services are same, the names are different. Okay. All right. So whatever benefits we have discussed for cloud computing, same benefits applies here. As you can see, security, cost effective, scalability, data recovery, flexibility. So all the benefits you'll get on every cloud. Doesn't matter what cloud you're using. You're using Microsoft Azure, same benefits you have. Security, cost effective, data recovery, scalability, flexibility. But then the question arises, if all clouds have the same benefits, why should I use Azure over AWS, or why should I use AWS over Azure, or why should I use GCP? Why should I learn Azure, or why should I learn AWS? So that question only I have only one answer to that question, that if you are already familiar with Microsoft product, or let's say as a company, if I'm already using Microsoft products, which most company are, if I'm already using Microsoft product, I can crack a good deal with Microsoft if I want to use Azure. If you're using Microsoft products, it's possible that your company is already Microsoft partner. So they can crack a good deal and they can get a good discount with Microsoft if they want to use Azure, right? AWS benefits you like if you're already, I mean, Microsoft Azure started late as compared to AWS. AWS was the first cloud in the market. So that's why AWS has had lot of shares if you go 5 years back. So if you're already with Amazon and if your sales team can crack a good deal with AWS, your company might be using AWS. If your Microsoft partner and your company can crack a good deal with Microsoft Azure, they will be using Microsoft Azure. Another way is, if let's say your company is getting a new project, and in that project they will be hiring few people. So they will be hiring people and those people are familiar with Azure. So for that particular project, your company will go with Azure. If your company is launching another project and they're hiring people and they see that, yeah, we have a lot of professionals who understand AWS, so for that project they'll go for AWS. I've seen this in a lot of companies. For my own company, we have few services on Azure, we have few services on AWS. When I raise this question to my manager, why are we using two different services? So they said that whatever developer we have in this project, they are familiar with Azure, they're familiar with .NET, so they are familiar or more aligned to towards Microsoft project. So that totally depends on your on company by company scenario, which cloud you'll see more. Okay, but AWS and Azure are the top contender. GCP is also coming up. All right, so these three are the top contenders in the market. So if you're choosing Azure, you'll definitely land a job and you'll get a good pay as well. Okay, so the two things that we didn't discuss in the benefit is scalability and data recovery. So what is scalability? Scalability is a way to add or remove the instances from your solution. So let's say I have a website. Let's say I have a website and I want to host this website. How do I decide how many servers I should be launching on Azure, and on how many servers I should be launching my website or installing my website? How do I decide that? I can't decide when the website is new. You cannot predict the amount of traffic your product is going to receive. Can you predict that? Obviously no. So what you'll do, you'll start with less number of servers. Let's say I'll start with two servers. And suddenly my marketing team has done a quite fantastic job and promoted my website on some popular show. So as soon as my website was promoted, I saw the spike in the traffic. So in that case, if the traffic is more, can you uh, can your two servers handle all that traffic? Obviously no. Depends on what configuration you have, right? So as soon as the traffic increases, I need to add extra servers. So that adding or removing of extra servers is known as scalability. Either adding the services or removing the services is known as scalability. All right. So there are two types of scalability, horizontal and vertical. So you can increase the configuration. That means you can scale up. Right now, let's say you have 2 GB of RAM and four virtual CPUs. So you want to increase the config. That means I want now 16 GB of RAM and eight virtual CPUs. So this kind of scaling is known as scale up or scale down from 16 to 4 GB and two virtual CPUs, right? So you're either increasing or decreasing. So that is known as scale up. If you're increasing, that is known as scale up. If you're decreasing, that is known as scale down. Similarly, if you're adding the number of instances, that means you're adding extra servers. So you're scaling out. You're decreasing the number of servers, you're scaling in. Okay. When someone says scale up, that means you're increasing the size, this configuration, amount of RAM. If someone says scale in, sorry, scale down, then you're decreasing the amount, you're decreasing the configuration. When someone says scale out, you are adding number of instances. Someone says scale in, that means you're removing the extra instances. Okay, doesn't matter if you remember scale up, scale out, not. You just need to remember scalability. Scalability means adding extra instances or increasing the configuration or decreasing the configuration. That's all. Okay. Data recovery. By default, there's no data recovery. You need to configure it. But when it comes to cloud, it's very easy to configure the data recovery. So as we progress in our Azure journey, we will have one chapter where you'll understand how you can recover your data in case there's a failure, or in case there's a loss of data. How can you recover it? Okay. So data recovery is very simple when it comes to cloud. Cost effective and security we have already discussed, right? Salman is asking difference between scalability and flexibility. You are flexible to deploy in any region. So any cloud gives you option to deploy your services in different regions. Like I can deploy in India, I can deploy in US, I can deploy in Australia. So depends on my requirement, I can deploy it anywhere, wherever Azure has its presence. So that is flexibility. You're flexible enough to deploy in any region. Plus, you are flexible enough to deploy in any size of the server, any configuration, which is provided, right? Scalability is something where you're adding or removing the extra instances. Now, a very good example of scalability is Amazon, do you guys use Amazon.in or the Amazon e-commerce website for shopping? So every year, 3 times or 2 times in a year, Amazon comes up with a sale, right? What that sale is known as Great Indian something, right or wrong? We have the sale or no? No. We have the sale, right? Great Indian Festival or something, right? So during that sale, what do you think? The traffic will be more towards Amazon or the traffic will be less? If there's a sale in an e-commerce platform, do you think the internet traffic will be high or will be low during the sale period? It will be high, right? So when sale is announced, you know that for 4 days we need extra servers. Since that 4 days we have sale, so we might have a lot of traffic. So we know we can predict. So if we have a lot of traffic, we can add the extra instances. And then when sale is done, after 4 days, obviously the traffic will reduce to its normal, we'll have normal traffic. So we can reduce the number of servers. I don't know how old are you, but the first sale that Flipkart announced, Big Billion something, the first sale was a flop. Why? Because Flipkart didn't scale its servers and it failed for the first day. So they had to increase or add one more day there. So they will be adding the scaling. They have to add the servers when they are receiving a lot of traffics. Okay. Sorry. All right. So let me just clean my screen. Okay. So these are the Microsoft Azure benefits to the business when they are opting out for the Microsoft Azure. Srisha is asking horizontal vertical scaling means. I just explained scale up, scale out, right? So when you're scaling like this, what is this? Horizontal or vertical? This is horizontal, right? Oh, sorry, this is vertical, right? So adding, you're increasing the configuration of your server. So earlier you were using, let's say, 2 GB. Now you're using 4 GB. That means you have added 2 GB RAM extra. So that is known as vertical scaling. Whereas horizontal scaling is you're adding extra instances. You had one instance, you added two instances. So now you have total three instances. This is known as uh, horizontal scaling. Clear? Okay. All right. So what skills are we going to cover in AZ-305? Now AZ-305 has a study guide. So let me just launch. If I go to AZ-305 here, not GitHub. So whatever, if you're preparing for the exam, I would ask you or I would encourage you to please uh, go to this website. Okay, this is the official page from Microsoft. So whenever you are before sitting for the exam, just go to this. Okay, just go to this page. So what this page is having, this page, if you go to this page, you will see the learn path. Okay, what is this learning path? The learning path is the modules, the flow, or the topics that Microsoft expects you to know before sitting for the exam. So what skills are we going to cover? Now I'm not covering the skills from the PPT. What skills I am going to cover? I will be following this Microsoft Learn path since this is up to date as per the current exam. Okay. So what are we going to cover? We are going to cover all these topics, whatever is mentioned. Like if I go for the first module, which is design, identity, governance, and monitor solution, if I click on it, this is what we are going to cover. So everything is mentioned here, topic by topic, what you should be knowing before sitting for the exam. Okay. Now, if I go one page back, and if you see here, somewhere you should see the study guide. So what is the study guide? The study guide is uh, is again a web page where Microsoft has defined what skills will be measured. Compute, network, storage, monitoring, security. If I scroll down, every skills is given certain percentage, like every module is given a certain percentage. So from identity, governance, and monitoring solutions, you can expect around 30% of questions. From storage, you can expect around 20-25. From business continuity, you can expect around 15 to 20, right? Similarly, from infrastructure solution, you can expect around 35%. So what you should be knowing, you should be knowing some logging solution, like routing logs, where you can keep the logs, what monitoring solutions Azure has to offer, what is an authentication solution, right? So all this topic by topic is provided in this study guide. Now same thing is for any certificate that Microsoft has to offer. So if you see, every certificate is mentioned over here. So whatever certificate you're preparing for, before sitting for an exam, make sure you glance here to see if you know this, if you know this, if you know this, right? If you do not know this, please try to see what this topic is. Where you can see it in the learn path, right? All right. So that's what these are the skills that we are going to cover. Okay, everything whatever mentioned is here, we are going to cover. Now why I ask you to visit here, because if you see, Microsoft keeps on adding or removing something from their exam every 6 months or 1 year, right? So if you read this, this note, if you read, this note says the exam will be updated on April 17, 2026. When was the April 17th? Yesterday. So something is changed. What is changed? In order to see what is changed, you should review the study guide. Okay. So if let's say next time, next year, or after 6 months, if they don't want this particular topic in AZ-305, so they will remove it from the study guide. So you don't need to know that. So whatever Microsoft is making changes, they will put that in the study guide. Okay. So I went through the old study guide and the new study guide, but I don't see a lot of things have been changed. The only thing that Microsoft changed was audience profile. Okay. So it's a minor change. From the syllabus wise, nothing changed, only audience profile change. So if you see the audience profile here, you should have all the audience profile somewhere. Yeah, if you see the audience profile here. So this part is only change. Now what Microsoft added, as far as I know, Microsoft only added this. This wasn't part of the old study guide. Okay, but that's that thing which is added. Course wise, nothing is changed. Your topic wise, I have went through the old and new study guide. Nothing is changed. Everything is same from the course point of view. Okay. The link is shared. If you see the chat box, okay, I already shared the link. Okay, so that's what I'm going to cover now. If you see the Simplilearn syllabus, we have divided this into 15 different topics, but I'm not going to cover it topic by topic as defined here. 15. Everything I'll be covering or summarizing in 10 or 11 topics. Okay, whatever is mentioned over here, everything is summarized in 11 topics. Since we have 10 days, so I've summarized everything, whatever we have here, from identity until infra, Everything I have summarized into 11 topics. Okay. Since we have to do the projects as well, so we need to complete everything in 10 days. Whatever Microsoft is asking me to cover, we will be covering everything which is defined in the study guide. Clear? All right. So what does this course brings to you? The course is bringing you the some projects, some co-signed projects, some assisted practices. So what these assisted practices is the Word documents that I'll be adding to the LMS. So you will be having access to that. You can download it. It's like a step-by-step guide on how to do the demonstration, on how to do the hands-on. So those assisted practice I'll be adding. We will be having case studies. We will be having course and projects, ebooks. Microsoft has stopped providing ebooks. So your ebook is the Learn Path. So this is your ebook. Okay, the first link that I shared, please follow that link or simply search for AZ-305 in your search engine and you'll be landed to that page. Okay, so here you can find your Learn Path. Now, why I'm stressing on this learn path? Because in exam, you have access to the learn path. So when you sit for the exam, you can access the learn path from there. So if you are stuck or if you don't know the answer to any question, you can go to the learn path and you can try to read it there within the exam itself. You can try to find out the answer. So access is there. That's why I want you to go through the learn path. So you know in which page, what service can get me the answer. All right. So that's what you will be getting with this course. Now, when it comes to the exam, AZ-305, uh, first of all, the exam code is AZ-305. The name is Design Microsoft Azure Infrastructure Solution. You will be having around 60 to 70 multiple choice question. Totally depends on your set of paper that you're getting. So when I set for the exam, I had like for 53 questions, multiple choice question, and rest of the questions were under case studies. Okay. So total 60 to 70 questions you'll be having, including case studies. Then the time that you'll be getting is 2 hours. So you'll be getting 120 minutes to complete the exam. And then in order to pass the exam, uh, you'll have to get 700. That means 70% of passing mark. Out of 100, you'll have to get 700. And uh, there and once you click on submit, there only you'll come to know the result. You don't have to wait for the result. Okay, everything is proctored, everything is computer basis. So once you submit, it will calculate, the software will calculate your percentage and you'll have your result there. So in order to pass, you need to have 700. You need to get 700. Clear? The exam is available in different languages, English, Japanese, Chinese. So whichever language you prefer, you can book exam in that language. Now, where to book the exam from? So if you go to the 305 page, from there itself, you have the option to book the exam. Okay. So if you are in India, you select your region wherever you are, then click on schedule exam. And from there, it will take you to the Pearson VUE page. And from there, you can schedule, you can select the date when you want to sit for the exam. All those stuff you can do in a Pearson VUE site. All right. From Microsoft page itself, you can book the exam. So that's all about the introduction, about cloud computing, about Simplilearn, and about AZ-305. Any questions on the basics yet? How many of you know the difference between infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service? Now, this is important to understand. It's a basic cloud computing service model. Okay. Um, when you're dealing with different compute services, you'll have to understand the different between IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. All right. So what is, before going on break, let me answer this quickly. And then if I'm not able to complete this in the next 7 minutes, we'll continue this, since this is important to understand IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Now, how do I see this IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS? From, for me or for you to understand IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS from AZ-305 point of view. Okay, I'm not going at the AZ-900 level, since this is something which we cover in AZ-900 and AZ-104 as well. I'm not going into that level. So I'm explaining it to you from AZ-305 point of view. Okay. The full form is quite simple: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. All right. Now, what is infrastructure as a service? So in infrastructure as a service, your responsibility is more. Your, as in you are the customer of Azure or any cloud provider. So your responsibility here is more. In PaaS, your responsibility is less as compared to infrastructure as a service. We are not saying that there's no responsibility. There is responsibility. Okay. So how does this IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS are defined? Is defined in a shared responsibility model. People people think that since we are using cloud, everything is cloud provider's responsibility. That's not correct. We are sharing responsibility with the cloud provider. Okay. So what is our responsibility? What is cloud provider's responsibility? That will be defined depending on the model, depending on the service model you are selecting. Infrastructure as a service, PaaS, platform as a service, software as a service. Now, just to explain this in a simple term, I just gave you an example of Swiggy. Let's say you have a similar idea and you want to use internet for your business. So what you need to do, you need to come up with an application first. What is an application in simple term? Application is nothing but collection of files where your developer, or if you are a developer, you will be developing the application. So how do you write? How do you code an application? You simply open a file. If you are using Visual Studio Code or whatever you are using, you simply start writing your code, and that code is written in a file. So you'll be having multiple files, or you're having single file depending on how big your application is. Now, in order to store this or save these files, I need a server. Okay. So when I'm selecting cloud, within the cloud, I have two options to select from: infrastructure as a service or platform as a service. In infrastructure as a service, the hardware server is cloud provider's responsibility. Okay. If you remember the data center model where you have to spend $1,000 or whatever the server cost is, you have to spend that upfront. We are not using on-prem model, right? So we are not going to spend this upfront. So what we are doing, we are using cloud. So even in cloud, there is a hardware server. Someone has bought the hardware server. Who has bought? In our case, it will be Azure. So if I'm using infrastructure as a service, this hardware server is cloud provider's responsibility. Now within that hardware server, the cloud provider will be deploying their own operating system. So in case of Microsoft Azure, they are deploying Hyper-V. Hyper-V is nothing but an operating system. It's a hypervisor, which allows them to create multiple machines on, or multiple virtual machines on top of this hardware server. Okay. So this Hyper-V is also their responsibility. All right. Now on top of this Hyper-V, I will be creating my virtual server. This is a physical server, which is cloud provider's responsibility. The operating system, which is again cloud provider's responsibility. On top of this Hyper-V, I will be creating my server, my virtual server. Let's call it virtual machine 01. So this virtual machine 01 is my responsibility. Now within this virtual machine 01, I will be deciding whether to go for Windows operating system or Linux operating system. That's, I'll have to decide. As a customer, I have to decide this. Okay. So here what Microsoft what we will do, we will select, let's say we select Windows operating system. And on top of that Windows operating system, you have to use the runtime or the framework. So when you're writing an application, your developer will write that application in certain code, in some code, right? He might be using Java, he might be using Python, might be using .NET, whatever he's using. You need to ask your developer, or if you're a developer, you should know that there is framework. So I need to use that language. So in order to host the application, I need to have this runtime installed on the server where I want to host my application, where I want to add my files. So on top of Windows operating system, you will be deploying the .NET framework. Okay. And on top of that .NET framework, you will then host your application. That means you will add your files. So what is my responsibility as a user here? My responsibility is the operating system that I'm choosing, Windows operating system. My responsibility is the framework that I'm choosing, .NET. My responsibility is to take care of my application. That means I have to either hire a developer, or if I'm a developer, I'll have to develop the code. Now tell me, every month, Microsoft launches the update, right? You know the update, patching. If you're using your mobile phone, you receive the update for the applications that you have installed, right? Every month or every week, whatever. So since this is hosted on cloud, the Windows operating system on my virtual machine, who will be responsible to patch that? Who will be responsible to patch that? So if you're using virtual machine, it's your responsibility. You as a user, Azure will not patch it for you. Okay. Yes, there are way to ask Azure to patch, but Azure by default will not patch you to patch your operating system. So you have to patch it. Then if there is a new version available for .NET, who will be installing that new version? Again, you. So whatever above Hyper-V is our responsibility. So infrastructure as a service model requires more responsibility from the user. Whereas PaaS model is same. There will be physical hardware server. On top of it, there will be any hypervisor like Hyper-V or ESXi, whatever cloud providers is using. There will be virtual machine. There will be a framework like .NET, Java, whatever. When I'm using PaaS, all this stuff becomes the cloud provider's responsibility. What is my responsibility when I'm using PaaS? The the application code is my responsibility. So if I'm a developer, PaaS is something that I'll be choosing. Why? Because I'll get more time to focus on the development. The virtual machine, whether it's Linux or operate or Windows, it's Microsoft responsibility to patch. So your responsibility reduces when you use the PaaS model, the PaaS service model. Clear? What is SaaS then? Software as a service. Entire software is given to you as a service, like M365, Microsoft 365. You're using Google Drive. So Google Drive is a software, the storage service given to you. What are your responsibility when you are using Google Drive? What is your responsibility when you're using Google Drive? Just adding data and sharing that data with whoever you want. That's all. That's your responsibility. So you're using that software entirely. Do you know where Google is hosting, where Google is saving, whether it's saving in India, Australia, US, wherever, how Google is storing that? Is that something we need to bother about as a user? Obviously not. So software as a service, what is your responsibility? Reduced. Entirely zero. Yeah, you have limitation like if you're using free version, you can store up to 15 GB. If you need more, you just subscribe for a plan. That's all. Software as a service. Netflix, software as a service. Are we paying for each movie separately? No, we are buying a plan. Do we need to keep a CD of all the movies? No. We just subscribe to a plan, we watch our content, right? Software as a service. What is the infrastructure as a platform part of Netflix? Do you know CD, DVD? For CD DVD, what was required? We need the CD player or the DVD player, right? So we need to buy it. So I am responsible for the hardware. I am responsible for bringing the CD or DVD. I am responsible for placing that CD DVD within the DVD driver, DVD reader, and then I can enjoy my movie. If I don't have a CD of one particular movie, I won't be able to enjoy that because I don't have the CD, right? So CD DVD player becomes the infrastructure as a service part in case of movies and all. What could be the platform as a service part? I cannot think of any here. Okay. Yeah, the responsibility increases when you go for infrastructure as a service model. Who will do the service of CD DVD? Obviously, I have to do as a owner of that, right? In Netflix, however they are hosting it, I don't care. I just pay them. I enjoy their service. That's all. Clear? Any questions on this? We will revisit this when we are on the compute section. Okay. So let's move on to our first topic, which is authentication and authorization. So from the study guide, we are covering this topic. In this module, design identity and governance and monitoring solutions. And there we are covering authentication and authorization. These are the topics that we are going to cover. Okay. And from the learn path, this is 900. Okay. So from the learn path, we are covering this one, design identity, governance, and monitor solution. So first three topic will be identity and governance. Monitoring will cover once we have done covering all the services. So at the end of at the last day, we will be covering monitor solutions. Right now, we are starting with identity and governance. Okay. Now, before I start, I need an answer from you. How many of you have worked with ADDS, Active Directory Domain Services? Or if you're from the Linux background, how many of you know what LDAP server is? What are these two services? And those who are freshers, please wait. I'll explain what this topic is about. Okay. Okay. So what is ADDS? Those who have worked with Active Directory, what is this? So what are these services? ADDS and LDAP. Okay. Never mind. Those who don't know, please pay attention. Okay. Those who haven't worked with any of these services, you might have account, right, in OTT platforms like Netflix or Amazon Prime. Do you hold the account? How many of you have account in Netflix? Okay, you have, right? So in order to access or watch any web series or a movie, what do you do first? You go to www.netflix.com, right? If you're using a laptop, you go to this website. What happens? First thing, what it asks? Does it allow directly to watch the movie, or there is something which we need to do? Log in, right? So we need to provide our credentials, log in. We need to provide our username and password. So what happens when we provide username and password? Netflix service checks your username and password. It checks whether you are providing correct username and password. If you are providing correct username and password, you are allowed. If you provide wrong username and password, it may deny you the entry and you won't be able to access those services, right? So this process of providing username and password and identifying that username and password is known as authentication. That means I am, not I am, Netflix is authenticating me, checking me whether the credential that I have provided is correct or not. Okay, so what is authentication? Authentication is a way to to check someone with a certain credential. Apart from credential, how you can check someone? You can check them with their card, smart card. If let's say you work, you go to your office. When you go to your office, there is a door. In that door, there's a reader where you have to place your smart card. Those who are working might know, right? You have to place your smart card. Without smart card, there's no entry. You cannot go in, right? Unless your company has no security. Most of the company do have security and they do provide the smart card to their employees. And in order to enter the building, you need to place that smart card. So when you place that smart card, the identity service that is deployed within that building checks whether your smart card is valid or not. If it's valid, you can go in. If it's not valid, you cannot go in. Okay. So what runs behind that authentication is this kind of services, ADDS or LDAP. They runs behind the services and they checks whether your username or password is correct or not. You use your laptop, you use your company laptop or your personal laptop, you need to provide your username and password, correct or not? We need to provide. Nowadays, Microsoft has made it compulsory to enter your Hotmail account, right? Your email address. So once you provide your email address and password, then only you can enter your laptop and do whatever changes you want. So this part of verifying the user, the application, or whatever you have, whoever needs access, is known as authentication. Authentication is a process of verifying a person. Person is nothing but a user or application to see whether the credentials provided are correct or not. Okay. So that authentication is done by these services. Then once you're inside the building, which floor you can access, which floor you cannot access, that part is known as authorization. So if I explain this in Netflix terms, when you log into Netflix, you have different plans, right? You subscribe for different plans. We have mobile plans, we have standard plan, and then we have HD plan, right? I don't know the current plans, but this was the plans we had, right? So you have a mobile plan where when you log into Netflix, you can only watch Netflix within your mobile app. Then you have standard plan where you can watch in two different screens at the same time. And then you have some plan where you can watch in four different screens. So once you log in, once Netflix authenticates you, once you're inside the application, that means you have got the access. Now it totally depends on the plan that you have subscribed to. Depends on that, you're authorized to watch either on mobile or on two screens at a time or on four screens at a time. So that part of entering into application and then checking what you're authorized to do, right? So like in cloud world, you are logging into Azure portal. So that login thing is nothing but authentication. And then once you are logged into that application, what you can do? Can you create another user? Are you authorized to create another user? Can you delete the existing users? Are you authorized to do that? So to check what you can do, what you cannot do is known as the process of checking what you can do, what you cannot do is authorization. Okay. Oh, clear? What is authentication? What is authorization? Is that clear? Now this is basic of any identity, uh, any identity and access management system. All right. So authentication and authorization, if you want to implement in your organization, you need some kind of identity and access management system. So if I want to implement authentication and authorization in my organization, I need some kind of IAM service. IAM stands for Identity and Access Management. Okay. So if I want to implement that, let's say I'm not using cloud, I'm using on-prem network. So in my on-prem data center, I can either use Active Directory domain services, or if I'm good with Linux, I'll be using LDAP services. How do you use these services? You need to have a server first, hardware server or a virtual server, whatever. If you're using on-prem, obviously you'll be having a hardware server. On top of that hardware server, depends on whether you're using virtualization or directly physical server. You'll have to have Windows OS if you want to use ADDS, or Linux OS if you want to use LDAP. Okay. On top of that, on top of Windows operating system, you'll be deploying the Active Directory domain services role. And then on top of it, you will be promoting this server to domain controller, where you'll be creating your domain. And once it's promoted and your domain is ready, then you can go ahead and create your users, groups, whatever you want. You can add computers and all. All right. So this is all the stuff you need to do when you're doing on-prem. That means your own data center. Everything you need to do. You need to bring a server. You need to install the operating system. Then you need to install the ADDS role on top of that operating system, and then you need to promote it to domain controller. Once everything is done, then only you'll be able to create users and uh, groups and add computers. Okay. Now, if you want to use Azure for IAM, Azure has Microsoft Entra ID, which is nothing but a cloud-based IAM service. When we say cloud-based IAM service, we don't need to bother about all this stuff. We don't need our own server. We don't need to install Windows operating system. We don't need to install ADDS on top of it and then promote it to domain. Everything will be handled by Microsoft. What we can do if you're using Microsoft Entra ID, as I mentioned, Microsoft Entra ID is a cloud-based IAM tool. You sign up and start using it. You just sign up for Azure service, for Azure portal, and start creating your users. Don't need to bother about all this stuff. Only if you want to do on-prem from scratch, then you are responsible for everything from scratch. If you want to go for cloud, we can sign up and we have access to Microsoft Entra ID. We can start creating users directly. Okay. Is IAM clear? It was just basic, just giving you an overview of IAM. So what is ZTM? ZTM stands for Zero Trust Model. Yeah. Now, Zero Trust Model is not a service. It's not a policy. It's just a framework based on the principle of never trust, always verify. Now, if you go back few years, like before cloud, if you go back 10 years, how do we used to consider the security? If you go back 10 years, if you go 10 years back, at that point in time, we had the perimeter network where you used to keep the firewall, IDS, IPS, all these devices we used to keep in our perimeter network. Before anyone can get into our network, the traffic was verified by these devices. And once the traffic considered as safe, then it can go inside our network. Then it can access our servers, whatever servers we had, right? So this is how we used to keep our network. I'm not saying that we are not using firewall now. We're still using firewall. But back in the days, if the security related decisions were kept in the demilitarized zone, in the perimeter zone here. But now we need to protect our identities, since if everything is cloud now, 90% of the workload is in cloud. Only the banking, the airport, the airline, those mostly are still using on-prem, but 85 to 90% traffic is already in the cloud. Now, if someone logs in and if he is authorized to do something, and if let's say the login credentials are compromised, then we are gone, right? So with the changing pattern, a new model came in, which is known as zero trust model. So what zero trust model does, It's just a framework which based on this principle, never trust, always verify. You have to always verify whatever request is coming in. Okay. So what are the key principles? We need to implement this zero trust model. And in order to implement this zero trust model, you need to have certain IAM service in place in your organization. So zero trust model based on this principles, like verify the request first. So every access request, whatever request is coming in, so if someone is entering your building, you need to verify that. You need to verify him or her. How do we verify? We use smart card, we use biometrics, whatever, right? We need to verify that. Then second principle we have is least privilege. What is least privilege? Now in an organization or in an office building, we have different areas. Like we have common areas like cafeterias, like gaming zone, right? And then we have some sensitive areas. So in IT, we have data center, right? In airport, if you go to airport, we have immigration. Then before immigration, we have the check-in area. So check-in area is not sensitive area. Anyone can go there and do the check-in. So it's like a common area. So we need to provide the least privilege to the users. Like common areas, everyone can go, but sensitive areas, only authorized person should go. So when we are using smart card based authentication, we will divide the smart card into different types. Like everyone will have in whoever has the smart card, they will have access to the common areas. Whereas only authorized people will have access to the sensitive areas like data center building itself. Right? Like knock room. What is knock room? Knock room is network operation center, where you can monitor your client's network, your own network. So those areas are sensitive. Why? Because knock rooms have access to the servers, remote access to the servers. So I cannot allow everyone to go to the knock room. So we need to give the least privilege. That means only people belonging to the knock team, they can enter the knock rooms. Least privilege, right? Micro segmentation. Micro segmentation is like dividing the area or the network into smaller VLANs or smaller segments so that we can keep our monitoring continuous. We need to divide our area into smaller segment. Like here we can have certain CCTVs, here we can have certain CCTVs, here we can have certain CCTVs. So this is my one area. This is another area. This is another area, sensitive area where I can have multiple CCTVs. This is knock room. So within that room, we can have three or four different CCTVs from different angles, right? So I need to divide my, let's say, network or areas into micro segments, all right? So that I can have a continuous monitoring. So these are few principles that we have in zero trust model. Now, again, I'm saying zero trust model is not a security policy or is not a tool. It's just a framework which defines some principles. And you need to make sure when you're implementing IAM or you're designing IAM, you need to keep these things in mind. All right. Verify, make sure you're providing least privilege, divide your areas into different segments, have a team who can continuously monitor, and always assume breach. What do you mean by assume breach? We have to do continuous monitoring and we have to assume breach and continuous monitoring works hand in hand. Assume breach as in, let's say we have applied all the zero trust model. That doesn't mean you're secure. Why it doesn't mean we are secure? It's possible that someone who has the access has lost the credential, as the credentials he or she was having was compromised, and some person who should not be having his or her credential has got the credential and now roaming freely everywhere, right? So every time we need to assume breach. Now, how do we assume breach? What is the meaning of this assume breach? How many of you uses Gmail? Gmail is a mailing service. How many of you uses? I'm sure 90% of people are using Gmail, right? So have you ever tried logging into Gmail from a different device, from a totally new device? Back in the days, we used to have cyber cafe, but I don't know if we still have the cyber cafes. But let's say you change your mobile and you log in from a new mobile. So what happens when you log into your Gmail account from a new mobile? You get a message, right? You tried from a different mobile, please approve your notification in already existing mobile or your YouTube application or wherever, right? So we get that kind of message. So what is that? Gmail is assuming that it's not you who's trying to log in. So that's why Gmail is sending you that pop-up. Please notify, please approve, please approve. So that is the meaning of assume breach. Okay. So even though you have applied all the principles of zero trust model, you need to make sure or you need to assume breach so that wrong person or a hacker cannot get into your account. It's possible that my username is compromised since Gmail we have used or we have given our email ID to a lot of people. So email ID is already compromised. Now what hackers can do, they can launch different kind of attack against the username since username is already public, right? Everyone knows my email ID. Obviously, not everyone knows, but I have shared my email ID with banks, with e-commerce application, with Netflix, with different service providers. Who knows who's selling my data, right? So if someone is has sold my data, my email ID is already in public. So hackers can get my email ID and try to launch different kind of attack. So that's why we have to assume breach. If you log into your Gmail from a new location, from a new device, you would see that pop up. All right. So in order to make sure that your data is secured, your access is secured, you need to follow the zero trust model framework. So what does zero trust model says? In short, never trust, always verify. Right? Even though when you're logging in from new mobile, you're providing correct username, you're providing correct password. Still, Gmail is popping up to you to approve that login. Right? So even though you have provided correct username password, Gmail is thinking that it might be a breach. Clear? So that's what zero trust model is. Now, how to implement zero trust model? You need to have some kind of IAM service. So in Azure, we have Microsoft Entra ID. So what is identity and access management? Identity and access management is just a service which helps you to implement authentication and authorization. It also gives you a way to manage accounts. Some IAM also gives you the way to do the reporting, right? I want to fetch a report of my users who log in when, from where. So all those stuff, identity and access management gives you. In simple, what is identity and access management? You have an identity. That identity is some object which requires the access to your resources. Okay, in simple term, identity is an object which requires access to the resources. In basics of cloud computing, we understood what cloud computing is. What is cloud computing? I'm again going back to the basics. Cloud computing is a way to deliver to deliver the compute services over internet. Why you will be using cloud? To deploy the resources. What those resources are, you need to deploy server, you need to deploy database, you need to deploy storage. So these are your resources. Now, how are you going to deploy these resources? You are deploying these resources, so you are the object who is deploying these resources. So you are the identity. Whether you can deploy or cannot deploy, we need to first identify this guy who wants to deploy. So he needs to go to portal.azure.com, and our IAM service will identify that user, will identify that identity, will identify that object who's trying to coming into our system, right? After identifying, we will authenticate. I mean, not we, the identity and access management service will authenticate that user, whether the username and password provided are correct or not. Okay. Then the authorization kicks in. Once you're inside the cloud, what you can do? Can you deploy server? Can you deploy database? Can you deploy storage? Can you do that? Authorization. Account management. You want to create few new users, you can do that using any IAM service, whatever IAM services you have deployed. Access control. What a user can do, cannot do, you can define that using access control. Okay. And then auditing and reporting. Any IAM service, most of the IAM service gives you the auditing and reporting thing. So what is IAM? Is that clear? Now in Azure, we have Microsoft Entra ID. So Microsoft Entra ID is the service, which is a cloud-based identity service. So as I mentioned earlier, you don't need to deploy a server or anything. You just sign up for Azure and you have your Microsoft Entra ID. We don't need to do anything. We just need to sign up for Azure. That means you need to create your account on Azure. And once you have created your account, you already have Microsoft Entra. So it's a it's a cloud-based identity and access management solution. All right. So it gives you centralized identity management. If you have a single Microsoft Entra tenant, you can simply use that tenant and start creating your users, right? If someone is already using Active Directory domain services, they have an option to synchronize their users with Microsoft Entra ID. So Microsoft Entra ID, previously known as Azure Active Directory, it was launched in 2013 or 15. I'm not sure on the exact year, but during that time it was launched. Before that, Microsoft had this service, Active Directory Domain Services, which the short form for that is ADDS, which people were using on-prem. Cloud started gaining popularity after 2010 or 2011. I think 2006 or 7, AWS got launched, and 10, 11, Microsoft came in, and by 15, it was all popular, 15, 16. Okay. So before that, when cloud was not there, people were already using ADDS for their on-prem identity and access management services. So those organizations who are already having ADDS and they want to use Microsoft Entra ID, then which identity and access management service will do the authentication, will do the authorization, will do the verification. So you have ADDS, you have Microsoft Entra ID. Both are IAM service, which will do the authentication, which will, if you're resetting password, which will be considered as the having the highest control. So all those questions were arised if you use two different identity and access management services. So what Microsoft did, Microsoft created Microsoft Entra Connect. So it's a tool which you can install on your on-prem server. And using that, you can synchronize your on-prem users to Microsoft Entra ID. Okay. So if I have hundreds of users on-prem, and if I use Microsoft Entra Connect, all hundreds of users will be synchronized to Microsoft Entra ID. Okay. So whatever user you have over here, all users will be synchronized. Instead of recreating user in Microsoft Entra ID, you use this tool and synchronize your users. That's all. All right. So that option Microsoft gave to the people who are already using Microsoft Active Directory domain services. Microsoft created a tool. You deploy that tool on a server and you start synchronizing your user. If you create a new user, that new user will also get synchronized. All right. So Microsoft Entra ID, in short, is a cloud-based identity and access management solution that you can use once you sign up to the Azure. It's free of cost. Obviously, there are different plans and pricing, but when you start, it's free of cost. Okay. So how to see Microsoft Entra ID in action? If I go to Azure portal, all right. Now in Azure portal, before I show you the Microsoft Entra ID, let me just explain or give you the tour of Azure portal. Okay. So I'll do it from scratch. Let me sign out. Okay. So I've signed out now. So first thing that you need to do whenever you want to interact with Azure platform, you need to go to portal.azure.com. So this is the link where you should be going when you want to log into Azure or when you want to interact with Azure portal. When I click on, when I press enter, first thing that Microsoft Azure portal or Microsoft is doing is what it's asking. What is this process? I went to portal.azure.com and it directed me to this. What it is doing right now? Authentication. Okay. It is asking me to prove my identity. So this step that we are doing right now is authentication. All right. So authentication is the process of verifying and identifying the identities. This is my username. How do we usually authenticate? We ask for the username. So my username is already selected here, already mentioned here. If it's not mentioned, I can simply provide my email ID, whatever my email ID is, right? So this is my email ID, for example. So I'm providing that. I click on next. It will ask me for the password. I provide the password. I click on sign in. Okay. So once I click on sign in, I'm inside. If my username and password are correct, I'll be inside. So I'm in my application. All right. Now this is Azure portal. Now those who do not have access to Azure portal, what you can do is either if you want to use your own account, unrestricted account, you can sign up for free tier. You search for Azure free tier and you will see the Microsoft Azure page. In Google or Bing, you just search for Azure free tier. Go to the first link that Microsoft is providing, and there you will be having a button which says Get Started with Azure. Click on it. Once you click on it, you can click on Try Azure for free. Once you click on Try Azure for free, it will ask your email ID and your password, right? So you need to provide your Microsoft email ID. If you do not have one, you can create one from here. So whatever email ID you have, you provide that. Now, in my case, I've already utilized. So if I enter my email address, it will say that I am not eligible. Why? Because I've already used it. Okay. So I've already used it. So it will say I'm not eligible. So in order to utilize Microsoft Entra ID, sorry, in order to use Azure free tier, you need to have a unique email address that you have not used before, right? Okay, sorry. You need to have unique email address that you have not used before, right? So here it says, I'm not eligible. Why? Because I've already utilized it. So I can sign up for a pay as you go pricing. I cannot sign up for a free tier. What I'll do, I'll see if I have any other email address, but I'm not signing up since apart from email address, you also need a unique credit card, right? So I don't have a credit card. I've already utilized all my credit card. So if I have any other email address, I can use that. So let me see. I don't have any email address. Sending. Okay. So I don't have any, so I won't be able to demonstrate how you can come up with but it's very basic. You just provide your email address. Once you provide the email address, you can then provide your details like your mobile number. That should also be unique. Your email address, that should also be the one that you have never used before, and the credit card which you have never used before. So Microsoft Azure has this restriction where you cannot use the same email twice to avail the free services. So you need to use new email every time, but with new email, you need to have a new credit card as well as you need to have uh, a different mobile number that you have never used before. All right. AWS, I think, doesn't have that issue. With AWS, you just need a new email address. You can use the same credit card again. Okay. So that's how you can sign up for a free tier from here. Once you have the free tier, uh, you can then sign in to portal.azure.com. So once you get your free tier, you can then sign in by going to portal.azure.com, providing your email address that you used to sign up and your password. That's all. All right. Now let me introduce you or give you a tour to Azure portal. So the first thing that you see on left hand side here, where you see 9 dots. So this 9 dots is a cloud menu. Okay, what is the cloud menu? This is a uh, new feature or new option that Microsoft has added where you can launch different Microsoft portal directly from here. So let's say I want to work with GitHub. So I click on GitHub, it will take me to the GitHub. I want to work with Intune. I click on Intune, it will take me to the Intune. Right? So different portals, shortcut to that portal, Microsoft has just added here. Doesn't uh, It is helpful when you want to switch between different portals. If you want to go to GitHub from here or Intune from here, you can simply click on this shortcut and go to that. Right? After the cloud menu, the second thing that you see with the three lines is known as portal menu. So if I click on it, you'll see the menu over here from where you can you create any resource. Some shortcuts are given, right? Go to home page, go to dashboard page, go to Microsoft Entra ID, go to monitor services, right? So shortcuts are given. So you can launch whichever service you want. I want to work with virtual machine. I click on this portal menu. I launch the virtual machine and I go to the virtual machine page, right? Similarly, any service that we want to use, we go there and we can use it. Okay. Next, after that, you have this Microsoft Azure mentioned there. It's the brand name. So if you click on it, you'll be landed to the home page. Whatever page you have selected, you'll be landed to there. All right. So it's just a shortcut to go to the home page or to the dashboard, whichever you have selected. Then if you go right hand side, you have the search bar. So if I want to, we will be using this search bar every time we want to work with any service. So this search bar will help me to search for different resources. Like if I just type virtual, it will list out all the services which has virtual in it. Like I want to work with virtual machine, I search for virtual machine is there. I click on virtual machine, it will be landed to the virtual machine page. From here, I can create virtual machine. I can stop existing virtual machine if I want, start, restart, whatever, right? Similarly, if I search for database, so anything related with this particular keyword will be placed over here, right? Database watcher, SAP solution, whatever. I search for SQL, all the SQL related services will be provided, right? So this is just the search bar, a shortcut you can say to search and go to any service that you want. Then if you go on again on right hand side, you have Copilot. What is Copilot, guys? So Copilot is a Gen AI tool from Microsoft, right? So if I click on Copilot within the browser itself, I will get a way to chat with the Copilot. So if I have any issue, like I want uh, Copilot to answer any of the question, like I just added hi, it gave me the response, right? I want Copilot to create an ARM template for me and enter. So what it will do, it will give me a response depending on my prompt. So the better the prompt is, the better the response will be, right? So it is now generating the template. I can use that template then, right? Apart from that, it also has few bots kind of question already created. So if you click on it, that will be the prompt for your Copilot. So Copilot option is given there. If you want to utilize it for anything, you can utilize. So nowadays Gen AI is quite smart. Okay. So if you see this, it has already created a template for me. I can now use this template. If I don't know how to deploy the template, I can again ask the Copilot, how do I deploy this template? It can help me, right? So anything I need, I can ask and it will answer. Depending on your prompt, how good your prompt is, it will give you the answer. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that it's perfect. It can make mistakes, right? So whatever you're using, use it, try it, and then if it's wrong, ask the Copilot or the Chat GPT again, right? So you see how to deploy this. It has given you the steps, right? So nowadays it has become very easy to do the hands-on by using Chat GPT or Copilot or whichever Gen AI tool you prefer, right? So it's just a simple way. Instead of launching Copilot in a different tab, Microsoft has given you that option within the portal itself. Then after Copilot, the next option or the next icon that we have is the Cloud Shell. So what is Cloud Shell? So if I click on the Cloud Shell, it will launch the command line interface within the portal itself. So within the graphical portal.azure.com, I have the option to launch the Cloud Shell directly. So what is this Cloud Shell? It will allow me to interact with the Azure platform using the commands. So if I want to interact with Azure virtual machine, I need to use certain command. Now, what that command is, you need to uh, rely on Microsoft documentation to get the command, or you can take help as well, right? So type help to learn more, type AZ to use Azure CLI, right? AZ VM stop, and then the VM name and all. If I give, it will simply stop that VM. So these are the required field if I want to stop a VM. It's just a way to interact with the Azure portal or Azure platform, we can say, using command line. So you can use either the Bash shell, the Linux shell, or if you are familiar with PowerShell, or if you're more comfortable with PowerShell, you can switch to PowerShell as well. Okay, so now if you see, I have clicked on switch to PowerShell, this button. Right now it's showing as switch to Bash, but when you are in Bash, it will show switch to PowerShell. So I clicked on that, and now I am in PowerShell. So I can run the PowerShell commands now to interact with Azure portal. All right. Now, if you want to restart the terminal, I mean the cloud terminal, you can click on restart and it will give you a new terminal, right? As soon as I clicked on restart, it is now requesting a new cloud shell. All right. Then the next option that you have is manage files. So you can upload or download files to Cloud Shell. So if I want to work with file, I can simply click on manage file, upload. And if I want to upload any local file, I can upload it. Like for example, template.json. I want to upload it, it's uploaded, right? Where it is uploaded to this path. So if I do ls now here, which is list, you see template.json, right? So this option gives you the way to upload or download. Now, new session will simply give you a new PowerShell, a new portal, and then within that portal, you'll get new Cloud Shell session. Okay, so that's the option as well. Now, after that, we have a very basic Visual Studio editor. So if I click on editor, a Visual Studio will open. It's a very basic Visual Studio editor. Okay, so file editor. So if I want to edit my files from here, I can do that. I don't need to switch between the desktop and the portal. I can simply, if I have, well, obviously it's not feature rich. It's a very basic Cloud Shell that sorry, file editor that you have. If you want to make any changes, you can do from here, right? So if you want to close, you go over here and you can close it. You have the web preview as well. So for web preview, if you, let's say, have deployed any basic application here and you want to see how it will look like when someone launch it from browser, how it will look like, you can simply use the web preview from here. Okay, then the settings, like you just want to change text size, font, or theme. You want dark theme, light theme. So all those things you can change from setting. Then there's help, like I want to see all the PowerShell command, all the CLI commands. So I click on that, it will take me to the Microsoft documentation, and here I see all the CLI related command. Okay, I want to work with virtual machine, so I search for VM, and it should give me the VM related command. So these are the VM related command. So if you scroll down, you'll see all the command that you can use for VM. Okay, so that's about Cloud Shell. After the Cloud Shell, we have a very simple notification tab. So what this notification tab does, um, let's say I'm working with, or I'm deploying anything. So I'm creating a resource group. Don't ask me what resource group is. I'll cover that in detail when we are on that topic. But I'm just explaining the notification tab right now. Okay. So if I search for resource group and I create a new resource group or a delete an existing one, so a notification will trigger. Like, for example, RG02 Central India, click on review create and click on create. So once the creation is completed, you see resource group create. A notification will be triggered. So if I delete the same resource group, another notification should trigger which says resource group deleted. Okay, so another notification should come in. Like right now, it's deleting resource group. Once the deletion is completed, it will trigger delete. So whatever you are doing, uh, and if you want to monitor that, you can come over here and you can see that all the events that whatever you have in, if you have the option to dismiss as well, also everything will be cleared. There will be no notification. You cannot see the history. There's no way to see the history. Okay. Then you have settings for the portal itself. If you want to, if you are part of multiple Microsoft Entra ID, you will see all the Microsoft Entra ID over here. If you want to switch between any of the Microsoft Entra ID, you can switch from here. Right now, I'm only part of one. If you're part of multiple, I've seen people who are part of multiple directories. I can show you that in my another account. So if I go to another account and click on settings, you see I'm part of two different tenants, two different Microsoft Entra IDs. So if I want to switch between any of the Microsoft Entra ID, I can do that. How I can do that? I click on settings. Settings will land me to this page and I can click on switch. It will be switched to a new, um the other directory, right? So that you can do from settings. Apart from that, you can change the appearance. Like I want a dark theme, so a dark theme will be applied over here. I want a light theme will be applied. So it's just a normal language and region, like you want English or any other language, your information like your email ID and all, if you want to get a notification, right? Sign out and notification. If you're not doing anything and if it's idle, do you want to sign out when inactive? After 15 minutes, if you're not doing anything for 15 minutes, it will automatically sign out. All right. So all those stuff you can do from the settings tab, from the settings option. Then you have support and troubleshooting. So if you have any issue with Microsoft Azure portal, you can search for it. If they have the documentation, you will see the documentation over here. Or from here also, you can raise the ticket as well. So let's say my subscription is not allowing me to deploy any resource. I can raise a ticket and I can ask Microsoft Azure team why it's not allowing me to deploy the resource. So they will come up with an answer like maybe your subscription is not eligible or you don't have the quota, whatever, right? So you just can raise a ticket from here. Now, remember this thing where to raise a ticket from. You can either raise from support and troubleshooting option or you can raise it from your subscription itself. All right. Now, why I'm asking you to remember this? Because in interview, if you're a fresher, uh, the interviewer might ask how to raise a support ticket to Microsoft Azure team. Okay. Then if you want to provide any feedback to Azure team, you can provide like I'm liking it. What you're liking, you're not liking it, what you're not liking. So this feedback will go to Microsoft team. Okay. Then the last option that you have within the portal itself is your username. So this is your username. You can switch directory or switch Microsoft Entra ID from here as well. You can view your Microsoft account from here as well. All right. So just to summarize, you have the shortcut to go to any other portal outside Azure. You have the option within Azure if you want to launch any service. There's a shortcut. If you want to go to home page from any other page, like for example, I am here in the network page. I want to go back to my home page. So I click on Microsoft Azure here. It will take me to the home page. Then you have the search bar shortcut to reach any service. For example, I want to go to health page. I want to see the health. If I have access, I will be able to see it, right? So whatever shortcut to the services, you search for it and you go to that service. Then you have Copilot, you have Cloud Shell, which is like a uh, an option to interact with Azure platform using command line. You have notifications, you have settings, your appearance, your language, and all you can select in the settings or you can change in the setting. You have uh, support and troubleshooting from where you can raise tickets related to Azure portal itself. Then you have feedback and then you have your user detail, right? The user that you have logged in from. Right? It's just a short tour to Azure portal, how which will help you to navigate from within the Azure portal itself, right? All right. So now where do I see the Microsoft Entra ID? Question for you guys. I want to go to Microsoft Entra ID page. How to go? How do I go to Microsoft Entra ID page? Right? We have the search option. We can search for Microsoft Entra ID from here and go to Microsoft Entra ID. Or you have the portal menu here. From here, you can simply click on Microsoft Entra ID and you can go. Once you sign up for Azure, you have to do nothing. You'll get Microsoft Entra ID for free. You don't have to pay anything. Okay. Microsoft Entra ID is the cloud-based identity and access management system, which is free of cost. If you see here license, I have got the free license. So you have the Microsoft Entra ID free of cost. Uh, Obviously, with free of cost, you'll have less features. There are different licenses available for Microsoft Entra ID. If you're going for free, there is certain limitation. Like I think you can create 500,000 records only. That means 500,000 objects only. If you want more, if you want to go above that, you need to go for Microsoft Entra ID Premium. So if I search for Microsoft Entra ID pricing and plan, Uh, this is the page where Microsoft has mentioned different features available in different plans. So there are like 3 or 4 plans. So if you see, we have Premium P1, we have P2, and then Microsoft Entra Suite. So these are the 3 different plans. By default, it's free. You don't have to pay anything. But if you want to use certain premium plans, then you need to go for P1 or P2 or Suite, depending on what features you want. Now, if I scroll down, here you see if you want Microsoft Entra ID protection, it's available here in P2 or Microsoft Entra ID Suite. It's not available in free tier. All right. So whatever is checked over here, it's available on the on that particular plan, not on free. Okay. So here are the limitation that you see with free tier. Uh, it supports multi-factor authentication. It supports the single sign-on. It supports the basic reporting. You can manage users and groups. It also supports the self-service password reset. It can also allow you to sync your on-prem directory users with Microsoft Entra ID. So this can be done. But if I want, let's say, a verified ID, it's not mentioned here. I won't be able to use that. If I want to use identity protection, it's not mentioned there. I cannot use it with the free tier. Okay, so all these are premium plans. All these are premium features. So if you want to use those features, you need to sign up for a premium tier. All right. So in order to interact with Microsoft Entra ID, I can search for Microsoft Entra ID and I'll be landed to that page. Here, what license I have, whether it's a free license or a premium license, will you mention here under your overview page within the license section. Okay, so that's what Microsoft Entra ID is. Now, Microsoft Entra ID comes with 2 different flavors. B2B and B2C. Now, since it's 10:40 already, I have only 20 minutes. So I'll cover B2B. I'll explain B2B and then we'll stop for the question and answers. Okay. So what is Microsoft Entra ID B2B? B2B stands for business to business. B2B stands for business to business. Now, what does it mean business to business? You have your Microsoft Entra ID. So once you sign up for Azure, you'll get Microsoft Entra ID. And you have a partner company who will be developing certain products or certain softwares for you. So you have your own Entra ID. So this is your Entra ID. And you have your partner company who will be developing certain products for you. Now, when they are developing certain products, you want them to host those products. When I'm saying products, I mean websites. So when they're developing that website for you, you want them to host that website on your resources. So they will have their developer here. Now tell me, this developer who belongs to the partner company, the user account for their developer will reside where? In our Entra ID or their Entra ID? When you join a company, let's say you join XYZ company, so that XYZ company has its own IAM service, and there's another company, ABC company, they have their own IAM service. So when you are joining XYZ company, your account will be created in XYZ or ABC. XYZ, right? Since I'm joining this company, so my account should be created in XYZ. When I'm signing up for Netflix, my account will be created in Netflix. It's not going to be created in Prime Video, right? So similarly, these 3 developers who are employees of partner company, their user account will be created in the partner company's Entra. And this is my Entra, our Entra ID. Now, if this guys wants access to my resources, I have a virtual machine here, I have storage here, I have a database here. They want to develop an application for me, a product for me, a website for me, and they need access to my resources. So with zero trust model, how are you going to provide the access? How can you access, or let's say you want to log into your Entra ID and you want to access, what happens first? What is the first thing that is going to trigger? First thing, if I want to provide them the access, what I need? Let me explain it from the portal. Okay. So if I go to the portal, this is my Entra ID with the name Azure Training. So this is my Entra ID. Okay. If I go to the manage section here, in the manage section, you see users. So if I click on users here, I'll see all the users which are part of my tenant, which are part of my Entra ID. These are all the users who are part of my Entra ID. Okay. So this is Azure Trading, which is my Entra ID, and these are the users who are part of it. I have another Entra ID of my friend, let's say my partner, and they're good in development. So I want them to develop or develop a software for me, but I want them to host that software in my resources, in my virtual machines, the virtual machine that we have. Now, in order to provide them the access, they have their account in partner Entra ID. They don't have account here. So what I need to do first? What I need to ask? What I can do, one way is to create their account. So what I'll do, let's say this is user one, this is user two, this is user three. So I'll come over here, you see new user. I click on new user, I create account, user 01, user 02, user 03. So I can create an account for them. That's the one way. But now think from user point of view. Think from the user point of view. If I create additional account for them, what is going to happen? The user needs to remember two different set of credentials. They need to remember these credentials, which they are going to use to access my resources. Plus, they need to uh, remember the credentials for their own Entra ID as well. Now tell me, as a security team member or as an IAM solution or IAM team member, is it good to ask your employees or your users to remember more than one set of credential? Is it a good idea? Obviously, no. Why no? Because they can forget password. They can forget password. They can forget user ID. Since I might be using a different kind of user ID. Like if you see here, I have different kind of user ID. Some company uses first name, last name at the rate their company domain. Some uses first name and then surname and then at the rate their company name. So different companies have different ways of coming up with the user ID, right? So I don't want them to remember two set of credentials. What I can do, I can use B2B. This is my business. This is their business. So I'll use B2B here. What is B2B? Business to business. Microsoft Entra ID business to business. I can invite their user to join my tenant. I can invite their user. If you click on new user here, we have two options. Create new user and invite external user. So this invitation or inviting an external user will create an account here in my tenant. They don't need to remember two set of credentials. They can use the same email ID that they are using, same user ID that they are using in their own tenant. They can use that. And once they use that, they can log into my tenant. How? Well, when I was giving you the tour, I demonstrated this. Directories. Directories are nothing but the Entra ID. You have your one directory here. Apart from that, you can have another directory as well. So once I invite them, they will have the option to switch between the directories. Okay. So what is B2B? B2B is a way, B2B is a way to invite external tenant, sorry, external identities, external object, external users to your own tenant, to your own directory. Okay. So why we have B2B here? To make things easier for the external employees. I don't want them to remember different set of password. They can use the same password and they can log in to multiple tenants. Now it's possible that the partner company is developing software for different clients like TCS. TCS develop, what is TCS? TCS is a consultancy firm, right? So they develop software for multiple partners. Now imagine you're asking your developer to remember password for all the tenants. He's going to first of all forget most of the passwords, right? So to make it easier, Microsoft came up with this B2B, business to business. Now, what is business to business? How does it work? We don't have to bother about it. Why? Because we are using this as a service. What Microsoft is doing behind the scenes is not something we need to bother. Okay. But yeah, if you want to come up with your own B2B, you don't want to use Microsoft Entra ID, you're using on-prem services, you have Active Directory domain services, you need to create something known as Federation Server. So it works in the same way, but a lot of work is involved. Microsoft has made it quite simple when it comes to Microsoft Entra ID B2B. We just need to click on new user, invite external user, uh, provide proper email address, whatever the email address is. And once the user accepts, he or she will become part of my tenant. All right. All right, guys. So that's all about B2B. Now, there are a lot of topics that we need to cover. Obviously, we cannot cover today. So we will cover it tomorrow. Now, what these topics are, just to give you an overview. Apart from B2B, we have another type of tenant in Microsoft Entra ID, which is B2C. I'll explain what B2C is tomorrow. Then we have few premium features like conditional access, identity protection, access reviews. So these are the premium features. If I go to the Microsoft Entra plans and pricing, if you see conditional access is a premium feature. It's not available with free tier. So in order to use conditional access, you need to have premium, at least premium P1. Okay. Then there is identity protection. So identity protection is also part of premium tier. Then access review, whatever we are discussing tomorrow, is falls under the premium features. In order to use that, you need to have premium in place. Then we will discuss identities for applications, so manage identities and service principles, and then we will discuss Azure keyword. So for the first half tomorrow, we will able to complete our Microsoft Entra ID, and then we will discuss the case study. Okay, so make sure you're rewatching second half of today before you're coming for the tomorrow's class, so that you know the basics of identity and access management, what is Entra ID, what is B2B. All right. All right. So what we have covered so far, uh, basics of cloud computing we have covered yesterday, where we understood what cloud computing is, why do we need it. In simple, cloud computing is just the delivery of compute services. What are those compute services? Those compute services are servers, like you can get CPU, RAM, storage, all those stuff. Apart from that, you can get network, you can get databases, you can get different managed services. So all of the services you get as a service from cloud provider. So we saw that in the first half. In second half, we jumped to Microsoft Entra ID, where we understood what IAM is. Why do we need IAM? IAM stands for Identity and Access Management, where if you want to manage your objects, your IDs, your identities are nothing but the users or the groups who requires access to your resources. So if you want to manage them, you have IAM, which stands for Identity and Access Management. Before seeing Identity and Access Management, we covered the module, the framework, which defines how your identity and access management should be. ZTM stands for Zero Trust Model. So it's just a framework which defines how you can secure your IAM solutions. Then we saw if we want to implement identity and access management on cloud, on Azure specifically, what service we have? We have Microsoft Entra ID. So what is Microsoft Entra ID? It's just a cloud-based identity and access management service. You can call it as identity as a service. You don't need to deploy your server. You don't need to deploy the ADDS on top of your server. You don't need to deploy, promote it to the domain controller. Everything is done for you. Everything is managed for you. Okay. So everything is managed and you're getting that as a service. Then Microsoft Entra ID comes with two different flavors, B2B and B2C. We have covered what B2B is. B2B stands for business to business. So if I have a company, this is my Microsoft Entra ID tenant, and I want to invite or provide access to a partner company, or let's say I have company A, B, C, and XYZ. So these are the two companies I have. XYZ is my company, whereas I bought or I bought ABC's business. So ABC is also my company. Now I want to provide all the users access to my tenant, so I can use B2B here as well. This is another scenario where I can use B2B. All right. The next thing that we are going to discuss today is B2C. So let's go to the next topic, which is Azure AD B2C. B2C stands for business to consumer. All right. Before doing B2C, let's just see the invitation one that we covered yesterday. Like if I want to invite any user who's not from my tenant, and I want to invite a user who belongs to another company, doesn't matter if that company is using uh, Microsoft Entra ID or any other identity platform. The required thing is their users should have a valid email address. That's all. If they have the valid email address, we can invite them. All right. So how to invite? If I go to Microsoft Entra ID from the start menu, from the portal menu, if I click on Microsoft Entra ID, I'll be landed to this page. This is the home page of Microsoft Entra ID. From here, under manage section, I can see users group. So if I want to manage users, create users, delete users, modify users, I have to go under the manage section. So within that manage section, we have users and groups. All right. So if I click on users here, I'll see I'll get a list of all the users that are already part of my tenant. Okay. Now, this is the user who is an external user, this one. If you see this user, root cloud AZ, this is an external user. Now, you consider the same scenario which we discussed yesterday, that we can invite any user who belongs to any company. Doesn't matter whether they are using Entra ID or they are using Google Workspace or they are using AWS IAM services. We can invite anyone as long as they have a valid email. Okay. So to see that in action, what I'll do, I'll simply delete this user. I'll go to the deleted users. Remember, whenever you delete a user from Microsoft Entra ID, the user is there for 30 days. It's not getting deleted permanently. So you have to delete that permanently if you know that you don't need that user account. Okay. In our case right now, this is just a tenant, a test tenant. It's not a production tenant. So I deleted that user. Right. Now I go back to all users, and in order to invite any user, I click on new user here. Under the users section, we have all users. There we have new user. So I click on new user. I click on create new user. If I want to create a user within my tenant, within my Microsoft Entra ID. If I want to any external user from any other organization, I select this option. All right. So I click on invite external users. I just provide the email address. So this is my Gmail account. So I'm providing that email address. Doesn't matter whether it's your company, whether they are using Microsoft Entra ID, Google Workspace, or it's a normal email ID. We can invite them. All right. Once that is done, you click on review create. That's all. Your user will be invited. So you see here notification user invitation in progress. So a mail will be sent to user from your Microsoft Entra ID. Now, if you see here, In some time, if you refresh, you should see that user. Okay, root cloud AZ. Right, so that user is here. Now, how to verify whether this user is part of your tenant or uh, external tenant? How to verify that? So if you see this user type here, you have different types of users. This is important to understand. Member user, that means your tenant's user. This fabric admin is a member user. This is my tenant's user. You see this one, this is a guest user. That means this is an outside user whom you have invited to your tenant. All right. Similarly, root cloud AZ, this is a guest user, outside user who you have invited to your tenant. All right. So remember, there are three types of users. This questions often lands in the exam. You have member user, you have guest user, and you have AD sync user. All right. So there are three types of users you can see when you are dealing with Microsoft Entra ID. Member user, your own user, your company's user, your tenant's user. Guest user, outside user. AD sync user, if you have an Active Directory domain services and you're synchronizing that with Microsoft Entra ID, the users who have been synchronized will be, the type of that user will be AD sync user. All right, clear? Then, uh, inviting a user is one step. The user whom you have invited should accept the invitation. If he or she is not accepting the invitation, he or she won't be able to use the tenant. Right? So what I do right now, I go to Gmail, I log into my account. Okay. You see the email received already, Microsoft invitation. So similarly, that user will also receive the invitation and he or she needs to accept that. So if I click on it, I need to accept it. So in order to accept, what I'll do, I'll go to the in private window. I'll copy the link and I'll open it in private window. Now, why I'm doing this in private, so that uh, in the in this session, I've already logged in with the Simplilearn user. Okay, so I don't want to use the same session. So that's why I have triggered or opened the in private window. All right. So it's saying it will send me a code to my email in order to confirm that this is my email ID. So I can click on send code and I'll receive the code in my Gmail account. So this is the sign-in code. It's like an OTP which is coming to, it's like a multi-factor authentication. It's like a confirmation that the person who's trying to log in is the same person. So 583439. So I just go there and enter it, 583439. Okay, that's all. Now I will be logged in to the Microsoft Entra tenant. Okay. Now if I go to portal.azure.com from here, and just to confirm, I have logged into the same tenant from where I was invited. To confirm that, how you can confirm, you can go to Microsoft Entra ID. Now, one more thing you need to remember, whenever uh, a new user account that's been created or new user who has been invited to your tenant has to complete the multi-factor authentication. So before I give some information, let's understand what multi-factor authentication is. How many of you already know what multi-factor authentication is? What is multi-factor authentication? Multi-factor authentication is like an additional form of authentication. Okay. I hope you know what authentication is, right? You know what authentication is. Authentication is a process of verifying the identities, right? So how do you verify the identities? You provide them username and password. So that's what we provided here. Username and password already provided. But it's possible that username and password are compromised. So in order to avoid uh, allowing access to an unauthorized user, what do? We add an additional form of authentication, two-form authentication or multi-factor authentication, one extra form of authentication. Username and password you have to provide. Apart from that, prove your identity by entering the OTP or approving the authentication in the authenticator app, or if you have a gate or something where you have the fingerprint reader, you can ask them to provide the biometric authentication as well. All right. So multi-factor authentication, MFA stands for multi-factor authentication. From October 2024, Microsoft has made this mandatory. So you don't have to do nothing. I mean, you don't have to enable multi-factor authentication. It's by default enabled for all the users within your tenant. Before October 2024, we had to enable multi-factor authentication from for each and every user. After October 2024, it has been made mandatory for all the users. Okay. So whenever user logs in, Microsoft collects some extra information from that user. Most probably it would be adding an account in Microsoft Authenticator or any other authenticator app that you want to use. All right. So whenever I create a new user, I need to do this setup every time whenever I'm logging in from a new user. So I click on next. Oh, let me log in again. Okay, click on next. Then it will give me a, a page information that I need to install Microsoft Authenticator. It's not mandatory that you need to use Microsoft Authenticator. You can use another authenticator app as well. There are a lot of authenticator apps available in the market, like Google Authenticator, Okta, LastPass. There are a lot of there, but this is the simplest one since we are using Microsoft product. Let's go with Microsoft Authenticator. Then I click on next here. After clicking on next, I need to go on my phone. Now I cannot share the phone screen here, but in my phone, I should have the Authenticator app and I should be adding the work or school account as mentioned there. If you read, it's quite simple. It's saying if prompted, allow notification, then add an account, work or school, and then scan the QR. When I click on next, it should give me a QR. So I'm scanning that QR in my Authenticator app. And once that is done, I can click on next. It should send me a approval notification or a number that I have to enter within my phone. I don't know if you can see. Okay. So I need to enter that name here, sorry, number here. It's not giving me the keyboard. Okay, so I've entered. Once I have entered, it should refresh and it should allow me to log in. Okay, now I'm inside portal.azure.com. So this MFA setup is something that every new user needs to do once when they are logging in. All right. Now, if you see, I'm logged into Azure portal. If I go to Microsoft Entra ID as root cloud AZ to just confirm that this is the same tenant where now obviously I don't have access because I am authenticated, but I don't have the access to do anything with Microsoft Entra ID as a root cloud AZ user. If you remember, we only invited this user. We did not provide any permissions to this user. All right. So now this user can log in, but in order to confirm, obviously we cannot confirm over here. It doesn't give any detail which tenant this user belongs to. Okay. But if I go back to the browser where I've logged in with a user who has the access, like Simplilearn user who has the access, and if I see root cloud AZ from here, he is part of this email ID is part of my tenant. All right. What is the type of user? It's a guest user. Clear? So that's MFA, and that's how you work with the external users who are not part of your tenant. Okay, clear, guys? B2B. Vishal is asking, do we need to do it? No, I mentioned yesterday, do not do the land hands-on alongside me. Okay, you can do it in your free time. All right. So B2B clear or no? Quick answers, guys. We have to cover a lot of topics. Hari is asking, an organization, I assume you use org MFA software. It's not org MFA software. What is IAM? Whatever IAM service you're using, that IAM service. Now, MFA is very basic topic, which is included in all IAM services. So if you're using any other IAM service, you're using Active Directory domain services, or you're using AWS IAM service, they already have MFA. Okay, that totally depends on you which IAM service you're using, your organization is using. All right. Next topic that we have is B2C, business to consumer. Active Directory, Azure Active Directory, or Microsoft Entra ID, business to consumer. Now, B2B works when you want to invite users to your tenant. Like you have two different tenants and you want to invite external users to your tenant. B2C works in a totally different manner. Okay. What is that totally different manner? B2C is also an Active Directory tenant, also a Microsoft Entra ID tenant, where you have an application like, let's say, Netflix or our LMS portal. You have that application and you want users to log into that application. So when you are authenticating a user within that application, you need to have an identity module. You need to create, or you need to develop it yourself. You need to ask your developer to come up with an identity module. And before providing an access to the application, they need to log in. They need to prove their authentication. They need to prove their identity. So in that case, what you can do, let me just give you the real world example here. If I go to lms.simplilearn.com, what is the first step that we are asking users to do? We are asking users to authenticate. Here, I need to provide my email address and password, right? I have to enter my email address and password, then only I can log in. Now, this Simplilearn, this is an application, lms.simplilearn.com. This is an application where we are asking the end users to log in. Now, tell me that end user are, I mean, the end users, are they our employee? The end users, like you guys who are accessing our LMS learning platform, you're not Simplilearn's employee, right? So does it make sense for the non-employees to create an account within our tenant? Does it make sense? Let's say we have, like, in one batch we have hundreds of students, hundreds of candidates. It doesn't make sense for me or my IAM administrator to go here and create users for each and every account. We cannot do that, right? I mean, we can do that, but it doesn't make sense to do that. Since in one batch we have hundreds of users, imagine we deliver like parallelly, we deliver like 10 batch a weekend. So 100 into 10 is 1,000 users. I cannot create 1,000 users every month, right? So it doesn't make sense. So we should not be creating their user account, our end users user account, within our B2B tenant, within our Microsoft Entra ID tenant. Or what Microsoft is doing, Microsoft is providing another tenant, which is B2C, business to consumer. So if you have an application and you want to handle identity, that means authentication for that application, then you can rely on Microsoft Entra ID B2C, where you can come up with sign up flows, what information you want to collect from users. Like if you see here, we have given the option to sign up, right? We have the option to sign up. So when you click on sign up, you need to provide your email, what options we have, what things we are collecting. We are collecting first name, last name, email address. So this is known as sign up flow. So you can create sign up flows and all, what information you want to collect. This information will be kept in Azure Active Directory B2C tenant. All right. So for your end users, for your customers, you can use B2C. For your own employees, you can use B2B. Clear? Where you'll be doing B2C and where you'll be doing B2B. Now, how to create a B2C tenant? I'm not going to create B2C tenant. B2C tenant are not free. you'll have to pay, right? But if you want to create in any point in time, you can click, you can see within your Microsoft Entra ID page, you have this manage tenant. So I click on manage tenant and I can click on create a new tenant. And from here, I can select Azure AD B2C. Okay, so this is something that we can use to create a B2C tenant. All right. Now you have to remember one thing, as mentioned here, from May 1, 2025, it's already 1 year, B2C tenants are no longer available for sales. That means if I go ahead and create a new B2C tenant, it won't let me create the B2C tenant. Why? Because it's not there. Okay. So uh, what is another method if I want to use something similar to B2C? You can you can rely on this app registration thing where it is, this one. So this also works in the similar way as B2C. Okay, there you have the option to create sign up flows and all. Okay. Kailashnath is asking who typically uses B2C. I just gave an example. If you have an application, you will be using B2C. Okay. So if I have this application, like we have this application, we are not using B2C, but we can use B2C since we have the application and we want authentication module for that application. Now, who uses, obviously, Microsoft didn't disclose their customer who are using B2C. If you have an application and you don't want to bother about creating another authentication module just for your end user to log in. How does it work in real world? You have an application, you want your user to authenticate. Obviously, you want your user to authenticate, right? We do not have a very simple website here. We have the LMS portal where we have our content. This recording goes to the LMS portal. So we don't want to provide access to anyone who can log in. We want users who have enrolled for our courses. Only they should be able to watch the recordings. So what do we want? We want to authenticate them. Now, in order to authenticate, what I need to do, I can ask my developer to create an identity module and then add the username and password of all users in one of the databases. So I can come up with a database. I can ask user to sign up from here. Whenever user is signing up, all the information is collected in a database. Now, when user is trying to log in, this application will checks the username and password in the database. If username and passwords are correct, we are allowing them to log in. If username and password is not correct, we are not allowing them to log in. But why should I be using B2C? Let's say my company don't want to manage this database. Managing database, you need database administrator, right? You need an extra personnel who knows how to create a database and how to integrate that database with the application. You need a backend developer as well. All right. If I don't want to manage all this stuff, I can go with simply with B2C. So if your organization don't want to manage, you can go for the B2C. Who uses is Netflix can use it. Netflix also has the identity and access management, right? If I try to go to netflix.com, I need to log in first. So Netflix is nothing but an application. So in order to watch any movie or any show, you need to sign in. So when I'm clicking on sign, it's possible that Netflix might be using B2C. There are a lot of applications who uses IAM, and if they don't want to manage their own database, separate database only for identity and access management, they can simply use B2C. Okay. All right. Here. Next topic we have. Any questions before I move to the next topic? All right, Praveen is asking, but you'll need database for maintain paid subs. Obviously, you need database. Okay. You can rely on the authorization modules as well. Different application have different kind of authorization modules. Authorization is not something that you can use Microsoft Entra ID for your application. Okay. For Azure portal, obviously you can use Microsoft Entra ID for authorization. But for your own application, you cannot use Microsoft Entra ID. For that, you need to come up with your own within your application module, you need to come up with the authorization. Okay. All right. Next thing is conditional access. So conditional access is a premium feature. You cannot use it with the free tier. Yesterday, we discussed the different plans and pricing of Microsoft Entra ID. So this conditional access is a premium feature. So if I want to use conditional access, I need to have the premium P2 license. If I have premium P2 license, then only I'll be able to use the conditional access. So what is conditional access? As the name specifies, depends on certain conditions, the access will be defined. Depends on certain conditions, the policy will define whether to grant the access or to block the access or to enable the multi-factor authentic or to ask for the multi-factor authentication. All right. So it depends on certain conditions. Whatever you define in your policy, you either grant the access, ask the user to prove the authentication using multi-factor, or you block the access. Now, what that condition can be, that conditions can be anything. Like you just want to block a particular user or a group of users, or you want to uh, block users from non-compliant device. Okay. What is non-compliant device? Non-compliant device is a device which is, let's say, not joined to your domain, or the device which does not belong to your company. Then on depends on certain locations as well. Like my company, let's say, is based in India, and if someone is trying to connect uh, my application or Microsoft Azure portal from any other location, let's say Singapore, I don't want them to log in. Right. So all these are conditions. So depends on you what you're defining, what is your compliance requirement. You can take certain actions like allow the access or ask user to prove the authentication using multi-factor or simply block the access. All right. Now, if you're a working professional, you might have noticed if you're using iPhone, you might have noticed even in Android. And if you have downloaded Outlook, your company's Outlook email within your phone, Teams within your phone, you are not allowed to access it unless and until you are on the secured iOS platform. I think this is the latest one. So you might see that if you have encountered. So how do they come up with this? They use conditional access for that. Okay. So conditional access is a way, depending on certain conditions, you will be defining whether to provide them the access or not. Now, you're not going to monitor this manually every now and then. What you'll be doing in order to use conditional access, you'll be coming up with policies. You will create conditional access policies. And that conditional access policies, in that conditional access policies, you will define if so and so user, so and so group, logging in from so and so device, from certain locations, allow them or deny them. So that's what you will be defining. All right. But remember one thing, conditional access comes with the premium feature, is a premium feature. And if in order to use that, you need to have Microsoft Entra ID premium license. If I go to Microsoft Entra ID plans and pricing, and if I want to see with which tier or which premium license Microsoft conditional access comes with, you can come over here and you can see that conditional access comes with P1. So in order to use conditional access, you need to have at least Microsoft Entra ID P1. If I go back to the portal where I've logged in, what license do I have? I have a free license, so I won't be able to use the conditional access. Now I have another tenant, which is P2. So I can go to that tenant, and in that tenant, I have the premium P2. Okay. So now I've logged into this tenant where we have the P2 license. So for conditional access, I can make use of this. Okay. So this is another tenant where I have the P2 license. Now Hari is asking why different tenants to be used. You don't have to use different tenant. As I mentioned, if one company should only have one tenant. In any case, if you have multiple tenants, then you need to switch between the tenants. Okay. Here you need to switch between the tenants if you're part of multiple tenants. All right. You don't need to have multiple tenant, but most of the uh, companies who did not follow the best practices initially when Azure was new, they might be having more than one tenant. All right. But you should not be having more than one tenant unless and until uh, you're taking over another company. So in that case, obviously you'll be having more than one tenant. So I can switch from here. So in order to use any premium topic, I can make use of this tenant. And premium P2 is not a free license, you have to pay. So that totally depends on your company, whether they approve or not. But obviously, since these are the security features, your company should approve the budget and you should be able to use the premium tier. Okay. All right. So in order to use conditional access, I need to go to Microsoft Entra ID. And there, if I go under manage section, somewhere I should have the security option. Within security, if I go to protect, you should see the conditional access. How does it work? Conditional access is just a policy. You need to define your own policy. What are the conditions that you want to evaluate and what actions you want to take? The conditions are users, groups, devices, and locations. The actions are allow, throw multi-factor authentication challenge, or block the access. Okay. If I go back to the browser where I have logged in with P2 tenant, you see here conditional access. All right. I might have policy already from last batches. So if you see here, I have a policy which says block access to Azure portal from Malaysia. In order to create a new policy, you can click on new policy here and you can create a policy. All right. Now, I already have policy. I'm going to use this, but let me just walk you through the creation steps. So once I click on new under the conditional access policy, I click on new policy. Here are a few things that I need to provide, like what is the name of policy. So you want to block access, allow access, whatever. The name should be descriptive enough so that anyone visiting the conditional access policy should be able to understand what this policy is doing. Then users, which user you want to target. Do you want to target a specific user, all users, or selected users? All right. You can target all users, but remember, if you're targeting your all users, this policy will impact you as well. Even if you are the administrator and you are targeting all users, this policy will lock you. If you're defining a policy which is locking the access to a particular resource or a particular application, you are locking yourself out as well if you target all users. All right. So how to avoid that thing? If you click on all user, make sure you're excluding one or two users like who are admin. So in case if you want to change the policy, at least you can log in. Okay. So you can add your username, whatever your username is, you can provide your username. I don't know if I have my same account here, right? So I can select my account. I can select. So this user won't be impacted with the policy. All other users will be impacted. All right. So I click on include and I'll just select a particular user. I might have user 01 here. Okay. So this user will be impacted, whatever I'll be defining next. So what we are defining here, block access. This is the user 01. So this policy will only impact user 01. Then target resource. Target resource is something which is the application that you want to select. Okay, so what we are defining, this is my policy. There is a user, this is the target user. So whenever this user is trying to log in, or whenever this user is trying to do anything, as of now, we have only created policy and we have selected date user. We have not defined what condition, what this user should be or should not be doing. That's something that we are defining here in target resource. So in target resource, you're defining the condition. This user is trying to log in. Let's say a simple example for this user is trying to log into portal.azure.com. This user is trying to log into portal.azure.com. That's my condition. So this is portal.azure.com is my target resource. So that's what we are defining over here, target resource. Okay. So what we can select in the target resource, we can select the specific resources like I want to select all the admin portals in Microsoft, all the Microsoft admin portals. So these are all the Microsoft admin portals. So if you want to evaluate for this portal, that means user 01 is trying to logging into this portal. So these are the target portals, right? You just want to target Microsoft 365, you want to target Azure Active Directory reporting, you want to target Azure Purview, or whatever you want to target. So you can select that from here. All right. Now, in order to target the Azure portal, we have something known as Windows API something. Uh, Windows Azure Service Management. So this is the application which is equivalent to portal.azure.com. So if I select that, it says this policy impacts Azure portal. So they have changed the name into Windows Azure Service Management, which is nothing but portal.azure.com. So what we have defined so far, we have defined user 01, target resource is portal.azure.com. Then you can define network as well if this user is coming from so and so network. So you can define that as well. Okay. So how to define the network? In order to define the network, you need to select any network or any location, all trusted networks. So if you have added certain IP address as trusted IP address, that will fall under all trusted network. Okay. You can also select networks and locations. Like I just want to block from a certain location, only from one country or two countries or three countries. So I can select that as well. But in order to define the networks and all, we need to do that beforehand, before defining the policy. So where we can do that, within the conditional access policy, you have one option where you can define the trusted or untrusted locations. So if I go over here, go to the security, go to the conditional access, and here under manage, you have named location. So here you can define the name locations. Like I define country's location depending on exact country. Like I don't want to allow people, or I want to allow people to log in from so and so location. So I can create country's location over here. I need to switch since I logged into different tenant. So I need to switch. Let me quickly go back. Okay, conditional access. Now here, if you see named location, so here you see the option is available. In last tenant, in my default tenant is not, this option was not available because I had the free tier, right? So here you can define your name location. Here I can create on the basis of countries or on the basis of IP ranges. So if I, let's say I have a VPN, I can define, click on IP ranges and provide certain IPs. Like if I click on IP ranges, I can provide IP addresses here. Like only this IP address should be allowed. Only one IP address should be allowed. So I can mark that as a trusted location. So if traffic is coming from this and this IP, that's what we are defining in the conditional access policy. Okay, I already have the name location over here, so I'm not creating a new, but in case you want to create, you can create on the basis of IP ranges or in the basis of countries. So let's say you want to block traffic or allow traffic only from Afghanistan Alan Island, Albania, Algeria. So you select all of your location which you feel trusted or untrusted. Okay. So I can select Barbados, Belarus. So I can select all this which I want to define as a whitelist networks or a whitelist countries or a blacklist countries from where I want to block the traffic. I can select that. So with this name location, you're only selecting location. That's all. Okay. Once I select, I can click on create. Obviously, I need to provide a name. So once I provide the name, I'll get that option to create that particular location. So that location will be created here. Similarly, I created a new a location in my last batch with the name Malaysia. Okay. So this is name location, Malaysia. And here I have only selected Malaysia. So if you see all other countries are not selected, only Malaysia is selected, right? So that is selected. So I can use that. So if I go back to the page where we were defining the policy, here I can select Malaysia. Okay, click on save. So what we have defined, we have only defined the conditions as of now. We have defined the user who is our target user, the resource, the target resource where user will be trying to log in. Then we have defined the network. All right. Then you can define the conditions. So here I can go to the conditions and here I can define whether I want to allow or deny or whatever. Right. So I've selected the network here. And then if you scroll down here, you have the access control, whether you want to grant the access. So you click on grant. So here you can define block access. That means if user one, which we selected here, is trying to log into Azure portal from Malaysia, then you defining block access or grant access, but ask for the multi-factor authentication, right? Or grant access and ask user to change the password, or grant access and ask the user to log in from so and so network. You can select login from a compliant device. That means a device which is connected to your, or a device which is provided, which your company has provided to the user. So that device will be marked as a compliant device, right? So whatever you want to select, you can select. Just to keep it simple, I'll do a block access. Okay. Before applying the policy, I want to show you that if we do not apply the policy, the user 01 should be able to log in. So before doing anything with the policy, let's go back to the users section and let's confirm that we have user 01. If you see here, we have user 01. Hopefully I know the password. So I copy the user 01's credential. I copy the user 01's user ID. I open an in private window, go to portal.azure.com. And before giving the credentials, I just want to show you uh, what is the location from where this traffic is going. So if I type what is my IP address, I should know what is my location, right? So if I click on what is my IP address, oh, it's this. Okay, so if you see what is my IP address, you should see the location from where this traffic is generating. If you see this, Kuala Lumpur, where is Kuala Lumpur? Kuala Lumpur is in Malaysia, right? You guys know or no? If you see, this is the Malaysia. If I just minimize uh, or maximize, you see the name Malaysia, right? So when I'm trying to go into portal.azure.com, my traffic is going from Malaysia. All right. So I copied the username, I paste it here. I need to provide the password. Hopefully I remember it. And okay, this doesn't have the MFA, it seems. It has. So I need to provide the code as well. Okay. So before doing anything with the policy, if you see, I am able to log in. You see, I was able to log in. And this is the same tenant where if you see the tenant name is the same tenant as your training premium P2. If I switch to the, uh, if I switch, you see the same tenant as your premium P2. So without applying the policy, user can log in, right? Now let's go back to the page where we are defining the policy. So we have defined user 01, target resources Microsoft Azure portal, network is Malaysia, condition is same network selected, right? And the grant, the access control is block. I select block and then I enforce the policy and I click on create. So a new policy is being created and I am enabling that policy. Report only will only report when there is such traffic. It won't directly block. Off, you're turning off the policy. That means policy is not in effect. All right. There are three uh, there are three options when you go to enable policy. Report only will only report when such requests are coming in. On, you are turning on the policy. Off is your policy is completely off. It's not doing anything. All right. So if I go here, I should see my policy. If you remember, we only provided the name as block access. So this is the policy that we just created. All right. That policy is on. The other policy which I created in last batch is off. All right. So this policy is on. Now when that user is trying to log in, that user should be blocked because of this policy, because of the conditional access policy. On the basis of certain conditions, user will be allowed or blocked depending on whatever you have selected. Now, obviously, one thing you need to keep in mind, the existing session will not be impacted. Only the next session when user is trying to log in, that will be impacted. All right. So in order to see that in action, I'll sign out. After signing out, I'll try to sign in again and conditional access should take effect and block this traffic. Okay, see, it didn't even trigger the MFA. It's saying your sign-in was successful, but does not meet the criteria to access this resource. What we applied in our conditional access policy, we applied if user 01 is trying to logging into portal.azure.com, block the access from Malaysia. If trying to logging in from portal.azure.com from Malaysia, block the access. That's what is defined in my policy. All right. But if this user tries to logging in from any other location, it should be allowed. Now, I don't have any other location over here. If I have that location, it should allow. All right. So now it's blocked. Now, where you can implement this in real world, uh, tell me how many of you uses Hotstar and Indian Hotstar. Okay. In India, we have Geo Hotstar, right? It was Disney Hotstar, but then Geo took over. So now it's Hotstar. Have you ever traveled and tried to access the Hotstar from outside India? Have you ever tried that? Yeah. So I stay in Malaysia and if you know IPL is going on, right? And IPL is broadcasted in Hotstar. I cannot watch it. Why? Because Indian content on Geo Hotstar can only be accessible from within India. So if you are in India, then only you can consume the Indian content. If you're outside India, you cannot uh, consume that content. So this is like a conditional access. Now, I'm not saying that Hotstar is using Microsoft Entra ID conditional access, but they might be using similar kind of policies. All right. So that's one. Same goes with any OTT content. Even Prime Video, I cannot watch Indian content from here. Even Netflix, I cannot consume the Indian content. Obviously, Netflix is available here, Hotstar is available here, but the only thing is I cannot consume the Indian content. All right. Now people are asking work with VPN and all. Obviously, it will work with VPN. What VPN does, VPN changes your location, right? So if I use NordVPN or ExpressVPN and connect to any Indian server, technically I'm in India, right? From Malaysia, if I use NordVPN or ExpressVPN, and if I change my location, connect to Indian server, what will be the traffic, the source traffic from where it will be generated? Computer only understand the source IP address, destination IP address, all those stuff, right? So if I launch NordVPN or ExpressVPN and connect to India and then try to access Hotstar or Prime Video, what will the application sees the source as the traffic source? Obviously, the Hotstar will see my source is India. So India, if your source is India, you are allowed to watch, right? So that should be allowed. So VPN is a technology or a network which changes your location, which hides your original location. So if you're connecting any using NordVPN to any part of the world, your source traffic will change to that part. So if I use NordVPN and connect to Australia, my source will be Australia. So my whatever I am trying to access, the target will identify my source as Australia, not as Malaysia. Okay. So obviously you can bypass this kind of thing using VPN and all, but this is something that you can apply in your corporate network. Now I just gave an example of Hotstar, but that's not uh, like a confidential resource and all, right? But for your corporate network, let's say you work for a finance company. So for corporate network, keeping keeping in compliance makes matter. It matters, right? Like I don't want my people to access my data from so and so location. For this kind of scenario, I can use conditional access. I don't want them to access from Australia. Why? Because my business doesn't, I don't have any business in Australia, and I don't want my people to travel to Australia and during the work time and access my resources. I don't want them to do. So what I can do, I can simply block from Australia. What I can do, I can create another policy and only allow from so and so location. Only from Malaysia you're allowed. Outside Malaysia you're not allowed. So those kind of thing you can do using conditional access. All right. Hopefully conditional access is clear. Let's move on to the next topic now, identity protection. There's no demo for identity protection, but it's another premium feature that we have with Microsoft. Next topic that we have is identity protection. So what is identity protection? It's another premium feature. If I go to the plans and pricing, identity protection again falls under premium feature. Okay. So if you want to use identity protection, you need premium P2. If you do not have premium P2, you won't be able to use identity protection. So what is identity protection? Let's try to understand. As the name specifies, it has something to do with your identity. It's something to do protecting your identities. Okay. Identity protection is again a cloud-based premium service in Microsoft Entra ID, which helps your identities to log in within your system securely. So what it does, it detects the risk detection. It detects whether, or it analyzes when your user is trying to sign in, that sign in is risky or not. Right? You can do the risk-based conditional access. If the user or the sign in is risky, we can apply the conditional access policy over there, right? You can see the risk reports and insight. You can do the automated remediations. You can integrate identity protection with different security solutions. Now, what it does in real world, it only analyzes your users for their risk. What do I mean by risk? If you have used the banking application, you might know if you're using or accessing your banking application from any other location apart from your usual location, uh, either they will send or block your access, right? Either they will allow you the access by only approving or approving MFA. That means they will send a notification to your mobile app and they'll ask you to approve, right? Uh, if they detects that your traffic is coming from anonymous IP, that means a IP which is already blacklisted. And if your traffic is coming from that IP, that is considered as a user at risk, or the sign in that user is trying to do is risky. So identity protection is a tool, is a security feature in Microsoft Entra ID, which detects that risky behaviors involving with your identity. And depending upon the risk criteria, whether that risk is a low, medium, or high, depending on that, whatever you have defined, block or allow, it will take that action. All right. Now, unfortunately, we do not have any demonstration for this since this works automatically. Okay. So what you can do, you can simply set up the identity protection policies. Like if I go back to security over here, you have another tab or another blade here, which says identity protection, right? So when I click on it, you'll see you have three different policies. If I go under protect, you have two different policies: user risk policy, sign in risk policy. All right. You can integrate identity protection with conditional access. You can also register MFA from here. Now, obviously, MFA Microsoft has made mandatory. So this MFA registration policy uh, is by default require for every user. Okay. We don't have to do anything for this. The user risk policy, if your user is at risk, let's say the password that user is using is compromised, so user become a risky user. If user is trying to logging in from anonymous IP, that means the sign in that user is trying is risky sign in, right? So all those stuff you can define over here. Now, you don't have to do anything. You just have to come over here and define what users are the targeted user. If you want to select few users, you can select. If you want to apply it to all users, you can select all users. And then the risk. And then the risk. What risk? High risk, medium and above risk, or low risk. Even if there is a low risk, like uh, user logs in the regular logins of user is from 9 to 5. User never logs in after 5 p.m. But sometimes, let's say, uh, so what this identity protection does, it learns the pattern that user, whatever the usual pattern of user is recorded by Microsoft Entra ID. So every time user only logs in 9 to 5 from this particular browser. Now let's say user changes the device. When user is changing the device, again logging into the same time, 9 a.m., but device is changed, the browser is changed. So that is detected as risky. Okay. Why it is risky? Because Microsoft Entra ID never saw this user coming in from this browser, from a new browser. So that can be an unusual location, that can be an unusual login, that can be detected as a low risk or medium risk or high risk. Oh, sorry. Okay. So you just have to come over here and define if you want to block or allow access even for low risk, sorry, for high risk or for medium and above risk. That's all you want to define. Okay. That's all. Now, we cannot see the demo here since this totally works alongside with Microsoft Threat Intelligence, right? So what they do, they regularly see the threat um, coming in from threat detection. And depending on that, they consider whether the sign-in is risky or whether the user is at risk. And depends on that, whatever access you have defined, block access, allow access. So that thing will be considered. And if you have blocked the access, user will be blocked from logging in. If you have allowed the access, user will be allowed. All right. So that's what identity protection is. Clear? Now remember one thing, uh, as the information is mentioned over here. In order to work with identity protections from October 1, 2026, you need to align that with conditional access policies. So if I go back to the conditional access policy, here you have the conditions. Within that conditions, you have the identity protection as well. User risk, sign-in risk, right? So all this stuff are already here. All right, clear? Clear, guys? Now you might be asking where in the real world we use identity protection. Every application is using identity protection. I log into Gmail from a new browser. Their identity protection is working and they're asking me to confirm. That means they are using multi-factor authentication, right? So uh, when they're doing or they're configuring their identity protection, they are not completely blocking you. So if I go to the security and identity protection here, they're not completely blocking me. So here you have the control. You have the option to allow the access or the block the access. But when you're allowing the access, you're asking user to change the password, or you're asking user to to prove their identity using multi-factor authentication. So when we log into Gmail from a new location, they are doing this thing. When I'm logging from a new location, Gmail obviously tracking my login activity. If I'm using my regular mobile application, I'm sorry, they will not trigger for MFA. But when I'm using a browser within the same mobile, but browser is a new session, they will detect that as an unusual login, unusual IP address or unusual login. And then they will trigger, they will ask me to confirm my identity using the multi-factor authentication. That's what they're using. Okay. All right. Similar, your banking applications, even your, uh, if you're working professional, you might know that you need to use the company provided laptop for all of your uh, Outlook, your Teams. If you're using SharePoint, you need to use that, right? If you're using your own laptop, try using your own laptop. You'll get a call from your cybersecurity team, right? Because they're tracking it. And if you don't want to track, you want everything automated, so you can use user risk policy or sign in risk policy and define here what you require. You want to entirely block access, just block the access. You want to allow the access and ask user to provide multi-factor authentication, you use that. All right. Now, just for simplicity, I'll disable it. I don't want any of my user to get impacted with this. So I'm disabling it. But if you enable it, it should work behind the scenes. All right. All right. Next topic that we have is access review. What is access reviews? So next topic that we have is managed identities. So what is managed identities? So far, whatever we have discussed, what were mostly related to the user or group-based identities. So you have user and he or she wants access to the resources. So you create their user account and provide them the access. Okay. Now, in case an application requires an access, tell me how an application is going to access the resources. How do you authenticate? I mean, you as a user, how do you authenticate yourself? You provide your username and password, right? So your identities is created within any IAM solution. Your identities get created, and that IAM solution authenticates you on the basis of your username and password or whatever identity mechanism you're using, MFA and all. But in case any application requires an access, how that application is going to be authenticated? That means whatever IAM service you're using, that IAM service should be authenticating the application and then providing the access. We are not going to provide access to our backend services like SQL or storage, direct access to any of the application, right? We need to authenticate that application. So what could be the way? SSO is not the way, MFA is not the way. The way is one of the way that we have in Azure is managed identities. So what does manage identities do? It creates an object ID for your application. And then you can use that object ID to provide access to the backend services like storage or SQL or whatever. All right. Now, if I go to the portal, whatever user we have created, if I go to Microsoft Entra ID and if I go to the users, if you see here, let's say I pick up any random user, Fabric admin. If you see this user is having an object ID. What is this object ID? This object ID is the reference or the identification for this particular user within my tenant, within my Entra ID. Okay. So this object ID is the identification identifier for this particular user. So when this user is trying to logging in as a user, what it will be providing, this user will be providing the username, but the IAM service will identify this user with this object ID. Okay, so similarly, when an application requires an access, we need to register an object ID for that application. So where the application is hosted, if you remember from yesterday's class, yesterday's discussion, uh, application is nothing but some files, right? People will develop the code, will write the code. That code is written in one of the file or multiple files, and that files is stored somewhere in one of the server. So this is my server. In on top of this server, I am hosting my application. Now this application requires access to the backend services like database, like storage. But before providing the access, I need to authenticate this application. So how to authenticate this application? So if this application is hosted on Azure virtual machine or Azure app service or Azure or any service, any compute service of Azure, any compute service of Azure, then you can create manage identity for that service, and that manage identity registers an object ID for your application. That means, in simple term, a user ID gets created for your application. And when you create the user ID, then it becomes quite easy to provide access to the resources, to the required resources. Okay. Guys, is the screen visible? I see Debabrata is saying screen is most visible. What do you mean by most visible? Guys, am I audible? Screen visible? Okay, Debabrata, you have to check your connection. Please rejoin. It's visible for everyone, not visible to you only. Okay. So any application which requires an access. For real world scenario, you have this application, this lms.simplilearn.com is an application, right? When I go to continue learning, when I go to the live classes, you should see your live classes here, but when I go to the past classes, sorry, not this one. Let me show you with AZ-104. If I go to AZ-104, when I go to the live classes or past class, you see this recording thing. Now this is my application, lms.simplilearn.com is my application. Now tell me, do we keep the assets like videos and images within the same server where our application is hosted? Let me answer that for you. We don't. We separate our front end with our back end. Front end is something that users see. You, lms.simplilearn.com, you can log in and you can see, you can interact with our application. But if you want to access any backend service like the storage, like we have files, whenever I upload file, that file will be visible here, right? If I click here, I should be able to see the files that have been uploaded, right? So this application lms.simplilearn.com is hosted on a compute service like virtual machine. So lms.simplilearn.com will be hosted here, but the actual video, the recording of the live class is not stored on the same virtual machine. We don't store it here. Imagine we have running 10 classes parallelly every weekend. If we keep on saving all the videos in the same virtual machine, imagine how much storage we would require. So we can't keep it in the same virtual machine. So what do? We separate this with our backend. So we might be using storage service, storage account. So here we will have our videos. This recording that you see over here, that will be stored in the storage service. Now, my application, lms.simplilearn.com, which is hosted on this virtual machine, needs to access that video. When someone clicks on this video, obviously the application will run that video, will play that video. So when any user is clicking on this video, the application will play that video. But in order to play, application itself needs an access to the storage account. Storage is a separate service. The compute is a separate service. So when application is trying to access this storage, now tell me whether storage will do the authentication and authorization or not. Storage is the service in Azure. So Microsoft Entra ID will first authenticate this lms.simplilearn.com whether the object ID is present or not, the username password provided by this application is correct or not. So all those things will be checked. And if it's correct, then it will see whether this application is authorized to see or run or play this video or not. So for user, it's quite easy. We create the user gets username and password. But what about application? So application, you can create credentials for your application in Azure by using manage identities. All right. So manage identity is the way to create an identity for your application. Okay. I just give you an example of uh, I just give you an example of lms.simplilearn.com. You can take any example. Every application works in the same way. Most popular video streaming service, YouTube. So YouTube, what you see is the front end, youtube.com. You see all the videos and all everything. When you click on any video, the YouTube application is communicating with their backend service wherever they are storing the video. And that backend service is responsible for storing the video. It could be a storage service, any storage service that Google is using, YouTube is using. All right. So in order to provide the identity to your application within Azure, you can use manage identities. Now, there are two types of manage identity, system assigned and user assigned. In order to understand system assigned manage identity and user assigned manage identity, you need to answer me a question where the difference between user and group. What is the difference between user and group? Devabrat, I would ask you to check your connection, please. You need to turn off and rejoin. You should be able to see the screen. Okay. Right. Group represents a group of users. So if you have multiple users, you create a group and you put all the users within the group. So system assigned and user assigned is based on the similar concept. System assigned is an individual identity for one application. So when you use system assigned, one object ID will be created, and that object ID will be assigned to only one application. Whereas when you create user assigned manage identity, that user assigned manage identity is shared across multiple applications. So if you have, let's say, 10 applications, and all these 10 applications require similar kind of access. So instead of creating 10 different system assigned identity, you create one user assigned manage identity, and then you assign that user assigned manage identity to all other VMs or app service or whatever. Okay, so it's similar to group and individual user. System assigned, consider it as an individual user. So when you create system assigned manage identity, a single object ID is created and is associated with only one application. Whereas user assigned manage identity is like a shared manage identity, which can be shared with multiple applications. So if I have 5 applications which require similar kind of access, I'll create one user assigned manage identity. I'll associate that one user assigned manage identity with 5 different applications. And then all that 5 different application will have similar access. Okay. So that's the difference. Now where this manage identity we can see, now we don't have any VMs or all, but I have existing VMs. So if I search for the VMs, it's not only for VMs, it can be for any compute service. So if I have app service, we will have a separate topic module on compute service where you'll get an introduction to all compute services. So whichever compute service you're using, every compute service has a manage identity feature. Okay. So let's say this is my Linux VM OpenVPN2, and this Linux VM needs access to the backend service. So what I can do, I can create a manage identity for this. If I go to the security, there I should see identity. And within that identity, we have system assigned or user assigned. So if I select system assigned, then that would be an individual identity for this VM only. Okay. So I click on and then I click on save. So it will create a manage identity for this particular virtual machine. That manage identity is not shared across multiple virtual machines. Okay, so as soon as I click on, it should, once it is done, it should create the manage identity. So you see an object ID is created, right? Now you can use this object ID to assign whatever role you want. Like this virtual machine needs an access to storage, so you can use this object ID and assign access to the storage. Okay, I don't need it, so I turn it off. Okay, let's wait. Then you have user assigned manage identity. Once this is done, I'll go to that tab. So what it does when you turn it on, it creates an object ID for that particular instance for this virtual machine. When you turn it off, it deregistered the same object ID from Entra ID. Okay, that's what's happening behind the scenes. Now, if you want to use user assign, uh, I need to wait until it won't disable. It's taking a lot of time for deregistering. Her is asking, where do we use that object ID? Okay, where do you use this object ID? If I go to uh, portal.azure.com, every user is having the object ID. Every user, every group, all of them are having the user ID. So if I go to Microsoft Entra ID, if I select any user, every user is having object ID. Where do we use this object ID? As I mentioned when before starting the manage identity, that every identity within your Microsoft Entra IAM solution has this object ID. When this object ID is used, when this user is trying to log into any Microsoft service like portal.azure.com, the IAM service is identifying this user as this object ID. We are not directly using this object. We as a user, we are not directly using this object ID. If I ask you to remember this object ID, will you be able to remember the object ID? Let's say you are this user, Fabric admin. Obviously, you won't be able to remember this, right? For you, for us as a human being, it's easy to remember the names, Fabric admin at whatever my domain name is. So I can remember that. So for me, I will be providing Fabric admin at whatever my domain name is. I'll be providing that, and then I'll be logging in. But for IAM service, how that IAM service will identify this user? IAM service will see this object ID. So behind the scenes, when the data is being sent or received by the IAM service, they will be using this object IDs. Okay. So when I created a system assigned manage identity, an object ID got created and got registered in the Microsoft Entra ID as mentioned here. Okay, so Microsoft Entra ID will identify the OpenVPN2 virtual machine as that whatever object ID was created. So when you use system assigned manage identity, it's an individual identity for that particular virtual machine. When you use user assigned, you will have, you can use that user assigned manage identity to share across multiple resources, across multiple virtual machines. Okay. So as of now, I don't have any user assigned manage identity. So I need to first create it. So if I search for manage identity on top, I should see manage identities, and there I can create the user assigned manage identity. Okay. So I created user assigned manage identity. Once this identity is created, multiple VMs can share it. Okay. Now now I have this user assigned manage identity. I can associate this identity to the resources. So I go back to the virtual machine. I go back to the identity. Hopefully I can use it since I created it in Central India and my VM is in different region. Since my VM is in different region, it's somewhere in US, South Central US, and identity was created in Central India. I am not able to see that identity. Okay. So in order to use the user assigned manage identity, I need to make sure that user assigned manage identity is created in the same region. All right. I cannot see it because it's in different region. If I go back to if I go back to manage identities, I see this shared user manage identity created in Central India. That's why I cannot use it. Okay. If I create it in another manage identity somewhere in South Central US where my VM is, I should be able to use it. So both the identities and the resource who wants to use the identity should be in the same region. Okay, now I go back to OpenVPN 2, go back to identity, click on user assign, give it some time. I should be able to see, just wait for some time. You should be able to see. Okay, if you're not able to see, just give it some time. Come back after for 10 minutes and we'll see that we should be able to see it. Okay, it's not showing. It takes some time. If we did not receive any error while creating the manage identity and we are not seeing it, just give it some time. Okay, or better we go to the identity and check the type of identity this is. All right, we'll wait for some time. After 10 minutes, we'll come back and see. We should be able to see that user assign manage identity, and we will be able to assign it to the VM, South Central US. Identity is also in South Central US. Hopefully, it's in the same. Oh, it's not showing. Yeah, now you see you can see both the identities now, right? So I can select this shared user 02, which we created in the same region. I click on add, and once I click on add, this open VPN will have that identity with that object ID. Similarly, I can go to another VM in the same region and I can add that as a user identity for that VM. Okay. All right. So if you guys have not understood this, let's me go back to very basic. Tell me, what is authentication? Have you understood what authentication is? There are users who wants to log in. Why do you want users to log in? I want user to log in to make sure that the user who he is claiming to be is the same user. So I need to verify. So in order to verify, I have an IAM solution. I need some kind of IAM solution in place, right? Have you understood that basic? So in order to assign access to the users, I need IAM solution in place. Before assigning access, I need to create an user ID for that user. Is that clear? Okay. Now, what about application? Before explaining manage identity, I went to the lms.simplilearn.com. I showed you the where it is. Okay, I showed you this. Okay. So what is lms.simplilearn.com? Hopefully you know this is an application. Okay. It's a web application. Since you're accessing it via web, it's a web application, not a desktop application, not a mobile application. It's an application. Now, when it comes to application, you design application in different tiers. You have front end. Front end is something that your user, your end user sees. You have back end. Back end is something which is separated from the front end because we don't want our users to get the direct access to the back end. Otherwise, you'll be able to download the video and you'll be able to spread the video, right? Imagine Netflix is giving you access to the backend. What we can do, we can download that movie and then we can share it on torrent and all that is known as piracy. Similarly, we want to protect our assets, right? So what do? We separate front end. Every application has this concept, back end and front end. So front end is something which is accessible to the user and end user and user sees application in that form. Now, when you're separating these layers, front end and back end, can your front end, your lms.simplilearn.com, directly access the backend without authentication or authorization? Is that safe? Obviously not safe. Why it's not safe? Front end is also ours, backend is also ours. So when front end wants to access backend, why can't we give the direct access without doing the authentication and authorization? Why we are not doing this? Because when as an end user you click on this video link, a new browser will be open and your video will be played there. So if some hacker is listening to your traffic, and if you do not have any authentication or anything, that hacker can track or can hack the session and can get into our backend, can download all the videos that we have. So for that reason, we want authentication and authorization between front end and back end as well. But this is an application. How do I authenticate this application? Application is not a user. So when it's not a user, it doesn't have the username and password. So how do I authenticate this guy, this application? This application is hosted somewhere, right? Might be hosted on virtual machine, might be hosted on app service or container, wherever. It is hosted somewhere. So if it is hosted somewhere, that virtual machine, I can provide identity to that virtual machine. So in Azure, we have this managed identity concept. You can create a managed identity for your virtual machine where your application is hosted. Once I create the managed identity, that object ID gets registered to the Entra ID. Why it's registered to the Entra ID? How Entra ID is going to identify a particular object? So in Microsoft Entra ID, they create something known as object ID. Like in Windows, you have SID. In Linux, you have some different identifier. So in every platform, you have an identifier. Object ID is nothing but an identifier. How Entra ID is going to recognize or verify or identify that particular identity. Identity is nothing but an object which requires an access. So in Azure, we have something known as managed identity. So when I create the managed identity, an object gets registered. So as soon as I created the managed identity shared user 02, an object gets registered within my Entra ID. Obviously, I won't be able to see it here, but when you are trying to assign the access, since it's not since it's not a user, I won't be able to see it under users. You won't be able to see it here since we are under users section. Okay, there's no separate section for application where you can see the object ID. But object ID is a way how Entra ID is recognizing or verifying or identifying that particular ID. When you create manage identity, there are two ways. So let's consider this VPN2 is a virtual machine where my lms.simplilearn.com is hosted. And this OpenVPN requires an access to my backend because application is hosted on this virtual machine and that application requires access to the backend. So how do I provide the access? In order to provide the access, one way that we have within Azure is manage identity. So when I create the manage identity, an object ID gets created for that particular for that particular virtual machine. When it's created, let's say now I want to assign an access to the storage. This is my storage account. Now that application requires an access to the storage account. So I go here, click on add role assignment, and I provide whatever role is required, like reading. So if it requires a reader role, I select reader role, and then I select manage identity. I select that object ID that got created. So this is the user assigned manage identity that we have. This is the one that we assign to OpenVPN 2. Click on select. Now OpenVPN 2, once I click on review and assign, OpenVPN 2 will have access to the storage. And when application requests the access, this object ID, this manage identity will be used for authentication and authorization. Hopefully it's cleared now. Clear? For you, you just need to remember, if you want the if you want the access for, if your application wants the access to the backend, and if your application is hosted on Azure, you can use manage identity. Okay. Is it clear, Hari? Yeah, it's similar to service account, but it's not service account. Service account is a Windows-based solution, okay, to the similar thing, right? That's a similar concept. All right. Hopefully it's clear now. Now, manage identity, the limitation is you can only use when it's if when your application is hosted on Azure. If your application is hosted outside Azure, then you cannot use manage identity. If my application is hosted on AWS or on-prem or GCP, not in Azure, anywhere outside Azure, then managed identity is not the solution for you. Why? Because managed identity, as the name specifies, it's managed within Azure for you. Okay. In that case, if your application is hosted outside Azure, you cannot use managed identity. Then what we can use? So we can use something known as service principal. Service principal, similar concept. The only difference is your application is hosted outside Azure. So if your application is hosted outside Azure, you cannot use manage identity. You need to use service principal. Okay. Concept is similar. Application requires an access to backend services like storage account and SQL. Your backend is still within Azure. You are using Azure storage service. You are using DB, SQL DB in Azure, but your application itself, the front end is hosted somewhere else for any reason. So if that's the case, then I'll be using service principal. Okay. In this case, I'll be using service principal. Service principal will also create an object ID within that Entra ID, and then you can use that object ID to assign whatever access is required. The only difference between manage identity and service principal is, in case your application is hosted outside Azure, you will be using service principal. Where do you see service principal? Same. If you go to Entra ID, there you have app registration. Okay. So you register your application here. This name can be anything. Can be anything. Okay. I'm just doing a random name. All right. And then once I click on register, an object will be created. So you see object ID. See, an object got created for this as well. Now I can use the same object to assign whatever access I want. Okay. So I can go back to the storage. I can click on access control IAM. I can click on add role assignment. Now instead of manage identity, I'll select here service principal. Okay. You see the first option, it says user group or service principal. So I use the first option and then I search for the name that I use, www.simplilearn.com. So now this object ID will have access, the reader access to whatever service I'm providing to. Okay. All right. I don't need it, so I'll delete it, or maybe later I'll delete it. Let's proceed. Okay. All right. The next thing, then last topic that we have for today, not for today, I mean this topic is this module is Azure Key Vault. So Azure Key Vault is a service, is a storage service for storing your secrets, keys, and certificates. Okay. What are the secrets, keys, and certificates? Secrets are like password. So if you want to store password or configure connection strings or keys within Azure key somewhere, then you can make use of Azure Key Vault. So it helps you to store passwords secretly. It helps you to store keys secretly. It helps you to store certificates secretly. Now, why do we need to keep secret keys and certificate within Azure Key Vault? Why can't we keep it within the application itself? What could be the reason? Now, in order to explain that, I need to go to my GitHub. Okay, not here. Okay, I need to go to my GitHub. If I go over here, first of all, answer me. Do you guys know what GitHub is since we have like 40-50% of people who are freshers? Do you know what GitHub is? Okay. Those who don't know, consider GitHub as a central place where your developers will be pushing code. Code is nothing but your application code. Okay. It's a repository or a place where your developers will be pushing the code. So when you push the code, that code is your application code. All right. So if you see here, this is my GitHub. And if I go to the application, and if I go to the application app.py, you see here in my code itself, I have placed the connection string, storage connection string. Now we are going to use this application letter when we are on this particular topic. Okay. But for simplicity, just to help you understand what key vault is and where you use key vault, GitHub is a place where you will be pushing your code. So this is one of my application written in Python. Now this application needs to interact with Azure storage account. How do I gain access to the Azure storage account? So one way is to keep the storage connection string here. Connection string is a way is like a password for your application to access whatever you have within the storage. So if I provide the connection string over here, then my application app.py can access storage account directly. Okay, you don't need manage identity, you don't need service principal. If you keep connection string directly here, you can access directly, doesn't matter where your application is hosted. So connection string is like a password for the storage account. Okay. Similarly, there are a lot of services like Service Bus, Event Hub. Now tell me, is it safe to keep the connection string within the code and push it to the GitHub? Is it safe? If I just give you this link, try accessing this link. Can you see the link? Let me just provide you the link. You don't need to log in, nothing, just launch that link. If I go to in private window and launch this link, I'm not logging with any credential or anything, but I can see whatever we have here. So if I put connection string over here, and if this link, since this is public, anyone can access, like you guys are accessing. So if I keep my connection string over here, you know my connection string then. So if you know my connection string, what you can do, you can add anything to my storage account, remove anything from my storage account, delete my storage account. So is this safe? Keeping storage connection string here? Is this safe? Are you going to ask your developer to push the secrets directly within the GitHub? Obviously, it's not safe, right? So what we do, we store or save this connection string in Azure Key Vault as a secret. So Azure Key Vault is a way to keep your connection string, your password as a secret within Azure Key Vault. So now instead of accessing the storage account directly, I have another application over here. Where is the application? Oh, I didn't push the application, I think. Okay. Okay, it's here. So I have another application here, program.json. Here, if you see, this application is not written in Python, it's written in C sharp. Okay. Now here, if you see, we are not adding the connection string. If you know how C sharp works or how .NET works, it's very simple. Okay, what it is doing, it is connecting to the key vault. It is connecting to the storage account. Within storage account, you might be having some container. So it's connecting to that container. And then it is getting the secret from the Azure key vault. Okay. We are not adding the key directly here in the code itself. Do you see connection string here or a secret here or a key here? What we are doing, we are declaring a variable. That variable is reading the secret value from the Azure key vault. Okay. So instead of keeping everything within the code itself, we separate it, we secure it by putting all of our keys, secrets, and certificates within Azure key vault. All right. Any questions on key vault? Now, what you can do, not today, tomorrow, during your free time, just go to this repository, go to day one, authentication and authorization. And within day one, I have readme.md file. Inside the day one folder, I have readme.md file. Just follow whatever is mentioned here. Everything is given to you step by step. Even application is created. Okay. Just follow this step by step and you'll understand where your key, how key vault works. Okay. So it's very simple demonstration that you can do on your own. You don't need me. Okay. But I have created this, I have developed this application. It's a very simple application, which is demonstrating you how uh, you can interact, how your application can interact with Azure Key Vault. Okay. If you see, we have the templates here, parameter.json, template.json. So how to deploy that is mentioned in the README file. If you have done AZ-104, you should know, you should already know that. If you don't know, the command is given over here, deploy infrastructure. Okay. Then assign permission. So you can assign permission by going to this. All right. And then you can also see the keys by this command, AZ storage account keys list. Now, where to run this command? That's why it was important to give the tour of Microsoft Azure portal. You can run all this command here. You don't need to install anything on your machine. Okay. You choose bash or PowerShell, whatever you want. Select that bash or PowerShell and run your command. Now this here I don't have the here I don't have the subscription. That's why it gave me that error. Okay. Select whatever you want, PowerShell or bash, and run that command. Do not run it on your local machine, since it's possible you might not have things installed in your local machine. So it's better to run directly within the Cloud Shell. All right. And you might get some issues. You might get some issues like something is not installed, right? If you go to the README file, you should see, no, not this one. A lot of tabs are open. Let me close GitHub. If you go to this README file, I have mentioned .NET Run. So .NET Run is something which helps to run the application locally, but you don't need to do this since .NET Run might not run directly on your Cloud Shell. So you can skip step number 6. You can follow step number 7. Okay, this is for local. So if you have .NET installed locally in your machine, then only this particular command will run. All right. So that's all about authentication and authorization. Keys are changed frequently. That's correct. You have to change keys every now and then. That's why you need to keep that in the key vault. So once the keys are changing, you need to go to the key vault and change the key manually. Okay, or you can use PowerShell or Python scripts to change the key as soon as you are changing it in your storage account or database or wherever. Okay. All right. So there are no questions. Let's see the case study. So this is the case study for authentication and authorization solution. So just go to this link, read the case study. So I've shared the link in the chat box. Kailash is asking, how do we manage certificate expiry? What do you mean by manage? If certificate is expired, you replace the certificate in the keyword. That's all. What's there to manage? I need to buy the certificate first, right? If my HTTPS SSL certificate is expiring, I need to get a new one from the provider and I need to add it to the key vault. That's all, the new one. This certificate of GitHub is going to expire on June. So what are they going to do? They're going to buy a new one and then they install on their web server the new one. That's all. Similarly, if you're keeping your certificates in Key Vault, if certificates are expiring, you need to remove the old certificate, add new certificates. Okay. See, Key Vault is just a place where you can keep your certificates. Key Vault is not giving you some kind of automation where you can automatically rotate the keys or automatically change the certificates. For that, you still need to rely on your scripts, your PowerShell scripts or Python scripts or whatever scripting language you're using or scripting method you're using. It's just a place, it's just a storage service to keep your things secretly. So instead of keeping everything on the code itself, you're keeping it in Key Vault. That's all. Okay. All right, guys. So again, Key Vault is just a place to store the data. It does not have any additional way to remind you or send you an email about the expiry. No, it won't do that. For that, you still need to rely on monitoring system or your scripts. Okay. So if you have a PowerShell knowledge, you can create a PowerShell script which will check the expiry date of all the assets, of all the secrets or all the keys that you have here. You can run that PowerShell script and that PowerShell script will send an email or however you want to notify the stakeholders that this certificate is going to expire or things like that. For that, you still need to rely on something. Okay. It's just a storage service. That's all. All right, guys, case study. Let's come back to the case study. So I have shared the link of case study. So let's get through it. Design authentication and authorization solution. So this is the requirement. So we have a fictitious company, Tailwind Traders, who wants to expand their workforce. They have successfully acquired an online retailer in sports apparel space. The company has also located a partner to outsource marketing literature. Tailwind Traders is using Entra ID for user and groups accounts. Here are two specific initiatives the IT department would like your help with. So they are having new user accounts. The online retailer acquisition will add 75 employees to the Tailwind Traders. All the new users have on-prem account in the retailer's existing domain. Okay. So what do you understand by this? What service are you going to use? The online retailer acquisition, that means Tailwind Traders is acquiring online retailer and they already have Active Directory domain services. The online retailer already have Active Directory domain services and 75 user accounts there. So how are you going to bring that 75 users to Microsoft Entra ID? What service you can use? Entra ID Connect, that's correct. So here I'll be using Entra ID Connect and I'll be bringing those or synchronizing those 75 users with my Entra ID. All right. The new marketing partner. So they're also acquiring the marketing partner. So the new marketing partner will initially have 15 employees who will need corporate access. So these employees already have Microsoft Entra identities in the partner Microsoft Entra tenant. So what service or feature we can use? So it's like you have two tenants, marketing partner, and your own tenant, Tailwind Traders. So here we can use B2B since these are our partner and we want to collaborate with them, right? So we just use B2B here. Then the new employees are located at various geographic location and will need account privileges for their new job roles. Some changes to the existing employees' roles are expected. Geographic locations, what do you think over here? What services you can use? Conditional access and identity protection, right? These two services we can use here to make sure that whatever identities are logging in are protected, right? So conditional access, we can define only those geographic locations from where the access is required. Okay. The IT department wants to take this opportunity to include new identity security features. So whatever features we have learned, conditional access, identity protection, access reviews, you can implement all those stuff. They haven't mentioned which one to use or haven't defined which one to use. They have mentioned all the new features, so you can implement all. Okay. Then the next thing is new application access. So application also requires some kind of access. So the business development team has an application running on Azure virtual machine and data stored in Azure SQL database. They need to securely allow the VM to query the Azure SQL database. How you can achieve that? Manage identity, right? The application is hosted on Azure VM. Database is stored in Azure SQL database. Now this VM should be securely able to query the SQL database. So what we can use, we can assign manage identity to this Azure VM and provide access to the Azure SQL database. Then whenever query is running, the Azure SQL database will identify using the manage identity and if access is granted or not. Okay, so here we can use manage identity. They also need an on-prem server to be able to securely access SQL database without storing credentials in the application code or configuration file. So it's an on-prem server. Here you can use service principal and you can use Azure Key Vault to store the SQL database connection string within Azure Key Vault. And then on-prem server can access SQL database by reading the credentials from Azure Key Vault. So here we need to use service principal plus Azure Key Vault. All right. Why service principal? Because the server where application is hosted is on-prem. It's not on Azure. If the server would have been on in Azure, it would have been easy just simply use manage identity, right? But it's not on Azure. All right. Then these are the tasks. So we have already covered whatever we need to discuss, but these are the tasks for you guys. So you need to diagram the process. Okay. Like what you need to diagram, use the same tool that I'm using, Draw.io. If you just search for Draw.io, it should uh, take you to the Draw.io website. So this is the tool that I'm using. All right. Now here we have the shapes. So if you add more shapes, we have Azure here somewhere. We should see Azure. All right. Now you need to diagram the diagram whatever you want to diagram the process of bringing in the acquired user accounts. 75 user accounts were acquired. Okay. So what I do here then, I go to Azure Identity. So this is Azure Identity. Here you should see Active Directory. Now Microsoft Entra ID icon is still not there. So you can use uh, Active Directory. This is like a Microsoft Entra ID 10. The previous name was Azure Active Directory, right? We can add a text here. If I want to add a text, I can add text like this is the Tailwind Traders tenant, right? I can increase the font and all from here. So just so that you can read it. And I just bring it here. So this is Tailwind Traders tenant. They are acquiring 75 users. So they are running on ADDS. So you can search for ADDS here or domain services. So it would give you uh, some server image. Right? So this is domain controller. So this is the on-prem Active Directory domain services for the online retailer, right? So you can just label it. This is online retailer. Now you want to synchronize 75 users. So what you can do here, you can simply use arrows and all. So I just use arrows here. I pull the arrow and then I search for Entra Connect. So somewhere you should see the Entra ID Connect. Again, within the identity, you should see the Entra ID Connect. Okay, so this is Entra ID Connect. So I keep it over here. And then again, I label it 75 users by keeping text a little low. 75 users are synchronized, something like that. Okay, so you need to come up with this kind of designs, and this is what Microsoft expects you guys to do, to design things. Okay, we can't do that within class. Okay, since I need to cover the theory and then certain demos. So case study is something I leave. We will discuss the case study, but this design thing is on you. All right. So you can use this app.diagrams.net, add Azure as a shape, and you'll get all the Azure shapes. Okay. Then you have marketing retailer, so you can uh, what is mentioned about that marketing retail marketing partner. So they're also using Azure Active Directory or Microsoft Entra ID. So you can copy the same and you can label is at marketing partner, and between the partner and Tailwind traders, what you can do is between the marketing partner and the Tailwind traders, you can create like an arrow and you can use as your Active Directory B2B. If you search for B2B, if we have any B2B uh, icon, you can directly use that, but I don't think so. We have B2B icon. Yeah, B2C is there. B2B is not there, so you cannot use any icon, but you can simply add a label there, B2B, 15 members. Okay, so I want something like this. Once you're done, you can share it with me over my email. So I'm sharing my email ID here. Okay, and then I'll review and give you the reply over the email. Clear, guys? Are you clear how to do the case study? We have only covered authentication and authorization. I was planning to complete the governance as well, but doesn't matter since this is the first weekend. So should be fine for first weekend, but we need to buckle up and speed up the things here. So this is the link, Suresh. Yes, Pankaj.
Yeah. Then in related to manage identity,
Mm-hmm.
and you go to the VM option, okay, where
Mm-hmm.
you created the object ID first
Mm-hmm.
first of thing, and after that you go to the manage identity where you
Mm-hmm.
created the another object ID.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm unable to correlate that because in the when you open VM VPN 02, you
Mm-hmm.
created an object ID,
Yeah.
and after that you go to the married identity, and also you created the an object ID, and
Okay.
you go to the storage and you manage the attach the object ID
Mm-hmm.
from the manage identity. I'm unable to
Okay.
understand that.
Have you understood the concept of managed identity?
Yeah, I understand the marriage identity
Okay.
concept.
Can you answer what managed identity is?
Marriage identity is the ID which is generated to authenticate between the two resources to talk and exchange the data.
Okay, right. How many types of managed identity we have?
We have two types of managed identities: system assigned and user assigned.
Correct. Okay. What is the difference?
System assigned is based on the
Okay.
single type user, and user assigned is based on the multiple type users.
Correct.
Suppose
All
that
right.
we have the
Okay. uh, system assigned is like for single resource. Okay.
Yes, yes,
So
resource.
it's an individual identity. So if I
Yes.
create system assigned, this VM will get an object ID, and that
Okay.
object ID will belong to this VM only, single, individual. Okay.
Okay.
When I create user assigned manage identity, I can share that manage identity across multiple VMs. So I have 10
Okay.
VMs, all those 10 VMs requires the same access. So what I can
Okay.
do, instead of creating individual identity, I create one user assigned manage identity and assign them to all.
Okay.
Okay. For individual system assigned manage identity, you can create it from the resource itself. That means I can go to virtual machine, I can go to identity, and then I
Yes.
can
Yes.
create the system assign manage identity. If I click on here and save, system assign manage identity will be created, which will be associated with OpenVPN 02 only.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. If
Now
I
it's
want
clear.
to create the user assigned manage identity, I cannot create it from within the resource itself. I cannot create user assigned from here. So what I need to do, I need
Okay.
to search for manage identities. I need to go there. I need to create a new one. Here I am creating user assigned manage identity. And then I can use that user assigned manage identity to associate to as many VMs as I want. So when
Okay.
I
That
when I
command.
switched,
That command.
yeah, so that's the difference. So you, in order to create user assigned manage identity, you need to create it like this. In order to create
Okay.
system assigned manage identity, you can create from resource itself.
Okay. Now it's clear, sir.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. So it's 10:34. If there are no questions, let's proceed with the next topic. We'll just cover the basics since it's already 10:34. All right. Those who are leaving, I see people are leaving. I see participants only 50. Before leaving, please make sure you're providing the feedback. All right. Now we are moving on to the second part of authentication and authorization. Moving to the second part of IAM. All right, identity and access management. So far, whatever we have discussed was related to identity. That means we were creating users, we were managing users, we were modifying users, we were creating identity for applications like manage identity or service principal. So we were just creating identity. We were not assigning any role, or we don't know which role to assign, right? We don't know how to manage or how to assign access to the users or resources. So that's something which we will cover in the governance topic. What role we can assign, which role is powerful, which role is not powerful, what is reader role, what is owner role. So all those stuff we will be covering in this topic. Okay. So far, whatever we have discussed is related with the identities creation or management only. We haven't assigned any access to any user yet. We created one user, right? We invited one user in our identity in our Microsoft Entra ID. We invited this root cloud AZ user. Remember at the start of the session today, we invited this user, but we haven't assigned any role to this user. So when I log in with this user cannot do anything. So in order for this user to do something, we need to assign a role. So which role we can assign? That's what we will be discussing in this topic of governance. Okay. So what is governance? Governance is a way to come up with certain control over your system or over your infra, you can say, or platform, you can say. In general term, what is governance? We live in India, let's say, and in India we have certain policies, certain rules, right? Certain laws that we have to abide. So every country uh, will have their own governance policies, their own laws. That is similarly, every companies or organization will have their own governance mechanism or own policies. So governance is just a way which provides a mechanism and process to maintain the access control over your resources, over your applications, over your users in Azure. So how to maintain the control? That's what this topic is about. Okay. All right. So you have a user, that user requires an access. So for authentication, we are using IAM. Now, after authentication, what this user can do? Can this user access the virtual machines? Can this user access the SQL database? Can this user delete the SQL database? So what he or she can do, that's what we are defining using governance. All right. So what is governance in general? Is that clear? Any questions on what is governance? Correct. RBAC access. That's correct. Thing like, is manage identity just to secure authentication of resources or to provide connectivity? Manage identity does not provide the connectivity. That is something network should be doing. Okay. Manage identity does not provide the connectivity. It does not connect your virtual machine to the storage account. The connectivity is a network part. So you need to define the connectivity. We have fourth chapter where we'll be discussing network. Okay. So manage identity is just for authentication. Whatever we have discussed so far is related to authentication. All right. So what is governance? Governance is just a mechanism where you can define certain policies, you can define access control, which user or which application can access what. Right. Now, how to achieve that in Azure? That's what we are going to discuss in this chapter. Now, this thing, hierarchy, is important to understand when it comes to Azure. Okay. So Azure has this hierarchy. Now, what is this hierarchy? This hierarchy is nothing but a scope where you can define the access control. All right. Hierarchy is nothing but the scope, the level where you can define the access control, or you can define the policy, or you can define the tagging. All right. So in Azure, we have this hierarchy. What is this hierarchy? At the top of the hierarchy, you have a management group, tenant root management group. Then within that tenant root management group, you can keep different management group within the tenant root management group. Then management group is like a container, logical container where you can keep your subscriptions. Subscription again is a billing boundary. Okay. So using the subscription, Azure will charge you. Subscription, within subscription, after the subscription, the scope that we have, the level that we have is resource groups. So resource group is again a logical container where you can keep your actual resources. Okay, so this is the hierarchy. Now I'm not explaining each in detail because if you see, we have a separate slide for that. All right. For now, for this slide, you need to remember the hierarchy. What is the hierarchy? At top of the hierarchy, we have the first group, which is the default group. So even if you're not creating the management group, Azure will create one for you by default. And that group is known as tenant root group. Now, what is a management group? Management group is a way to manage your subscriptions. So within your management group, you can keep your as many subscriptions as you want. What is a subscription? It's a billing boundary. For now, you just remember it's a billing boundary. Then within the subscription, you will be creating resource groups. So resource group is a way to keep, in Azure, it's mandatory to create resource group. Without creating resource group, you cannot keep your resources. So resource group is a way to organize your resources. Now tell me, when you buy a laptop, within the laptop, we have certain components, right? We have a LAN card. You know what LAN card is? The network interface card, where you connect your LAN cable, right? Then we have hard disk. Nowadays, we have solid state drive. We have processor, right? So a lot of things, you when you buy a laptop, lot of components you get. Obviously, you don't see it, but those components are there within the laptop. Similarly, when I create a virtual machine, so it's not a physical machine, it's a virtual machine. You can't touch it. So in Azure, when you want to create a server, you create a virtual machine. With the virtual machine, you get the virtual disk, a disk get created, A virtual NIC gets created, network interface card, the LAN card. Okay. If you have assigned IP address, so public IP gets created. So all this stuff get created with the virtual machine itself. So where if you scatter this in different groups, it will be very hard for you to come up with an inventory and all those stuff. So what do we do? Whenever we are creating virtual machine, Azure keeps all these resources in one resource group. So that within that resource group, you can see all of your resources. If I show you the resource group in action, if I go to the resource group, any resource group where I have my VM, this is one of the resource group that I have. And if you see, my Windows 11 VM has the disk, has the public IP, has the virtual NIC. So whenever I create a VM, all this gets created with the VM itself. So if you see the resource type over here on second row, if you see the resource type, it's a virtual machine, it's a disk, it's a public IP, it's a network interface. So when we create a virtual machine, everything gets created. So you can keep them in same resource group. So we'll keep them in the same resource group. Why do we want to keep them in the same resource group? Because these resources are related resources. So what I can do, I can create multiple resource groups like prod resource group, dev resource group, UAT resource group, and keep all the resources belonging to that particular environment in each resource group. So it will be easier for me to manage. Okay. So resource group is one of the level in the hierarchy in Azure. The main way is it's a logical container where you contain which contains your resources. That's all. Subscription is a billing boundary. Without subscription, you cannot create or deploy resources in Azure. Okay. And then the management group is a way to organize your subscriptions. So it's bound to happen that you will be having more than one subscription within your tenant. Why? Because every subscription comes up with certain limits. So within a subscription, there might be limit that I can deploy only 25,000 VMs. So if I need more than 25,000 VMs, what do I do? So I buy another subscription then. Okay. So what is a subscription? It's a billing boundary. In Netflix, when you sign up for Netflix, you need to subscribe to their plan, right? Without subscribing to their plan, will you be able to watch any movie or any web series? No, right? We need to subscribe. So similarly in Azure, we have subscriptions. We need to buy subscription. If you do not have subscription, you cannot deploy the resource. Okay. Let me give you the demonstration very quickly here. So if I go here and I have logged in with this user, if you see the name, Simplilearn at whatever the domain name is. If I search for virtual machine, I am landed to this page and I have the option to create and I can click on create virtual machine and I'm landed to the create virtual machine page. Once I provide all this detail, virtual machine will be created. Okay. But if I log in with another user, like root cloud AZ or something, if the user that we invited, if I log in with that user, if I log in with this user, which we invited at the start of the, oh, I already logged out or what? Okay, so I've got this code 114774. Okay, so I've logged in with root cloud AZ, the guest user that we invited. And if you see this user after logging in, if I search for virtual machine, Let's see. Let's see what it is saying. Can I create a virtual machine? When I search virtual machine from another user, from this user, I'm landed to this page where I have the option to create. I can click on create and I can click on virtual machine, and then I'm going to the create virtual machine page. But when I log in with root cloud AZ, I don't even have that create option here. Why I don't have? Because this user root cloud AZ doesn't have any subscription. So in Azure, when you want to deploy resources, you need subscription. Without subscription, you cannot deploy resources. So this user doesn't have any subscription. That's why he cannot deploy the resources. The other user has the subscriptions. If I switch back to the browser, to a different browser, and search for subscription here, I have the subscription. So if I have the subscription and if I have the access to the subscription, I can deploy resources. If I don't have the subscription, I cannot deploy the resources. Okay. So in Azure, subscription is a way for Azure to bill you. It's like a billing boundary. Clear? Any question, guys? Resources are the actual resources where your workload will be running. Resource group is like a container where your resources will be. Subscription is like a billing boundary. So if you do not have subscription, you cannot create or deploy resources in Azure. Management group is a way to manage your subscription. That means you can keep the subscriptions within the management group. All right. So let me show you the management group here from another account, since that account doesn't have access. So let me switch to the So once I switch and I search for management group, I should be seeing all the management group that I have within my tenant. Okay. So these are all the management group that I have. So if you see, the first management group that we have is tenant root group. This is by default. This is created by Azure, Microsoft Azure. As soon as you sign up for Microsoft Azure, you'll see tenant root group. Okay. This is the top level in hierarchy. You can create as many management group as you want. Like I have created MG01, MG003. And within this management group, you can keep your subscription. Right now, both of my subscriptions are within tenant root group. If you see the hierarchy is like this. You have top management group. Then you can create MG003, MG002, MG001, whatever, right? And between the management group, you can move your subscription. Like if I want to move pay as you go to another management group, I can move it. I can select which management group I want to move, MG001, MG002, MG003. Okay, I can select that and click on save. Once I click on save, pay as you go, dev test will go to whichever management group I selected. Okay. So if you see now, if you refresh, everything is okay. You don't receive any error. You should see your subscription within MG003. All right. So if I expand MG003 now, pay as you go is within MG003. Okay. So you have tenant root group, then you will be having as many management group as you want, and then you will be having your subscriptions. Okay. The question may arise, like I see one question by Praveen, that why do we need so many management group? What is a management group? Management group is, as the name specified, is used to manage something, right? When I started the governance topic, why do we need governance? To put certain policies, to put certain control, right? Now in Azure, we have this hierarchy. So at the top of the hierarchy, you have tenant root group. So if I assign any access here, to any user, let's say this is the user, I assign a full access to this user at tenant root group, this user will have full access over the entire hierarchy. If I assign this user full access at subscription number 1, then this user will have full access only at the resources which is within subscription 1. He won't be able to access the resources at subscription 2. But if I assign full access at the tenant root group, he will have full access over whatever subscription you have within the tenant root group. Let me explain it from here, from the portal itself. If anyone is having whatever access at tenant root group, that access will be inherited downwards. So if I have, let's say this user Imran Khetani at hotmail.com has complete access over tenant root group, then that user will have complete access over Azure training subscription, complete access over MG003, complete access over pay as you go, complete access over MG01. But if I change my access from tenant root group to only MG01, so whatever I have inside MG01, I will only be able to manage those resources which I have within MG01. So in this particular scenario, there's no subscription within MG01. So if there's no subscription, I won't be able to deploy resources. Why? Because I don't have access here on the top hierarchy. I only have access here at MG01. So why do we need so many management group? Is to control the access. You have dev, you have test, you have UAT environment, you have QA, you have staging environment. You'll be having multiple environments. So to divide the access, you can create as many management group as you want and you keep your resources there. Or if you want to go with single management group, that is also fine. Totally up to you. How do you want to come up with your own hierarchy? It's not mandatory to have multiple management group. Only if you have number of subscription, then management group makes sense. If you have only one subscription, then having multiple management group does not make sense. All right. So, and if you are working from enterprise, a large scale organization, you are going to have lots of subscription. In my previous company, we used to have one subscription per client. So imagine we had 1,000 clients. So we had 1,000 subscriptions. So how to divide, how to manage the access control within the 1,000 subscriptions? Are you going to provide access to all of your users at each subscription? If I create a new subscription and my team is having access over this subscription, and if I create a new subscription, I need to go to this subscription and assign the access. Then if I create another subscription, I need to assign an access. I create another subscription, I need to assign an access. Imagine how much time you'll be wasting just for assigning the access. So what's the better way? Create a management group, put your subscriptions there, and assign access at the management group level. So whatever access you have at the management group level, and if you have thousands of subscriptions within that management group level, that access will be inherited. Okay, clear? Let's proceed with our topic, governance. Before that, I'll just do a 5 minutes or 10 minutes of quick recap what we have covered so far. Okay. So what we have covered so far, we started with basics of cloud computing, where we understood what cloud computing is. Why do we need cloud computing in today's world? And then we moved on to our first topic of AZ-305, which was IAM. IAM stands for Identity and Access Management, where we discussed about if we need a service, if we want to implement IAM in our organization or our projects, then do we have any service in Azure? So we have Microsoft Entra ID as the service in Azure, which helps you to manage or implement IAM in your own organization. Now, Microsoft Entra ID comes with two different flavors, B2B and B2C. B2B stands for business to business. So if you have a partner company or any other collaborators who want to collaborate with your company and they want to build something for your company, or you have hired someone to build, but it's generally a contractor, let's say, not a permanent employee of your company, and you don't want to create account for them. So B2B is something that you can make use of. As long as the collaborator has a valid email address, you can invite them directly to your tenant, to your directory, to your Microsoft Entra ID, and then you can give them whatever access is required to accomplish their role or their job. Then another flavor of Microsoft Entra ID is B2C. B2C stands for business to consumer. So when you have an application, let's say this is your company's application, and this application is open for your, let's say, end users or maybe your employees, and you want to manage a separate authentication module for this application. So in this scenario, you can make use of B2C, business to customers, business to client. Okay. Then we saw a few premium features in Microsoft Entra ID, like conditional access. On the basis of certain conditions, you will provide access or you'll throw a multi-factor authentication challenge. Conditions can be anything like traffic is coming from a certain IP, whether should allow that traffic, should deny that traffic. You will define everything in that conditional access policy. If you allow, the access will be granted. If you deny, the access will be denied. If you ask for multi-factor authentication, a pop-up will be sent to their authenticator. After conditional access policies, we went to identity protection. So in identity protection, you have like 3 different policies that you can set up. You have user risk policy, you have sign-in risk policy, and you have multi-factor authentication registration policy. User risk policy, if user is at risk. Sign-in risk policy, if the sign-in method that have been opted is detected as anonymous or risky. So all those things, Microsoft Threat Intelligence works behind the scenes and learns the pattern of user behavior, like what time user logs in, which device user uses. If any of this pattern changes, then it could be assumed by identity protection that it's a risk. And whenever that risk is detected, depending on your policy, whether you have blocked it, whether you have asked for user uh, to prove the identity, prove the authentication using multi-factor. So that will be triggered. So depend on how you have what you have configured in your policy, that action will be taken by identity protection. When it comes to identity protection, you don't do much as a user, as an administrator. I don't do much. I just define whether I want to allow, I want to throw a multi-factor authentication, or I want to deny the access. That's all. So those are the 3 radio buttons that one of the radio buttons I have to select. After IDP, we went on to access reviews. Before starting of this demo, uh, Pankaj asked for that, and I've explained it, right? So what is access review in simple? Access review is just a way to review, as the name specifies, to review the accesses that you have given to your users, right? So whenever user joins a company, you add them to group, and then that group will be having access to certain resources. And then after every 3 months, 6 months, depending on whatever policy you have with your security team, you will be running that access reviews, and then the manager of that group or whoever is the reviewer of that group will decide whether the user will have a continued access or the access will be revoked for that user for those particular resources. Then after access review, we moved on to 2 types of identities that is required for that we can use for application, like manage identity and service principal. When an application requires an access to the backend resources like storage, SQL, whatever, so you create a manage identity for that application. Manage identity is something that you can use and assign. It creates an object ID. Object ID is nothing but the way how Microsoft Entra ID recognizes or verifies a particular object or particular identity. So that object ID gets assigned to that resource where your application is hosted. And then you can use that object ID to assign access to whatever resources you want. But manage identity, the limitation of manage identity is if your application is hosted on Azure, then only you'll be able to use manage identity. If application is hosted outside Azure, then obviously manage identity is not the option for you. So what you can do, then you can make use of service principal. Concept is same. The only difference is in service principal, the application is hosted outside Azure. It might be hosted on-prem, might be hosted in some other cloud provider, but they need access to Azure resources. So in that case, we can make use of service principal. Then we saw one resource in Azure, which is Azure Key Vault. So Azure Key Vault is a storage service which we use to store our secrets. Secrets can be passwords or can be connection strings. We can generate or import the keys, the cryptographic keys in Azure Key Vault. And we can also make use of certificates. So we can keep keys, certificates, and secret in Azure Key Vault so that our application can securely access the secrets or the passwords or the connection strings directly from Azure keyword. It's not a good idea to store the passwords, secrets, connection strings, or access keys directly on the application code. It's not a good idea. That's why you can move that to a separate vault, and from there your application can read it. All right. So that's what we have seen so far. After that, we moved on to the next topic, which is governance. So what is the governance? Governance is nothing but a set of processes, policies, access control that you can apply on within your organization, right? And within that governance topic, we saw the hierarchy. So this is important to understand from Azure point of view. We have a hierarchy. Microsoft Azure has created this hierarchy. Why this hierarchy is created? So that you can manage access policies, access control policies at any of the scope that is feasible for your company, for your organization, depending on the requirement of your organization. Now, what is this hierarchy? In this hierarchy, you have 5 different scopes, 5 different levels. Okay. Now, if you see, I've only mentioned 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, but in actual, you have 5, right? So what is that fifth level? The first scope in the hierarchy is the tenant root group, which is present by default. When you sign up for Azure, you should be having tenant root group, even when you don't create it. So tenant root group is the top level, is this top in the hierarchy. Within that tenant root group, you can create as many management group as you want. Okay, so tenant root group is also a management group. Then within the tenant root group, you can create as many management group as you want. So what is this management group? Let's see that. So management group is a scope, is a level in hierarchy where you can organize your subscriptions. So here I can organize if I have it's bound to happen. You'll be working with multiple subscriptions within your organization. Why? So if you have done AZ-104, you might know that every subscription has its own limit. I cannot use Azure subscription limitless. That means I cannot go and use one subscription and deploy like millions of virtual machines. There will be limit. Okay. So Azure has limit to subscriptions. Every subscription, doesn't matter what subscription you're using, every subscription will have limit. So it's bound to happen if subscription is having limit, and if I have utilized all of that limit, obviously I need to buy another subscription. So when I'm buying another subscription, the access control and the organization is very important when I'm having multiple subscription. Why? Let's say I have this subscription where few of my users are having access and they can deploy resources. So this user is having access and this user can deploy resources, whatever resources is required. Similar to this user, you have thousands of group, you have thousands of users. They have some kind of access to this. Some of them are having read access, some of them are having write access, right? So all the access control have been managed over here. Now let's say once I have utilized my limit, I'm buying another subscription. So what I'll have to do now again, I need to see who is having what access here, and I need to replicate the same thing in another subscription so that I'm not blocking my user from deploying resources, right? Now, after a few years, let's say I've utilized another limit for this subscription as well, and now I'm going for another subscription. So I have to replicate all the access control, all the policies, everything on this subscription as well. So to avoid that situation, what Microsoft has done, Microsoft has created this management group. So instead of assigning access directly at the subscription level, what you can do, you can organize all of your subscription within the management group and you can control the access at the management group level. So once you control the access at the management group level, in future, it doesn't matter how many subscriptions you add within that management group, all the subscription will inherit the same access control that you have provided or you have added or you have assigned to your users at the management group level. So those access, those policies will be inherit downwards. All right. So management group is the top level. Obviously, tenant root group is the top level. Within the tenant root group, you have your management group. You can create a management group like here it's created as Tailwinds. That is nothing but the company name. And within the Tailwind, you have like sales, corporate, IT. Within the IT, you might be having production, dev, QA, UAT, right? So all you can create as per your requirement, whatever you want to create, it does. Azure doesn't want you to follow this. If you want to follow this, you can. Different company have different use cases, so they follow according to their requirement. Like I'll give you a real world example of my own company. So my own company, we have like we create a subscription for our client. So if we have thousands of clients, all thousands of customer will have their own subscription, so that it's easier for us to invoice them at the end of the billing cycle. So what we have done, we have this tenant root group. So I'll write it as TRG. Then we have two management group, one for our company, okay, one for the customers. Every customer subscription will goes under this customer. In our management group, we have prod, we have UAT, and then we have staging, okay, test. So these are, I mean, non-prod, not staging, non-prod. So we have this very simple and effective way, so that whenever new customer, we want to onboard a new customer, we just add our a new customer subscription under this customer management group. So that's quite simple management group layers we have created. Okay. So what management group is? In order to organize your subscription, you can keep your subscriptions under this management group. You can manage for access control as well. So whatever access I'll be applying at this level, that access will be inherited. Okay. So it doesn't matter how many management group I have in my hierarchy, whatever access I'm assigning here, that will be inherited. You can also enforce policies at different levels of management group. So if I have any policy here at tenant root group, that will be inherited. If I have any policy at IT, since IT will be having different kind of policy. So if I have any policy assigned at IT, that will only be inherited by the management group and the subscriptions within the IT management group. Okay. Any policy at IT will not impact the root group, tailwinds, corporate, and sales. Okay, so management group is very important when it comes to deal with multiple subscription. If you have single subscription, you don't need to bother about management groups and all. All right, you'll be having one tenant root group, create one management group with your company name, and within that management group, you keep your subscriptions. All right, and obviously, if you have management group, it is easier to attain the compliance requirement for your company, since I can assign the all company level policy at tenant root group, which should be equivalent for every subscription, every management group, every resource. All right. So I think I already showed you the management group, but in order to work with management group, I just need to search for management group. So in the search bar, if I type management, I should get this option, management groups. I click on it and I can see how many management group I have, right? So this is the tenant root group. So within tenant root group, you'll be having everything. All of your management group will be inside your tenant root group. All of your subscriptions will be within tenant root group, right? So whatever I'll be assigning here at tenant root group will be inherited by all the management group within that tenant root group. So what do we have? What is our hierarchy here? We have Azure training. This is my subscription, right? You can see the type here. So this is the management group. The first one, the second one is subscription. The rest two are the management group. So anything assigned here, any policy or any RBAC role assigned here at tenant root group will be inherited by Azure training subscription, will be inherited by MG003, will be inherited by MG001. All right. If I expand MG003, now we have tenant root group at top. We have subscription that is within tenant root group. We have MG003, which is within tenant root group. And then we have another subscription pay as you go within MG003. Now, if I assign someone any access at MG003, if I assign someone, let's say this is a user01, and I assign access to this user at MG003, whatever the access is, let's say read access. Now tell me, can this user001, read anything we have at Azure Training? Azure Training is nothing but the subscription name. So if I assign user01 read access at management group 003, can this user read or deploy any resource at subscription which is named as Azure Training. So I'm getting the answer as no, that's correct. Why? Because MG003 is a different scope, is at the within the tenant root group. And this subscription, Azure Training, is within tenant root group. So anyone in my company wants to work with Azure Training, I need to assign access at the subscription level, Azure Training level, or at the tenant root group level. All right. But let's say another question to you. If I move this subscription from tenant root group to MG003, now what is going to happen? That user who was having the reader role at MG003 should have access, the read access to Azure Training or no? If I move Azure Training to MG003, then obviously yes. So whatever access you have at MG003 will be inherited to all the subscriptions that you have within that MG003. All right. So this is very easy to manage. In order to move, in order to create, you just click on create and create another management group. So let's say MG004, management group display name and ID, whatever display name you want. Display name is for you, ID is for Azure, so that when you work with management group using commands like CLI or PowerShell, you can call this ID. You can keep whatever ID you want. Okay. So I click on submit here. It will create another group, MG003. Okay, what is the best practice here? Do you need to keep MG under subscriptions or subscriptions under NG? Okay, so you need to focus on hierarchy here, Hari. You never put management group under subscription. That is not possible. Okay, management group is a logical container which is created to manage your subscriptions. So always subscriptions will go under management group, not vice versa. I cannot put I cannot put subscriptions. I cannot put management group under subscriptions. That's not possible. Okay. So always your subscriptions will go under management group. So if you see the portal here, this subscription, Azure Training, MG003, MG004, MG01 are all in the same line, are all in the same hierarchy. That means they are within tenant root group. Okay. Now we just created MG004. Now if I want to move this pay as you go, I can simply click on these three dots, move, and I can move it under wherever I want. Do I want to move it under MG004, MG001, MG002? Wherever you want to move, you select that management group and move it. That's all. It will take some time and that will be moved. But whenever you're moving something at this level, you need to understand that the permissions, the policies, all will be affected. Okay. So whatever policies and permissions you have under MG004, those policies will be applied to now the subscriptions that we have just moved. So before moving, this subscription was under MG003. So whatever role policies were assigned to MG003 would have been inherited by pay as you go. But now since we have moved, whatever policy and roles, access, whatever you have at MG004 will be inherited by pay as you go. All right. So that's how you manage these things. And that's how you create management group and move subscriptions within the management group. You can also move management group to management group. So as you can see here, MG01 consists or contains MG02 now. All right. So hierarchy, within the hierarchy, you can put management group within management group. So that is also possible. All right. All right. So next topic that we have is subscription. I'll answer, Pankaj. Just wait. Okay. So I have read your question. I'll answer. So what is a subscription? Subscription gives you access to Azure services. What do I mean by what does that mean? If I want to deploy anything in Azure, I need to have subscription. Without subscription, I cannot deploy resources. I want to deploy virtual machine or disk or storage account, whatever I want to deploy, I need to have I need to have subscription in place. Without subscription, I cannot deploy resources. Consider it like something, uh, Netflix. Okay, so in Netflix, I can create the account without providing, nowadays you need to provide the payment details and all, but I can keep my account, I can sign up, I can provide the payment details and then remove my credit card. I still have my account there. My account will still be there, but I won't be able to enjoy the movies or the web series or whatever Netflix has to provide, right? So in order to watch movies, web series, what I need to do, I need to subscribe to a certain plan in Netflix. Whatever plan they have to provide, I have to subscribe to that plan. Similarly, you can create Azure account without subscription. You can have account without subscription, but it does not make sense. That means you won't have the option to deploy the services. That means deploy the resources. I won't be able to deploy the resources in Azure. If I don't have the subscription, I won't be able to deploy the resources. So what is subscription? Again, subscription is a logical container for management and billing. So Azure will charge you by looking at your subscription, by looking at your usage. So if I want to deploy resources, I need to have subscription in place. I need to buy a subscription. I need to get a subscription from somewhere. All right. So subscription is a billing boundary. It's your isolation with other customers. So whatever resources you're deploying will be billed or charged to your subscription. All right. Again, this is a level at hierarchy, so you can manage your resources and your access control at this level as well, at subscription level as well. So if we go back to the hierarchy here, subscription is at the third level. First, you have tenant root group, then you will be having or not having management groups, and then you'll be having subscription. So mostly it will be sitting at the third level. So this at this level as well, you can manage the access control or the policies that you want to implement. In simple, subscription is a billing boundary. If I want to deploy resources, I need to have subscription in place. If there's no subscription, I won't be able to deploy resources. All right. So I think we created one user, right? Last time, user 01. So let me just go to the user section. I'm just demonstrating you uh, what I explained just now, that subscription is a billing boundary. So if you see this user 02, okay, user 02, let's log in with that user. So I'll just copy the username and hopefully I remember the password. I open the in private window. I go to portal.azure.com and log in with this user. Oh, this user doesn't have the MFA. Yeah, let me quickly. Okay, so now this user is logged in. So user 02, we have logged in with user 02. What do you see at the home page? So this is the home page. Can I deploy resource from using user 02? So I'm logged in using the user account user 02. And if I search for virtual machine, here we at the home page we have the virtual machine. If I click on that virtual machine, you see where I'm landed. It's complaining that I might not have access or I might not have the subscription. Okay. If you see the first page, it says welcome to Azure. What is it? What it is complaining, don't have subscription. That means this user doesn't have access to any subscription or doesn't have any subscription within its account. Okay. So you see none of the entries matched. That means there's no subscription, no access to the subscriptions for user 02. So in order to deploy resource, I need to have subscription. Now, if I do with another user, so if you see this is another user, Simplilearn something, something, right? Simplilearn @ domain name. So this user, if I search for virtual machine, see where I'm landed, on which page I'm landed. At least I can see the virtual machine here. I have the create option. That means I have some access to the subscription. Obviously, a write access with this user account so that this user, Simplilearn @ whatever it is, can create the virtual machines. Apart from virtual machines, can create other resources as well. So in order to deploy resources, you need to have subscription. Azure will bill you according to your usage, whatever you have deployed within your subscription. All right. Once again, if I go to the in private window, where I have logged in with user 02. Just focus on the screen, user 02, and you see when I search for virtual machine, I'm landed to this page where I cannot see any virtual machine, and I'm getting this screen which says welcome to Azure. Why this screen I'm seeing? Because I don't have access to the subscription. So next topic that we have is policy. Now we have done the hierarchy, and while explaining the hierarchy, sorry. So we have seen the hierarchy, and while explaining the hierarchy, uh, I have been mentioning about policies and RBAC and all. Now we are coming to that policies and RBAC. Okay. So what is a policy? Policy in Azure is a way to enforce something. Enforce as in to mandate something, to do something mandatory. For example, uh, there is a user. Like for example, I'll take you guys. Okay. You're now learning AZ-305 and you might have done AZ-104 as well. Some of you might have done AZ-104. Some of you are directly here for AZ-305. So doesn't matter which certificate you're doing, you're learning Azure. When you're learning Azure, you're getting introduced to a lot of services which you can use for your own use, for your own work. Okay, not for company work. Let's say for your own work. So you're learning Azure. Now you have learned how to deploy virtual machine, let's say, or how to deploy certain resources. So when you have learned that, you have you're working professional, let's say, and you have access to your company's Azure subscription. So you're learning Azure and you have access to your company's Azure subscription. So in order to just to understand Azure, what you will be doing, you have the access to your company's Azure subscription. You can use it to deploy resources, right? What you'll be doing, let's say just for understanding or just for learning, you deploy a virtual machine which is having 64 GB of RAM, 8 virtual CPUs, and so storage. So you deployed this virtual machine. Now tell me, this virtual machine, the configuration is hefty or not? Is it a minimal configuration or it's a hefty configuration? 64 GB of RAM. It's high, right? It's a hefty configuration. So I'm learning Azure. I have access to my company's subscription and I deploy this virtual machine. Who is going to bear the cost? Is it me as an individual user or is it my company? Since I'm using my company subscription. So obviously the cost will be for my company. My company will have to bear the cost since I'm using their subscription, right? So as a company or as an Azure administrator, I know while I'm coming up with governance, I know that I will never require 64 GB of virtual machine for my projects or for my products. I never require that since I don't deal in those kind of project. So I never need the hefty machines. So if I simply ask my user, my employees, that please do not deploy this kind of heavy virtual machines, I'll have to pay for that. Now tell me, just telling them, just asking them not to do, is it 100% sure that they are not going to do it? I'm just asking them as a company owner or as a Azure architect that please do not deploy hefty virtual machines. Are they going to, are they going to listen and I'll be 100% sure that they are not going to do this? just asking them. Obviously, some of them will agree, some of them will not touch. Some of them, just for sake of deploying and learning things, they'll go ahead and deploy. And deploying is not a problem. The problem is they deploy and then let's say they forget to delete it. So they deploy this and they forget to delete it. I'll still have to, I mean, as a company, I'll have to pay that charge. So how to restrict our employees from doing such things? So what Azure or Microsoft did, they came up with Azure policies. So what Azure policy does, they enforces certain things. Okay. What you can do with Azure policy, one example I have given you like this, you can restrict deployment of certain sizes of virtual machines like mentioned here. So I can limit to certain SKUs. I can restrict users from deploying this kind of hefty virtual machines, heavy virtual machines. Why? Because I don't need it. If I need it, obviously I'll make amendments to the policies. But if I don't need it, I can limit that kind of things using policies. Okay. Now we just understood the tag, so we can enforce that as well. By default, it's not mandatory to have tag to each and every resource, but with policies you can enforce that. You can ask user to when they are deploying the resources, you can ask them using policies to provide the tag. Without tag, they won't be able to deploy the resources. You can also restrict deployment in certain locations, like Azure has its presence all over the world. Okay, we have presence in India, Australia, US, UK. But let's say for my organization, for my product, we are not dealing in US, so we can restrict deployment of certain resources in certain locations. So that is also possible. Okay, you can enable auditing. You can using policy. You can deploy the IaaS anti-malware on all of your virtual machines, Windows virtual machines. You can deploy. There's a lot of things that you can do with policies. So policy is a way to enforce certain standards that you want to achieve. All right. Now, where you can apply the policy at any level in the hierarchy. At any level in the hierarchy, you can apply the policies. Now, which policy should be applied? Let's say the 64 GB one that I mentioned is a policy that can go at the root group level, tenant root group level. Why? Because I want it to be applied for each and every subscription. So I can keep that policy at the tenant root group level. Certain policies like do not deploy in a certain location, I can keep them at the management group level, MG01 or MG02. Now let's say MG01 deals with every project that we have in India. So I'll keep the location deployment policy at MG01 so that it won't impact other management group, right? Enforce tag, again, I can keep it at the tenant root group level since I want tags to be enforced at each and every level, each and every resource. All right. So policies is that a policy is something that you can use to enforce whatever standards you want to have. All right. Now, when you work with policy, I'll show you two demonstration in this hands-on is applying tags and policy. So what I'll do, I'll first go and create a resource group. Okay, so you see, in order to create a resource group, you can search for resource group over here, and you can see a resource group, right? So in order to create a resource group, I click on resource groups here, and then I click on create. Okay, when I click on create, I have like two things that I need to provide. Subscriptions, doesn't matter whether you're creating a resource group, a virtual machine, a disk, whatever, a subscription should always be provided. So you have to provide the subscription and the resource group name. Okay, so what would be the resource group name for this? So I'll go for AZ-305 RG02. All right, and then the region. So what is the region? Region is the physical location where your resource will be deployed. So if you see the drop down, Azure has its presence in all of these regions like South Africa, Australia, India, East Asia, Indonesia, Japan East, West, Korea, Malaysia, So we have all these Azure has its presence in all of these regions. The physical location, the physical data center is present in all of these locations. So you can select whatever you want. Okay. Unless you have a policy which is restricting you to deploy resources from so and so location. Now I select Central India over here. Mostly I'll be using Central India to deploy resources. Okay. So I select Central India over here. Now, what we have provided subscription, we have provided resource group, we have provided region. Remember the region is Central India. Okay. Then the next tab that you see is tags. So here you can provide the tags. So what is tag? Tag is just an extra metadata. Okay. You can provide anything like uh, environment, prod, okay, owner, whoever is deploying Imran, right? So you can provide whatever you want. It's totally up to you. One resource can have like 50 tags. So this one resource can have like 50 tags. So you can provide around 50 tags to one resource. Okay. But for now, let's not provide the tag. So even if I don't provide the tag, I can click on review create and I can click on create. Remember, I created resource group with the name AZ-305 RG01. So you should see the resource group in some time here. You see the resource group is here without tag. Remember, we created it in Central India. All right. Now let's create a policy. Let's create a policy. Right now, there's no policy. So let's create a policy. This policy will restrict deploying resource group in Central India. So if now people try to deploy resource in Central India, the policy should restrict it. And this policy will be applied at subscription level. Okay. So let's see how we can use policy. Now, I just demonstrated that I was able to create the resource group and that resource group was created in Central India. Okay. Now using policy will restrict that. So let's quickly do that. So in order to work with policy, I can search for policy and I can go and select policy here. Okay. Now, if I have any policy or if I don't have any policy, I can see over here. If you see on left-hand side, you have all the required options. All right. So you see here under assignments, you can see all the policy which are currently assigned to your to at any scope if you have any policy which is assigned. So right now it's 0. That means no policy is assigned. Okay. Now in order to assign, you can click on assign policy. So if you see here, you have two different options, assign policy and assign initiative. So what is the difference between policy and initiative? Quite important from interview point of view. Policy is like a single policy. Okay. If I want to create a group of policy and assign those policy at once, then I have to click on assign initiative. I can create like multiple policies as a group at once and at one policy and I can assign that as an initiative. Okay. So if I click on assign initiative, you'll see all the initiatives. Sorry. If I go back over here and if I go to the definitions and if I click on, if you see here, these are all the policies that we have available as of now. Okay. These are all the inbuilt policy that Microsoft has created and kept that. But if you see here, the type mentioned here, definition type, if you see the type which is mentioned here will confirm whether it's a single policy or whether it's an initiative. Right now, whatever you see is a single policy, but if you scroll down, you see there are multiple pages that you can go. And if we go to the last page, if you go through each page, one of the type should be initiative. You can see that initiative as well. Okay, there are a lot of pages. These are all the inbuilt policy or initiative that Microsoft has already created for you. You can come up with your own policy as well. Sometimes it happens that even though we have so many policies, inbuilt policy that Microsoft has created, we do not find a specific policy for our use case. So what you can do, you can come up with your own policy. You can create your own policy. All right. So in order to create your own policy, Somewhere you should have policy definition, initiative definition. If you want to create a policy, you click on policy definition. If you want to create an initiative, you click on initiative definition. Initiative is like multiple policies at once. Okay. In order to assign policy, you need to go to assignments. In order to define policy or create policy, you need to go into the definitions. All right. So in order to create policies, obviously you need to be well versed with JSON and you need to understand the different services that Azure has to provide, Azure provides, right? For example, this is the virtual machine related thing. So this policy can audit all the virtual machines which does not have the disaster recovery configured. So you can use that policy and you can see how this policy is defined. So this policy is defined like this. As I mentioned that in order to work with policy or anything in cloud, specifically any cloud, you need to be well versed with JSON. Okay. So whatever Azure or any other cloud provider will be mentioning will be mentioned as a JSON format. Okay. So what we are going to do, let's go back to our topic where we have to deploy a policy which will restrict the deployment of resource group in central India. That means nobody should be able to deploy a resource or a resource group in central India. Okay. So let's go to the assignment. Let's click on assign policy. And here, the first thing that you need to define is scope. The scope is the hierarchy that we discussed. So at any scope, you can apply the policy, provided you have the access. Okay. So if you see here at the scope on these three dots, if I click on these three dots, I can select the subscription. I can select the resource group. Now you might ask the question why I can't see the management group here. So remember, I've logged in as Simplilearn user. It's possible that this Simplilearn user doesn't have access to the management group. So I don't see the management group here. You can assign policy at the management group if you have access to the management group. Okay. So if I switch the browser and go to the user which has access to management group, like my personal user Imran_Ketani. So if I search for policies here, if I click on assignments, and if I click on assign policy, just to see the scope, if I click on scope here, you see I can see the management group. So if you have access, you will be seeing the scope as management group. If you do not have access, you won't be seeing it. All right. Now, how to assign the access and how to see this is something we will discuss in the next topic, which is RBAC. So right now we are on policy. So let's complete the policy first. Now I'm switching back to the browser where I've logged in with Simplilearn user who doesn't have access to management group. Okay. So here we'll keep the scope as subscription and I'm not selecting any resource group. I'm just selecting subscription. That's all. All right. And I click on select. So whatever now we are going to define within this policy will be impacting this subscription only. And within this subscription, whatever resource group you will be creating, whatever resources you'll be deploying, only those resource or resource group will be impacted. So let me just explain this again. So if you see this hierarchy, let's consider this is the subscription Azure training, and we are applying policy at this level now. Okay. So if you go ahead and create a resource group within this policy, then only the policy that within this subscription, then only that policy which you are applying will be evaluated. If you're creating resource group within another subscription, then that policy will have no impact. Okay. That's why understanding hierarchy is important in Azure. Okay. Let's go back to the browser. Within this subscription, if you want to exclude anything, you can exclude that. So let's say I just want to exclude 2 or more resource group, which is for R&D purposes. So if I want to exclude, I can exclude. Okay, that option is given. Then here you can select the policy definition. So I click on these 3 dots and there are a lot of policies. So if you see, there are like thousands of policies that Microsoft has already created. You need to select your own, your policies according to your categories like I only want to work with virtual machines. So I select, let's say, compute. So I select compute, and all the compute related policies will be filtered out. So I'll see on only the compute related policies. Okay. You see the VMs, all the VM related policies will be shown. Okay. Now, what we are interested is restriction of location. So I randomly search for location or maybe allowed location. Okay. So you'll see all the policies which has this term allowed location. So you see there are three policies with that name. The first policy is specific to Cosmos DB. So Cosmos DB is a resource in Azure, a database in Azure. So if you want to impact or restrict deployment of Cosmos DB from certain location, you can select that. Okay. What we are interested here is in resource group. So before deploying the policy, I deployed a resource group, right, in central India, and that was allowed. But right now, let's restrict that using this policy. Okay, allowed location for resource group. So I select that policy, and after selecting that policy, we need to go to the next tab, which is parameter. So in parameters, you have to define which location you want to allow. Okay, so there are all the locations that is mentioned. What I don't want to allow is deployment in Central India, uh, West India, and South India. So I untick South India, West India, and Central India from here. Apart from that, every other location is allowed. So let's say that's my scenario, that's my requirement. So only Central India, West India, and South India is unticked. Apart from that, all other locations are allowed. Now, next remediation is something which we don't require for this policy, but let me explain what the remediation is. What is a remediation? Remediation is a way to make sure or to make that resource compliant. Okay. For example, your policy is uh, evaluating whether the anti-malware is installed or not in Windows virtual machine. So you have, let's say, thousands of virtual machine, and your VAPT team, vulnerability assessment team, wants to make sure that anti-malware is installed on all of the Windows virtual machine. So what we can do, we can use a policy. So that policy will evaluate whether the anti-malware is present or not. If anti-malware is not present, install it, download it, and install it. So that download and install it is nothing but remediation. Something is not present, you're asking policy to deploy it. So when your policy is deploying it, that process of deploying things is known as remediation. We are remediating which is not present there. All right. So obviously this policy doesn't require remediation, but there are some policies which might have this option of remediation. So you can enable it. Okay. Then when you're remediating things, you need, now I have a question. What is the meaning of remediation? The remediation is something which will make sure deploy if not exist. You see this word deploy if not exist. So if something is not deployed, like for example, anti-malware or any other software that you're evaluating, if that is not deployed, deploy it. If it's not exist, deploy it. Now tell me, we are asking a policy to deploy things on a virtual machine. So this is a virtual machine, Windows virtual machine, and policy is going to deploy that thing in the within the virtual machine. So what process is required here? Is the virtual machine automatically will allow the policy to deploy the things? This is the question I have. Virtual machine will allow the policy to deploy the thing. Policy is a separate application. Virtual machine is a separate resource. These are separate resource. Now, policy is trying to make some changes within the virtual machine, install a software. Tell me, is the virtual machine going to allow the policy to install the software? Or what, as an engineer or administrator, what we need to do? The answer is in the next tab. Just see the next tab. What is manage identity? Policy is an application which is trying to make some changes to the virtual machine. It's an application which is trying to make some changes to the application. Think from the security point of view. Is the virtual machine going to allow the application as is without asking anything, without doing anything? Is it going to allow or not? Chetan is saying yes. Mir is saying if firewall not on, then not deployed the VM. Firewall has nothing to do with it. Okay. Or the request is not coming from outside your network. We are within the same tenant. Okay. Policy that we are applying is in the same subscription, whereas the virtual machine that will be evaluated will also be in the same subscription. So firewall doesn't come in this picture, at least for this example. Okay. So Chetan is saying we need to register the app. Hari is saying the policy is enforced. Yes. Okay. You guys are forgetting one simple mechanism, you can say, is authentication. Is this policy how the VM is going to authenticate this policy and how the VM is going to authorize that policy. Pankaj is saying we have to define the location where to download and install. That's secondary. Yes. Okay, guys, go back to IAM. Go back to identity and access management. What is identity and access management? It allows you to authenticate your user and authorize your user. It's not only for user, it's also for application. If you remember, we understood two different terms, manage identity and service principal. Now tell me what is manage identity. Suresh is saying user account should own admin right. Okay. Policy is deploying things on a virtual machine. User account, where is the user coming in here? Policy is kind of an application. Virtual machine is kind of a resource. This application needs access to the resource to make some changes. User account is not required here. Consider it like this. You have an application which requires access to the database. So here we do not include the user account when application is accessing the database. What is manage identity? Come back. I'm giving you the answer as well. Just answer it in simple statement or words. What is manage identity? Okay, no problem. So I would encourage you to please rewatch the IAM section. All right. Now let's come back to the policy here. Now just answer yes or no. Is the basic step clear? In basic step, you're just defining your scope where you want to apply the policy, and then you're selecting the policy definition which you want to apply. In our example, we selected allowed location for resource group. And then in the parameters section, we selected which location to allow, which location not to allow. So we allowed free location, we unticked few location where which will be denied. All right. Now for our policy, we don't require remediation, but I explain what remediation is. Now answer, do you understand what remediation is? Do you understand what remediation is? Okay. So remediation is something where if something is not present, it will deploy. So in our policy, it doesn't make sense to enable remediation. All right. Now my question is, if we are using any policy where remediation is required, one policy that I provided is example I provided is anti-malware, which is not installed in a policy, will evaluate all the virtual machines. You have thousands of virtual machines. Okay. You have thousands of virtual machines. Policy will evaluate all the Windows virtual machine and see whether the anti-malware is installed or not. If it is not installed, then using the remediation option, we will install it. We'll ask policy to install it. We as a user are not going to install it. That's why this policy is in place. Policy will automate things for you. Okay. So it will install on your behalf. So you don't require a user account here. It will not ask me for the user account or anything. So with remediation, what I can do, I can install this software. Anti-malware is what? It's nothing but a software, right? So I can install this software. I can ask my policy to install the software if it is not present. All right. Now policy is behaving as an authoritative application which will deploy something, which will install a software inside a virtual machine. So in order to install that software, virtual machine should be authenticating the policy, right? It's possible that someone outside of my network triggered a script targeting this virtual machine, triggered a script installing a software. So this virtual machine will allow that person, that script to install the software. Obviously, that virtual machine will have to authenticate this traffic, where it is coming from, whether this traffic is authenticate to install, whether this traffic is authorized to install certain software or not. Obviously, this virtual machine will authenticate and authorized, right? So same goes for policy as well. Although this is coming from the same cloud, same account, but virtual machine have to authenticate and authorize to check whether this policy is authorized to deploy anti-malware or not. Understood or not? So in order to authorize, what we are going to do in the next step is create a manage identity for the policy. Clear or not? What I explained when we were discussing about manage identity. Manage identity is an object ID, is an identity for your application. When that application requires an access, we create manage identity for that application. And then when that application requires access to the database or the database or storage will authenticate that application using that manage identity. If it's authenticated, yes. If it's authorized, yes, allowed. If it's not authenticated, do not provide the access. Similarly, for this policy, the policy that requires the remediation, you need to create the manage identity as well. For our policy, we don't need it. For a certain policy where you need to remediate certain things, in that case, you need to create the manage identity as well. All right. I hope what I was trying to explain is clear. Okay. In basic step, you just selected the policy and the scope. So this is the scope I selected, my subscription, and then the policy definition that I selected, allowed location for resource group. That's all. In parameters tab, we selected what should be allowed, which location should be allowed, which location should not be allowed. In remediation, for our policy, it doesn't require, but for certain policy, if require, you can enable this. Okay. When you're working with remediation, you can create manage identity as well. Without manage identity, remediation will not work. Okay. Your remediation will fail. So once the manage identity is created, you can also provide the permissions to the policy as well. All right. And then next, non-compliance message. So in our policy, we need to add a non-compliance message like please deploy in any other region apart from India. So what this non-compliance message will do, it will help user. Whenever user is trying to deploy the resource group and if that resource group is failing, it will help user to understand why the deployment is failing. All right. Please deploy in any other region apart from India. And then that's all. Once that is done, you can click on review create, and then you can click on create. So now your policy is in place. Now remember, before applying the policy, I deployed the resource group in India. Remember? Right? Now let's try again. Now before trying, obviously, it's better to sign out and sign in again to take the token or the new token or the new policy. By default, it should be in effect as soon as you apply, but sometimes it doesn't work. So it's better to re-log in. Okay, so I logged out and then log in again. All right. So now let's try to deploy resource group in central India. So I search for resource group. I click on create. I give it a name AZ-305 RG03. And then central India is by default selected. But if you see, there is the non-compliance message that you added in the policy is popped up. Please deploy in any other region apart from India. So this is affected by the policy. Policy will not allow the deployment of this resource group in central India. But if you select any other region apart from central India, like Canada East or something, it should allow. The pop-up is gone. Okay, so now it's confirmed that using policy we can enforce certain requirement that is required by our company. So we can implement or enforce those kind of requirement. Next topic that we have is RBAC. Now this is an important topic to understand. Okay, so far we were discussing about the hierarchy, and I mentioned that we have different scopes in the hierarchy. Within that scope, you can apply the access control or you can apply the policies. Policy, we have already seen how to apply, and we selected subscription as one of the scopes. Similarly, RBAC is something which will allow your user to give them certain rights. Rights like reader rights, so they can read something, contributor rights, so they can contribute something to your subscription, or owner rights. Owner is like a full right. Okay. Uh, then you have, there are different roles available, built-in roles available in Azure that you can use to provide certain access. In simple terms, RBAC stands for role-based access control. So as from the ZTM, you need to make sure that least privilege access should be assigned to whoever wants the access. All right. So for that, you need to understand RBAC. RBAC is role-based access control. Okay, I see Ram is asking for break. Break will take in half an hour. Okay, exactly at 9. Okay. We'll go for half an hour of break that time. All right. Or you guys tell me, do you all agree for break right now or later? Okay. So RBAC stands for role-based access control. So far, what we have seen the hierarchy. Here also it's mentioned, right? You have management group, subscription, resource group, resource. So this is the hierarchy. Now, who can do what? You will be having thousands of users. You will be having thousands of applications. What that application can do? How as an administrator I assign them the access? So in order to assign them the access, you need to assign them the RBAC role. RBAC stands for role-based access control. So you'll be having roles, different roles, depending on what they want to do. Assignments can be at any scope. So you need to assign those roles at any scope, whatever scope is preferred for you. Okay, you want some companies like to manage the access control at subscription level. Some companies like to manage at the management group level. If you want low management overhead, you go with management group. If you want more management overhead, that means every time there's a new subscription, you assign the same role to same set of groups and things, then you go at the subscription level. Okay. So at different scopes, you'll be assigning different roles, and you can come up similar to policies. You can come up with different custom roles as well. There are a lot of built-in roles by Microsoft Azure. They have already created a lot of built-in roles, but at certain point in time, you feel that built-in roles are not enough, so you can create your own custom roles as well. In AZ-104, we have one practical as well where we show how to create a custom role. Okay. So what is RBAC? RBAC stands for role-based access control. So in order to see RBAC, you can go to any scope, management group, subscription, resource group. So I'll show you that at the resource group level. So I'm at the resource group level. If you see, at any point in time, if you want to see at which level I am, so you can see that here. Okay, it says resource group. If I go to the subscription, you see subscription. So just right before the name of the resource or subscription, you can see at what level you are. So you are at subscription level. So at any level, RBAC can be assigned. That's why we have the hierarchy. Okay. So in order to see where I can assign the RBAC or who is currently having what role, you see this blade. access control IAM. This blade is present at almost all resources, all resource groups, all subscriptions, all management group. So whichever resource management group you are at, you can see this blade, access control IAM. From here, you can manage the access control. All right. Now, if I go back to any resource group as well, you should see the same access control IAM. If you go to management group, you will see the same. So it doesn't matter from where you want to control. I would prefer, for my company, we prefer management group. Why? Because we have a lot of subscription. We don't want to keep doing the same thing over and over again. Assign once at management group level and you're free. Okay. Then doesn't matter how many subscription you add there, all subscription will inherit those particular roles. So best way and the best practice that Microsoft also recommends is to manage the access control at the management group level. Okay, that would be easiest. But doesn't matter at what level you are, you should see this access control, and there you should see all the access. Now let's come back to access control IAM. And here you can see the role assignments. So this role assignment tabs provides you the current access that users are having. Right? All the users who has access to what access, what level at this particular resource group level. So if you see, I'm at role assignment here. My Hotmail account is having the owner role. And if you see the scope here, if you see the scope here, what it is saying, it says subscription inherited. What does it mean? What is the meaning of inherited? What level I am? At what level I am? I am at the resource group level. I'll explain the role, please. Hold on. What I'm trying to explain, plus see that. Okay. I'll explain the role as well. Don't worry. Resource group level, what level I am at? I am at resource group level, IAM, access control blade. And here, if you see, this is one of the user account, Hotmail account. This user account is having this particular role owner. Scope is what? What is the meaning of inherited? RBAC assigned at subscription level, right? This is not directly assigned at the resource group level. It is being inherited from subscription. That means Hotmail account has got this role at the subscription level. That's why it's inherited. Hotmail account is having role at this level. We haven't, administrator haven't gone directly at the resource group level and assigned the role. It was inherited from the subscription. So that's why it's important to define the scope first, where you want to control the access. You want to control at the resource group level, go management group level, go there and assign role at that particular level. Okay, clear? Pankaj is asking me to explain all the role. Obviously, it's not possible to explain all the role, but what are the important role? I'll be explaining that. Okay. Now on the right hand side, the next tab is the roles. So here you see all the roles. Now tell me, is it possible to explain all the roles? You see the number of roles you have, and you have like 890 roles total. Okay. So it's not possible for me to explain all the roles, but I'll be explaining the important roles that you. Now, what all these roles are? If you know, we have storage account in Azure. In future topic, we will be explaining storage account as well. So if you just search for that particular service like storage, so some roles are storage related roles. Some roles are, we have seen key vault, right? Some roles are key vault related roles. So if I just type key vault and search for it, I should see the key vault related role somewhere. So similarly for database, you'll be having certain roles. For virtual machines, you'll be having certain roles. So you'll be having different roles depending on that particular service. Now, which roles are important for you to understand from the exam point of view and from the interview point of view are these roles? Owner, contributor, reader, and there's one more role with the name user administrator or user access administrator. Okay, so let me just search for that. Okay, this one. All right. So let me just explain these roles and then we can go on break. I'll take 5 minutes to explain these roles. Quite simple. Owner, as the name specifies, you can do whatever you want. So if someone is having owner role, that means he or she can do whatever he or she want to do with that particular subscription or that particular management group. So understand, if I give someone the manage owner role at the management group level, he can do whatever he wants at all the subscription within that management group. So if you have thousands of subscriptions within this particular management group and you give someone owner role, he gets the owner role of on all that thousand subscription, at the end on all the resource group, at the end on all the resources. So owner is like administrator in Windows. Say he or she can do whatever they want. Okay. If any point in time you don't understand what this particular role is doing, you can read the description here. So what this description says, grants full access to manage all resources. So he or she can do whatever they want, right? Next, contributor. So what is contributor? It is also similar to owner if you see. Grants full access to manage all resources, but does not allow you to assign roles in Azure RBAC. What does it mean? So let's take an example here. You have user 01, you have user 02. User 01 is owner and user 02 is contributor. Okay, now there is another user coming in, joining in today. Now this user needs an access to virtual machine or resource group, whatever. So owner can assign access to this user 03 to any resources he wants. Whereas contributor cannot do that. So that's the only difference. Owner, full access, can assign or invite any other user as well. Not invite, but can assign access to other users as well to any of the resources. Whereas contributor can do everything, can delete resource, can manage resource, can create resource. The uh, only thing that contributor cannot do is assign access to other resource, other users. That's the only difference. All right. Next, reader, quite simple as the name specifies. If user 03 is a reader, he can read everything but cannot modify, cannot delete, cannot do anything else. Okay. The last role that I mentioned was user access administrator. So if someone is having user access administrator, he or she can assign access to any other user. So if I am UAA, user access administrator, I can assign any role to third user, any role, whatever role they need. So tell me now, if someone is having contributor and user access administrator both, what is going to happen? He will become owner, right? He is contributor. He can do anything, whatever he wants to do. Plus, he's getting another role, user access administrator. That means user access administrator gives the ability to this user to assign any role to any other user. Okay, so these are the four roles that you should be aware of and quite important from the exam point of view, from the interview point of view. And any confusion on these roles, you just need to remember four roles as of now: owner, contributor, reader, and user access administrator. Owner, like administrator, can do whatever he wants. Contributor, like similar to owner, but doesn't have the ability to assign access to other users. Reader, as the name specifies, can read whatever he or she wants to read. User access administrator has the ability to assign access to other users. So if I am user access administrator, I can assign any role to any other user, whatever role he or she wants. Like he wants to manage virtual machine, so I can provide virtual machine administrator role to this user if I am a user access administrator. All right, clear? Clear, guys? But if someone is having contributor and user access administrator, that's like equivalent to owner. Okay. All right. Now tell me, I have a question. I get an owner role. can I create a new user in Microsoft Entra ID? I got an owner role. See, if I go back to the role assignments here, my account, Hotmail account got the owner role. Can I create a user account when I have the Hotmail account? I mean, if I have the owner role, can I create the user account? People are saying yes. Okay, now here it comes. Here you need to understand in Microsoft Azure, there are two types of roles. Okay, RBAC roles. So whatever we have discussed so far, owner, contributor, user access administrator, reader, these are related to RBAC. Okay, RBAC is mostly for managing the resources. So I can only manage the resource if I have the RBAC role. I cannot manage the Microsoft Entra ID. Remember this thing. Okay. Microsoft Entra ID, user creation, user deletion is part of which? Is part of governance, or is it part of IAM, Entra ID? It's part of Entra ID. Okay. So there are two types of roles in Azure, RBAC role and the Microsoft Entra ID role. So in order to work with Microsoft Entra ID, I need to go to Microsoft Entra ID. And here also, if you see, there are roles and administrators tab. If I want to work with Microsoft Entra ID, there are separate roles. If I want to work with resources, there are separate roles. Okay. So which role is important in Microsoft Entra ID? Similar to RBAC role, there are a lot of roles again available here. Okay. It's not possible to go through each and every role, but which roles are important for you to understand is global administrator. So global administrator is like full access at your Microsoft Entra ID. So if you have global administrator role, that means you can do whatever you want to do. Okay. If you have the global reader role, you can read whatever you want, but you cannot modify anything. So if you get global administrator plus owner, then you have full access at the tenant plus at the governance level. Okay, at the RBAC level. So you can manage resources, you can do whatever you want. Similarly, if you're a global administrator, you can do whatever you want at the tenant level, at the Microsoft Entra ID level. Okay. Apart from that, there are a few roles that you should know is password reset administrator. So if you see somewhere you have password administrator, which gives you access to reset password. So if there is a help desk team who just need to reset the password, then you can provide this role to them, help desk team, right? Then there is user administrator role, similar to user access administrator. So if you want someone to manage the assignment of user roles in Microsoft Entra ID, then this role is something that you can assign. Okay. Just remember there are two roles in Azure, RBAC role and Microsoft Entra ID roles. Four roles, four important roles that you should know from RBAC side: owner, contributor, user access administrator, and reader. Main roles in Microsoft Entra ID is global administrator. It's like full role, full access at Entra ID level. Global reader, full reading capabilities. User administrator, similar to user access administrator, but at the Entra side level, at the Entra tenant level. That means if I have user administrator role, I can assign whatever role I want at the tenant level. Okay, I can assign someone password administrator role, someone global administrator, someone whatever, as per their requirement. Clear? The last topic that we have about governance is landing zones. Now, whatever we have discussed so far, management group, subscription, resource group, tagging, policy, RBAC. So out of this, tagging, policy, RBAC are the three important features that helps you to achieve the governance. The rest is just the hierarchy. Okay. Rest, like subscription, resource group, and resource is nothing but the hierarchy. This actually won't help you to implement the governance. To implement the governance, you have tag, policy, and RBAC. right? So using policy, we can restrict certain things and we can make sure that we are meeting our compliance requirement. Using tag, we can organize our cost or automation, and using RBAC, we can organize or maintain our access control. So what is this last topic? This landing zone is a is a concept where you can create your Azure platform. You can maintain or configure your Azure platform before landing your workload. That's the only meaning of landing zone. Okay, like for example, I want to land a airplane in my city, so I need to build a airport first. So that airport, within that airport, we have runway. So runway is nothing but the landing zone for that airplane, right? Similarly, if I want to, let's say, uh, have a shop in my mall. So I need to first build entire mall, and then within that mall we will have different area, square feet of shops, and according to the requirement of the users or of the shop owner, they will buy their own shop. So in order to make sure that shop is available, we need to first build entire mall first. Similarly, in the airport terminology, we need to make sure the runway is there so that my plane can land. Similarly, in Azure, we have a landing zone concept where you can define all of your policies, define all of your RBAC rules, define your ARM template, define everything, and then deploy your application. Then bring your application. Okay. So landing zone is just a concept in Azure where you can prepare Azure platform before landing your workload. So how to prepare? Obviously, you need to define the policies that you want to come up with. You need to define who will have what roles. You need to define if you want to use tags and all, right? So in Azure, a simple everything is blended into this, and you can create your own landing zone. So in Azure, we call this as blueprints. So if I go to blueprints, and there you can see uh, you can create a blueprint, and there you can see all the landing zones. Okay, you can start scratch and you can define your own policies, or Azure has given you some samples like foundational landing zone, migration landing zone, okay, common policies that it's like a best practice policies that you should be using. If your company wants to be ISO 27001 compliance, then you can use this landing zone. If your company wants to be have a shared services, right? If you want to create resource group with certain RBAC, so you can create this kind of landing zone. So if I select the foundation one, I'm just showing you this is nothing but the best practice landing zone that Azure has created. So you just have to give it a name, like for example, foundation landing zone. Okay. And then where you want this location to be. So you can select management group or subscription. So I'll select subscription here. Okay. I don't see management group since this user, Simplilearn user doesn't have access to that. Next, in the artifact tab, you can define all of the policies. So within subscription, if you expand, you see this policies, append cost center tag. So tag will be mandatory. Tag will be mandatory for resource group. You're enabling monitoring. You will define allowed locations for your resources. You will define allowed locations for resource groups. So these are nothing but all the policies. So what landing zone is, come up with whatever policy you want. If you want to add any policy letter, you can add that as well. Like click on add artifact, select artifact type policy, then select what policy you want to add, whatever you want to do. Okay. So that policy is added. So what we are doing with landing zone, we are making sure that we are compliant. Since we are asking people to add tags, so whenever people are creating resources, they will make sure that tag is assigned, since this policy will make it mandatory. Then we are enabling monitoring for all of our resources. We are defining which location to deploy the resources in. So these are all the policies. You can add as many policies as you want. Apart from that, you're creating a resource group for shared services. So a resource group will be created where keyword will be deployed, log analytics will be deployed, right? Another resource group will be created where all of your virtual networks will be deployed. another resource group where you will be having identity service. So if you have a domain controller or any other identity service, you can deploy it there. And then when everything is deployed, there is an additional resource group where you'll be deploying your first application. All right. So landing zone is just a way or a way where you're blending or adding all of the stuff that we have learned today. Like we are creating resource groups, we are making the tag mandatory, we are applying certain policies that require for our compliance, then we are providing the RBAC role. So landing zone is just a logical, you can say a logical way of making sure that your infrastructure is ready, your platform is ready before you start adding the application. All right, if I want to provide any RBAC role at any point at, let's say, this resource group, so I can select the artifact type role assignment, and I can provide owner role to any user or any group, or I can add it later as well once the resource group is created. All right. So that's something that you can define beforehand before bringing your application. Now, initially, when people started using Azure, this concept was not there, but uh, Microsoft introduced it very in a year or so when Azure was there. So initially, people were not aware of this landing zone thing, so they started deploying resources without considering the compliance and all. So blueprint is a way where you can define your landing zone first. And once you have defined your landing zone, you can bring your application. Remember, landing zone is to be done before bringing your workload. Once you have deployed your workload, after that, if you are bringing the landing zone, you can still bring it, but that's not how it should be working. All right, landing zone should be created first. It's like, just consider it's like your plane. In order to land the airplane, you first need to have runway. If you do not have runway, you cannot land your plane. Right. So similarly, landing zone is something that you should be creating first or deploying or making sure it's ready first before you bring your resources. All right. So that's about a landing zone. Yeah, you can create custom landing zone, whatever you want whatever you want. So you just need to go to blueprint and there you need to click on create. Okay. Here you can define whatever you want. I selected the foundation one. You have the option to start with the blank. Okay. Just name it, provide the location, the definition location, and start adding your artifacts. So I'll add what I want. I want policy, I want role, I want ARM template, or I want resource group, whatever I want. So if I want policy, I select policy from here. Add, then again add artifact policy, then I add again another policy, whatever I want. Okay. So you can select your own blueprint, your own landing zone as well. Debabrata is asking what is the use of landing zone in real scenario. Okay. Have you understood what landing zone is? Forget about what is the use as of now. Have you understood what landing zone is? All right. So what we are doing in landing zone, we are just defining the policies. We are just defining the RBAC. Have you understood what is the requirement or use case of policy RBAC in real world? To meet compliance, you need to meet compliance. What landing zone is giving, landing zone, what we are doing in landing zone, we are just comprising or blending all this thing into one thing. Instead of doing this separately every now and then, what we are doing, we are creating a landing zone and we are adding all this stuff at once. So if you're adding all this stuff at once, and after adding all this stuff and creating landing zone, once you're deploying your resources, you're deploying VM, storage account, or whatever. Now tell me, these resources will be compliant to your requirement or no? This resource will be compliant to your requirement or no? They will be compliant, right? So what is the use of landing zone? To make sure that whatever we are deploying is compliant. So next year when there is auditing, auditor will come to know that whatever we are doing is compliant to whatever certificate we want, whatever compliance requirement we want to meet. So landing zone is just a logical thing where you're just comprising all of your policies that you want into one landing zone. So at future point in time, if you want to see all the policy, you can see all at in central place. What is assigned, what is not assigned. Okay. All right. So this is what landing zone is. So when I deploy any resource, that resource will be compliant to whatever I'm defining over here. Now, every company will have their own requirement. Every company will have their own compliance requirement. So depending on your compliance requirement, you'll be adding policies over here. Whenever people are deploying resources, that resource should already be compliant. Why it's compliant? Because if that resource is not meeting certain policy, the landing zone will not allow that user to deploy that particular resource without meeting the compliance, whatever you have defined here. Okay. Mustaq is asking this foundation landing zone. Foundation landing zone is just for you to understand what landing zone is. I'm not saying that you need to apply the foundation landing zone at your organization. Okay. You need to understand first what landing zone is. Landing zone is a blueprint of your Azure platform, of your cloud platform. Within that blueprint, you're defining what I should be deploying, what I should not be deploying. So if I go here, I can define the location. This is my subscription where landing zone is being applied. I click on next artifact, and here I'm defining what policies I want to deploy. So I select all the policies. For example, I don't want to deploy high configuration virtual machine. So I restrict that using a policy. I want to make sure that tagging is in place. So I select any policy related to tag. I select that and I add tag over there. So what I'm doing here, I'm preparing my platform. This is my Azure platform. I'm adding certain restriction. So and so VM is not allowed. So and so location is not allowed. So and so uh, skew is not allowed, making sure monitoring is enabled, making sure we have shared services. So everything is defined here as a landing zone. Landing zone is not a physical thing which I can touch and see. Okay. Now, once I have defined all these things, then my team, whoever is responsible for deploying resources, when they start deploying the resources, that resource will be evaluated against all this policy and all this requirement which is defined over here. If it's meeting that policies and that requirement, then only the resource deployment will be allowed. If it's not meeting, it will throw some error and ask the user to fix, and then user will deploy. Okay. So why we want to do that? Because we want to make sure that whatever resources is being deployed is compliant to the requirement. Okay. That's what the meaning of landing zone. Foundation landing zone is not to start a project. It's just an example how you can use landing zones in real world. All right. Hari is asking, is not it where the traffic enters? See, traffic is a network part, right? Landing zone is just definition of policies and all where you're defining everything. Now, where traffic will enter, that will define at your network level. These are not the network related policy. These are the governance related policies. Okay. Suresh is saying, okay, you means to say if I select 27,001, the compliance will meet according to 27,001, or else it won't allow us to create as we like. In 27,001, what is defined? What is required to meet that particular certificate, that particular ISO certificate? So if I select that, there will be certain policy which Microsoft has already defined. Okay. So first I select the resource name and the subscription. And when I go to the artifacts, what Microsoft has done, Microsoft has added certain policy which will make sure you're meeting ISO 27001. So whatever is defined in that policy, when you're deploying your resource, if that meeting that criteria, you're allowed to deploy. If it's not meeting that criteria, it won't be allowed. So if the resource is not deployed, obviously the auditing is not in the question here. Okay. If resource is deployed and it's not meeting certain criteria, then you're not compliant. Your whatever you're doing is non-compliant. And when ISO team comes to audit your organization or your platform, they'll see that you're not compliant. So if you're using this, then it will make sure this landing zone will make sure that whatever resource you're using is compliant to this particular policy, whatever is defined in that policy. Okay. Landing zone, you can assign at the subscription or the management group level. So it's nothing but policies, RBAC and everything. It's not something fancy or something new or something a physical resource that you're deploying. It's not a physical resource, a logical thing. Okay. So if you see the definition location here, this is nothing but the scope. You can keep it at management group, at subscription, at resource group. Okay, mostly you'll be keeping it at management group and subscription, not at the resource group. Okay. It's similar to what you do with policy. With policy, what you're doing, where you can apply your policy at management group or at subscription. Same thing with the blueprint. Same thing with the landing zone. Okay. That's correct, Pankaj. It's like a predefined rules or predefined rules or conditions that this is defined over there. And when you're deploying your resources, those conditions will be evaluated. If your resources are meeting those conditions, resources will be allowed to deploy. If not, resources won't be deployed. There would be some error. Like I'm trying to deploy resource group right now and it's not allowing me, right? Why it's not allowing me? If I click on create resource group and I put it in central India, it's not allowing me to deploy. Why? What is the reason? Why it's not allowing me? Because what I'm trying to do is non-compliant to my organization. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to deploy something at central India which is non-compliant to my organization. That's why I'm not allowed to do. Similarly, landing zone will do the same thing. It's not something new. It's not something different. Okay, it's just that you're blending your policies with your RBAC and with the if you want to deploy anything in pre-hand, you can use ARM template and all to deploy things. Okay, so all these things are blended together and it's called as landing zone. That's all. Okay, clear? If I want to be compliant, I just change the location. That's all. And now I'm compliant. Okay, so case study is very simple for this. So if you can open this and go to governance. So here we have the case study. So I just added the link here. Okay, so what this case study is doing, I know this case study is asking you to design a governance solution for your company. So let's read through it. So Tailwind Traders, again, this is the fictitious company that we will be using, and Microsoft uses this name for defining anything, right? So Tailwind Traders is planning on making some significant changes to their governance solution. They have asked for your assistance with recommendations and questions. Here are the specific requirements. Cost and accounting, Tailwind Traders has two main business units that handle apparel and sporting goods. Each of the business unit consists of three departments: product development, marketing, and sales. Each business unit and sub-unit will be responsible for tracking their Azure spend. At the same time, the enterprise IT team will be responsible for providing company-wide Azure cost reporting. Another project, new development project. The company has a new development project for customer feedback. The CFO wants to ensure all costs associated with the project are captured. For the testing phase, workload should be hosted on lower cost virtual machine. The virtual machine should be named to indicate they are part of the project. Any instance of the non-compliance with the resource consistency rules should be automatically identified. So these are the tasks. So for cost and accounting, what are the different ways Tailwind traders could organize their subscription and management group, which would be the best to meet their requirement? Design two alternative hierarchy and explain your decision making process. So what you need to do here is you just need to come up with the management group hierarchy for cost and accounting for this Tailwind traders. Okay. So what they have mentioned is you need to come up with two alternative hierarchy and explain your decision making process. Then for the new development project, what are the different ways Tailwind traders could track cost for the new development project? How are you ensuring compliance with the requirements of virtual machine sizing? Propose at least two ways of meeting the requirements. Explain your final decision. So in simple, you just need to come up with a management group strategy. Okay, how you'll be defining the management group. So what I'll be doing is the main tenant root group. Obviously, you'll be having it behind within that tenant root group. I'll be creating a management group with Tailwind traders. Then it's totally up to you. You can divide it as per the unit, business unit, apparel and sporting goods, or you can keep everything in same business unit and divide it on the subscription level. Okay, so what I'll be doing here, apparel, this is one management group, and then sporting unit, this is another management group. Then within this business unit you have three department: product development, marketing and sales. Each business unit has this department. Okay, so what you can do, you can again create three management group if you want, total six, right? So here you will be having product development, here you will be having marketing, here you'll be having sales. Similar here, product development, marketing, and sales. And then you will be having each subscription depending on what subscription they need. Since subscription is not mentioned over here, okay? Since they are saying that each business unit and subunit will be responsible for tracking the Azure spend, so it's better to have a separate subscription for each, or else you can have a single subscription. And if you are having single subscription, you don't need to have three different management groups over here. So another strategy could be like this: tenant root group, Tailwind traders, and then two business unit, apparel and sporting, apparel and sporting, and then you can have one subscription each. Okay, within each subscription, in order to track the cost, you can use tags and all. Okay, in order to separate the top. If you're going with single subscription, but here they mention that each subunit will be responsible for tracking their Azure spend. So it's better to divide them into three different subscription, which will be easier for you. Why it will be easier? Because one subscription will have cost and you can simply put that in their cost center, right? So I can have three subscription, like this is for product development, this is for marketing, this is for sales. Similarly, in a sporting unit, I'll have three different subscriptions. So either you can divide them in three different management group, then have one subscription each, or you can simply put subscription within the main management group. All right. So these are the two different hierarchy you can come up with. That's totally up to you which you want to go. Okay. Now, in new development project, what are different ways Tailwind traders could track the cost? So again, you can have a new management group here for new development project. I'll mention that as NDP. Okay. How are you going to ensure the compliance? Obviously, we need to use policy. So you can just mention here Azure policy. Okay. And if you have any other way, you can come up with that way as well. Like you can put management group and then subscription, or directly subscription. Totally up to you. All right, just go through this subscription case study and come up with a solution. And I did not get any solution from you guys for the last case study. So you need to go to Draw.io and come up with a solution and send me that solution over the email, over my personal email. All right, like this. So you did not came up with any solution. So now here also you just need to create management group. Same thing what I explained. Okay. Yes, somewhere you should have management group. This is management group. This could be main management group. You can add a tagging or something. So you can add a text over here. So this is, let's say, my tenant root group. Obviously, I can increase the font and all that I leave to you. Okay, this is my tenant root group. Then I can copy paste. You have the same thing here. This is my Tailwind traders, just rename. Then I can have additional management group. So just similar to what you're seeing over here, what we discussed right now. You need to come up with that solution. Okay. Mustaq is asking how to get Azure icon. So in order to get Azure icon, you first go to draw.io appdiagrams.net, and then from there you can simply click on more shapes here. And here, once you click on more shapes, you should get Azure. Just check this box Azure and click on apply. So you should get the Azure icon. Okay. All right. Any questions on case study or whatever we have covered so far? If no questions, we can move on to the next topic. So next topic that we have is design compute service. Okay. So if you go to AZ-305 study guide or AZ-305 learn path, this is the topic that we are covering right now. So we have completed this except monitoring. So monitoring will be doing later once we have covered everything. So we have covered governance, we have covered authentication and authorization. Monitoring is pending, which we will cover at the end once we have done with all the solutions. Now we are moving on to the infrastructure solution, design infrastructure solution, and within design infrastructure solution, we are going with the compute solution, design and Azure compute solution. This is the chapter topic which topic we are covering right now. Okay. All right. So before we start, I just need an answer from you. What is a compute service? Now we have seen in basics of cloud computing that cloud computing is nothing but the delivery of compute services over the internet. So what that compute service mean? What is compute service? What is a compute service? VM, that's correct. Apart from VM, what only VM is compute service? What is that compute service? RAM OS, that's correct. So whenever someone says compute, compute is nothing but the computation services like memory, which is nothing but RAM, okay, CPU, right, and then uh, storage. So these are the three things which comprises of compute service. In simple, if someone asks you what compute service is, so compute is just the home to your application. Okay. Compute service is nothing but home to your application. Compute is actually where application lives. What is application? We have discussed is quite simple. Application is nothing but list of files. So when developer codes, they codes in a file. So you'll be having file like if developer is writing in Python, they'll be having certain .py. If they're writing in .NET, they'll be having some C# related files, right? So these files are nothing but the actual application. And in order to make sure that your application run using a runtime, you need a home for that. So that home is nothing but the compute. Now that can be anything. That can be a virtual machine, can be a physical machine, can be app service, can be a container. So there are different compute services available in Azure. That's what we are going to see in this topic, in this chapter. All right. So in simple, compute is home to your application. Now remember one thing, whatever we will be learning and for whatever reason the information technology is out there, for whatever reason the infrastructure background is out there, is because of the application. If there are no applications in the world, if there are no web app, there are no desktop app, then IT is not required. Okay, business can happen physically by making a physical, building a physical shop and asking customer to come physically there, right? If there's no app, we are not required. Cloud is not required, on-prem infra is not required. So whatever we are doing is for the app. All right. So application, in order to make sure your application can live, you need to have a compute service in place. And in Azure, what compute services we have, that's what this topic is about. We have a lot of compute services. So just to describe or uh, make you introduce to the compute services, these are all the compute services we have in Azure. Virtual machine, app service, Kubernetes service, Azure function, Azure batch, logic app. One is missing, which is Azure container instance, right? ACI. So if you see, every compute has its own dedicated section. So I'm not explaining each and every service here. I'll keep it to its own uh, dedicated slide. All right. For this slide, is it clear what compute service is? For me to keep an application, for me to make sure that my application uh, can be accessed by the people or my application actually can run, I need to have compute service in place. All right. So in that compute service, which is nothing but home to my application, I'll keep my application. An application, nothing but files. Is that clear, guys, what compute is? All right. So let's see each compute service. Now, out of all this compute service, not all compute service are meant to keep the application. Okay. Not all compute service are meant to host the application. Like out of this 6 services, the first 3 services, Azure Virtual Machine, Azure App Service, and Kubernetes Service, are the services where you'll actually deploy your application. Okay. Rest are different. They're not mean to host the application. Okay, so we'll see what is the difference and what each compute service is used for. So which compute service to choose from? There's a long or a big you can see a flow chart that Azure has created. Now, which one to choose at what point in time? This flow chart will help you to decide. But apart from that, if you sit until the end of this compute, obviously today I don't think so we'll be able to complete or cover all the services. But tomorrow we will be done with this compute section. So tomorrow, once we are done with the compute section, you'll be able to identify or define or uh, take a decision on which compute service to use for your work or for your use case. All right. But let's go through this flow chart and see which compute service to choose at what point in time. So from here you are starting. All right. The first question is, are you migrating from on-prem or I mean from anywhere, not only on-prem, or you're building new? Okay. So if you are migrating, go this way. If you're building new, go this way. All right. So let's say we are migrating. Since when I started my Azure career, most of the customers were migrating, and I helped my second or third company to migrate. We had the uh, everything in data center in Australia. So we migrated it to Azure since we were going global. So if you're migrating, these are your options. Okay. So let's come over here and see. Now, once you say, yes, we want to migrate. So this way you need to go left side. And here, are you doing a lift and shift or you are doing cloud optimize? Lift and shift is like whatever your application's condition today is, you're just using as is and you're just shifting it to Azure. That's all. You're not changing anything. Okay. You're just lifting your application from on-prem AWS, wherever it is. However it is, it's written in old format or old framework. You're just using that framework and shifting it to Azure. That's all. Okay. So if your answer to lift and shift is yes, you'll go this way. If your answer to cloud optimize is yes, you'll go this way. Okay. So let's consider lift and shift. So I'll go this way. Now, once you're using lift and shift. Is your container using? Is your application containerized? That means, are you using container platform? So if you're using container platform, you go this way. If you're not using container platform, you go this way. So let's say we are not using container platform. So if you are not using container platform, we have two options to choose from: Azure App Service or Azure Virtual Machine. Okay. Now, when this yes and no is happened is whether your application is web app or API. So if your application is just a API or web based, you can go to app service. If it's not, you can go to virtual machine. If your application is containerized, you again have two or three options. You can go for Kubernetes services. You can go for Azure App Service again with container option, or you can go for Azure Container Instance, which is not mentioned here. Okay, it's mentioned here somewhere here. All right, so these are the three options you have when your application is containerized. Okay, so we have covered this. When you're migrating, you have these options. When you're migrating your application to Azure, you have these options. You can make use of virtual machine. You can make use of Azure App Service. You can make use of Kubernetes service, or you can make use of Azure App Service with container. These two options are only valid when you are doing containerized application. That means you're using a Docker or any other container platform, and you have containerized your application and you're deploying it as a container. So either you can use EKS, Azure Kubernetes Service, or Azure App Service. If it's not containerized, then you have left with virtual machine or Azure App Service. Okay. Now let's say you're not migrating, you're building new. So if you're building new, obviously you have all the options. Now, which option to choose when? Do you need full control? Do you need a full control on operating system? Do you want to uh, control your operating system like every month you have patching? So if you're using Windows operating system, you have to patch it. Even Linux, you have to patch it. So do you want those kind of full control? If yes, virtual machine is the option for you. Okay. As I mentioned, your application is not hosted on Azure Batch service, but do you require the HPC workload? HPC stands for high performance compute. So do you need that kind of workload? Do you require high performance? Mostly you'll be using it for when you're processing huge amount of data. So for your big data pipeline and all, you'll require HPC. Do you require that kind of workload? Then you go for Azure Batch service. Are you using microservice architecture? Same. Are you using containerized application? Okay, microservice architecture. If yes, you have Azure Container Instance, Service Fabric, or Kubernetes services. Okay. If no, if you want to go with event-driven architecture, you have Azure Functions or Logic App. Okay, Logic App is not mentioned here, but that is also used for event-driven. Okay. And the last one, which is Azure App Service, it's like a platform as a service, that you can use. Like you don't want to have full control over the operating system. That means you want to outsource the patching and all to Microsoft. So in this case, you can make use of Azure App Service. Now I see it's overwhelming. Obviously, you can't get entire workflow or entire flow chart in just 5 minutes. But as soon as we go through each service, we'll revisit this flow chart again at the end, and at that point in time, obviously, it will make sense for you. Okay. So before I move on to the first compute service, any questions on the compute service? For now, you just need to understand that compute service is the home to your application. That's all. Any questions on this before I move to the first service that we have? Mustaq is asking storage also. What do you mean by storage also? See, we are not understanding storage as of now. We're just understanding the compute. That means where my application will be running or hosting. Okay. We're not migrating. If your question is related to migrate, we are not migrating storage as of now. Okay. For storage, we have a dedicated chapter. Your questions will be cleared there. How storage is handled when it comes to hosting an application. Okay. So under lift and shift, we are not migrating storage as of now. It's just application related things. All right. So let's go on to the first topic, which is Azure Virtual Machine. This is the simplest, you can say simplest compute service available in Azure that you can use to host your application. Now, I'm damn sure that everyone here might have worked with Azure Virtual Machine, or if not, you might have worked with EC2, Amazon Web Services EC2, right? Or you might have worked with Hyper-V virtual machine or VMware virtual machine. If you haven't worked with any, just consider this virtual machine as your own laptop, but running on Azure. Like it's not a physical laptop, it's a virtual laptop running somewhere on Azure data center. Okay. So what is virtual machine? Virtual machine is software computer running on Azure. As the name specifies, virtual. It's not a physical thing. It's a virtual machine, right? So it's a virtual software, software computer. So what this virtual machine gives you, this virtual machine gives you the storage. Like in our laptop, what do we have? We have hard disk, right? So what that hard disk does, it allows us to store something. Similarly, this virtual machine gives me storage where I can keep certain files like operating system, obviously. My operating system will be there. Apart from operating system, I can add additional disks and I can keep my application related file if I want to. And that's not mandatory. You can keep your, I mean, OS will be the default disk that you'll be getting. Apart from the default disk, if you want to add additional disks, you can add to keep your application data, right? So what is a virtual machine? It's a cloud-based, on-demand, scalable computing instance that you can deploy whenever you want. You can decommission or delete it whenever you want. So it's an on-demand compute. You need it, deploy it. You don't need it, just delete it. Okay. So what are the features? Virtualized computing. You don't need to have a physical computer at your home and then create a virtual machine. You simply go ahead and create the virtualized. Just deploy it using Azure Portal, PowerShell, or CLI, whichever you prefer. The usage is to host an application. So you'll be having OS, so it supports Linux as well as Windows, whichever is your preference. When you're creating or deploying a virtual machine, you just mention Azure that I need Windows or I need Linux. And once you have Windows or Linux installed, on top of it, you can deploy your applications. Okay. Scalability, it's scalable, as this is one of the feature or benefit of cloud computing. So any point in time, if I feel that 2 GB RAM is not enough for me, I can scale it to 4 GB or 8 GB, whatever, according to my requirement. So scalability is the feature that you get when it comes to compute, virtual machine. Networking, I have the option to define who can connect, who cannot connect. Okay, who as in which IP can connect, which IP cannot connect. So that's something that we can define. So networking is attached with it. Management, you can manage like login. You can take a remote access of this virtual machine and manage it, or certain management like changing the size and all, you can do it directly from Azure portal or CLI or PowerShell. Okay. Billing is pay as you go. So you will be billed hourly. So if I keep my virtual machine deployed for let's say 24 hours, so I'll be paying for 24 hours. Okay. Next day I stop my virtual machine. I'm not running it, so I won't pay for the virtual machine for the compute. For storage, obviously you'll be paying. Okay, with storage, the disk that is deployed. So for disk I'll be paying, but if I keep it stopped, I won't be paying for the compute. All right. So it's pay as you go. Apart from pay as you go, you can reserve virtual machine for like 3 years. So there are reserve plans. So if I want to reserve, I can reserve the virtual machine. So I can go to reservation and reserve. Obviously, my subscription doesn't support it, but if your subscription supports it, you can reserve virtual machine for 3 years. Okay. Right now, my subscription won't support, so it won't show. but you can reserve it for 3 years. So if you can see, this subscription is not eligible. So my subscription doesn't support it. But if I reserve it, I'll be saving around 40% of the pay-as-you-go cost. You can see this here. Yep. You can see the pricing table. And if you see here, if you go for reserve plan, so everything is mentioned here depending on the size, which size you're choosing. If you go for 1 GB RAM, this is the normal cost. This is the saving plan. This is again 3-year saving plan. So if you go with 3-year saving plan, you'll be having around 54% of savings. Okay. This question from Mustaq, when should we reserve and when to pay as you go? Okay. Do you want to save money for your company? Do you want to save money? So if you want to save money, go for reserve plan. You'll save around what 54%. Now, when to decide whether we should go for reserved or no? You ask your project manager, is this project going to be running for at least 3 years? If he says yes, then go for 3-year saving plan. So you'll save 54%. If they're not certain that we might close this project in one year or so, so don't go for saving plan. Pay as you go. Okay. Totally depends on project by project basis. Are you deploying a virtual machine for just quick test? If yes, don't go for reservation plan. Go for pay as you go. Since I'm doing it for testing and I'll be decommissioning or deleting it in after 3 months, 4 months, whatever. Right. So at that point in time, just go for pay as you go. Okay. Reservation cannot be cancelled. That's why it's reserved. If you are sure, if you know that you are not going to use it for 3 years, reservation is not for you. Okay, just go for pay as you go. Since reservation, you can't cancel it. If you can, there will be certain cost. Okay, so it will charge you more as pay as you go if you cancel it before the contract. All right. Okay, so coming back to the topic, I'll take the questions later. VM sizes. So there are different types or family of VMs available in Azure. All right. First one is general purpose. So general purpose is mostly like for not for production use. Okay, you can use it, but it's not recommended for production use. It's used for dev test, uh, demonstration. Like the trainers are encouraged to use general purpose VMs for demonstration purpose. You will be deploying virtual machines, so you should use general purpose for your hands-on, right? So this general purpose are for dev test or demonstration or those kind of things. Compute optimize will get a powerful CPU to memory ratio. Okay, so you'll get more processing power as compared to memory. So you'll be getting a good CPU as compared to memory when you go for compute optimize. Okay. In memory optimize, you'll be getting powerful memory. So your memory processing would be more as compared to CPU. So where you'll be using memory optimize. So memory optimized can be used when you want to host a database. So you need to create a database server. So we know that we need a powerful memory for database. So SQL DB, MySQL, whatever database engine you want to install on a VM, at that for that scenario, if you're using a virtual machine, then you go for memory optimized virtual machine. Compute optimized when you need more processing power, like you want to host an application. So we know that in order to host an application, we need more compute, we need more CPU. So CPU can process those requests quickly, right? Or else if you're using a virtual machine for a solution where you are encrypting or decrypting or you're working with SSL quite often, then you go for compute optimized. Since encryption, removing encryption, working with those algorithms requires more CPU. So we go for CPU for that, CPU compute optimized for that. Storage optimized where your IOPS, input output operations per second, will be optimized. So if you go for storage optimized, so where you can use storage optimized. For example, my company is coming up with something, some service like Google Drive, where I'll be storing people's data. So when I'm storing people's data, when they are trying to access, I need to make sure that data is readily available. So in that point in time, I would be using storage optimized. Or let's say my company is creating a SAN kind of solution for my internal software or for my internal environment or organization. So SAN kind of uh, solution requires good throughput and good input output operations per second. So at that point in time, you can go for storage optimized. Okay. Then you can go for GPU. GPU stands for graphic processing unit. So when you are when you want to work with graphical images or videos, where you want to make sure that whenever people are rendering something, it should be fast. So at that point in time, you can go for GPU, like for example, gaming servers or nowadays artificial intelligence, right? Llama or something you want to host. So you can go for GPU. Then the last one we have is HPC, which stands for high performance compute. So if I need high performance compute, like I'm coming up with my own big data pipeline and I want to use virtual machine for that, so I can go for HPC kind of size of virtual machines. Apart from that, there are a lot of other sizes available in the Azure portal or in the Azure platform, but these are some sizes that you should know. Okay. Once again, you have general purpose, which is for dev test kind of environment, not meant for production. Compute optimized, where you need high CPU, right? I need more CPU power. For example, I'm hosting my application and that application is working with something known as encryption, decryption, and application want to process that very quickly. So I need high CPU there. Memory optimized, when you need more memory. Okay, I mean powerful memory, not more memory, powerful memory. So if you're hosting a database kind of thing, where you require more memory, then you can go for memory optimized. Storage optimized, where you need good storage, like for example, you're coming up with SAN storage kind of thing, or OneDrive kind of thing, or Google Drive kind of thing, where people are storing and you need a quick read write access to that data which is written over there. So you can go for storage optimized. GPU, graphic processing unit, where you need more graphics like gaming servers, AI, rendering, marketing materials. HPC, high performance compute, where you want to come up with your big data pipeline and all kind of things, and you want compute for that, you can go for HPC type of Azure virtual machine. Okay. Then if you want to create clusters of virtual machine, then in Azure, we have something known as virtual machine scale sets. So virtual machine scale sets are like deploying virtual machines as a group of virtual machine, like a cluster. So you'll be deploying more than one instance. Why we have scale sets over here? If let's say I'm hosting my application in one virtual machine, and if that application goes down, what is going to happen? My application will be impacted, right? So if I don't want to do that, what I can do, I can deploy that virtual machine scale set. Instead of single virtual machine, instead of individual virtual machine, I deploy more than one virtual machine as a scale set. And in that case, Azure will make sure that if one virtual machine goes down, another one will be created by Azure. So that will give me high availability, which means if one of my virtual machine going down, it's not impacting my application, since my application can still serve the requests coming in from user using additional instances. All right. More on this later. We have a dedicated slide for virtual machine scale sets as well when we go to the high availability concepts. Okay. But for now, virtual machine scale sets is like a group of virtual machines that you're deploying together. And if one virtual machine goes down, you still have other virtual machines which will serve your requests. Okay. Now, main thing, when to select Azure virtual machine, quick test. You want to do a very quick test of your application, whether it will be running or not, what issue you can have, right? HPC kind of workload. So if you want high performance compute, then obviously you cannot go for other compute instances. Obviously, batch solution supports it. Apart from batch solution, other will not be able to support it. So you can go for a virtual machine. Legacy app. Legacy app is old applications which are not supported in, which are not cloud native or cloud optimized. So you can go for virtual machine in that case, and you need a full control over operating system. So when you deploy a virtual machine, you can log into the virtual machine and you can install whatever software you want. So you have full control over the operating system. Okay. Now this is the excerpt from that flow chart. So when you will be using virtual machine, when you're building a new application or you're migrating and using lift and shift. So if you're building a new application, if you require full control, go for virtual machine. When you're migrating and using lift and shift, can you containerize it? If no, can you use web app or API app? If no, then you go for virtual machines. Okay, this is the same excerpt from this flowchart. All right. So before I go to the portal, any questions on this? Mir is asking what is the best practice for dev and dev environment. So dev environment, you go for virtual machine, general purpose virtual machine, which will cost you less, and make sure you're shutting it down during non-business hours. So which will save money for you. Okay, if you keep virtual machine, doesn't matter whether it's general purpose or any other family size, uh, any other VM family. If you keep it running for 24/7, you'll pay extra even when you're not using it. So it's better for dev test environment. You use virtual machine and then use general purpose virtual machine and then make sure it's shut down when it's not in use. Okay. Mustaq is saying VPS are cheaper. Okay, which probably. Pankaj is asking what other applications installed in VM after OS in real environment. That's up to you what applications you want to install. By default, there won't be any. By default, when you create a VM, when I'm creating a VM, only OS will be installed. That's all. Apart from OS, nothing else will be installed. So what application you need, you can deploy. That is the meaning of full control. Okay. So when you go for virtual machine, you have full control. You can deploy whatever you want. All right. So by default, there won't be anything. So if I select Windows OS, only Windows operating system will be installed. Softwares will not be installed. If I need additional softwares, I can install it afterwards once I have access to the VM. Okay. Any questions before I move on to the portal? Okay, before I do anything, I go to the policy and I remove the policy of that Central India. Same things since I want to okay, before I delete, if you see the overview page, here you should see the compliance. What is the compliance? The meaning of compliance is what our policy is saying. Our policy is saying that you should not have resources in Central India, West India, and South India. But if you see the policy compliance, I have 3 resources, out of which 2 are compliant, 1 is non-compliant. That means 1 is still in Central India. So that's the kind of audit or compliance report you get when you use policy. Now, since we only have 1 policy, I see this kind of compliance. You'll be having multiple policies, so you'll be seeing percentage kind of thing. Like for example here, 14%. All right. So this is where the policy comes in place to define or to see your compliance level before the audit, obviously. So you can make sure that you are 100% compliance to whatever requirement your company or your clients are giving to you. All right, so let me remove this policy now. I don't need it. This policy is removed now. You won't have any compliance. In some time, this compliance will go away since you don't have policy. Okay. All right. Now let's see our first demo of compute section. So here what I'll be doing, I'll be deploying a virtual machine. And within that virtual machine, we'll deploy a very simple application. It's not an application, it's a simple static website. So I'll be deploying that. So let's see that. And I'll be using same static website to deploy it in all compute services, whatever we are going to cover, whatever demo we are going to see. Okay. So let's see that quickly. So what I'll be doing, in order to create a virtual machine, you need to search for virtual machine and then click on virtual machine and then click on create. Okay. So as usual, with any resource, the first two things will be common and mandatory. So you need to provide subscription and then you need to provide resource groups, right? So which subscription Azure should charge you and which resource group you want this virtual machine to be part of. Okay. So I'll be selecting Azure training subscription, and that's the subscription I have access to. And resource group, I can create new if I don't have one. But if you remember, we created a resource group with the name AZ-305 RG02. So I'll be selecting that resource group. Okay. You can select whatever resource group you want. But remember one thing, when you deploy a virtual machine, everything will be deployed under this resource group. Now with the laptop, when you buy a laptop, what do you get? When I buy a laptop, with this laptop, within this laptop, we have a keyboard here. We have a CPU installed on the motherboard, right? We have the storage, so we have some SSD or HDD, and then we have physical NIC as well, the network card. So network interface card is also added to the keyboard. So similar to laptop, here also you will see the disk is getting created. With disk, you will be having virtual NIC. Since this is a virtual machine, you will be having virtual network interface card, right? And then CPU will also be allocated. The virtual CPU will also be allocated to this virtual machine. So all those stuff will be in the same resource group. The next thing you need to provide is the virtual machine name. So I'll go with a simple name. So let's consider this is my web server. So I'll give it a web server 01. This is the name I'm going with. In real world, what name you'll be giving totally depends on your naming convention, your company's naming convention. What I have seen in the real world is people use the environment, prod, what this server is. This server is web server, so they use web SRV. And then what is the number of this web server? 10. Some people add the region as well. Like for example, this is deployed in Central India, so CI gets added, and then the number 01. So that's how the naming convention would be. Totally depends on company to company basis. So someone can have like this prod server, prod web server, Central India 01, right? So some have this, some have just prod web server. Totally depends. So we will keep it simple and we'll go with web server 01 or web server. All right, then region. What is a region? Region is a physical location where you are deploying the virtual machine. Now you're using Azure portal. So this is the cloud portal which we are using to deploy our virtual machine. But this virtual machine is not sitting in my home, sitting at my home. What we are doing, we're deploying it somewhere on Azure data center. Okay, it's cloud. What is cloud computing? Your data on someone else's data center, your data on someone else's computer. So we are deploying this virtual machine in Azure's data center. So Azure has data center all over the world. So Central India is one of the region in Azure. So that's what we are selecting here. Okay. Then availability option. I'm not selecting one and I'm not explaining right now since we have the high availability uh, topic later when we do the network thing. Okay, so we have that topic, so we'll cover it there. But you can understand that availability is like high availability. If I want to deploy more than one virtual machine of the same thing, then I can make use of these availability options. All right. Security type, if you want to make uh, you want to have basic security, you want to have like TPM is used for BitLocker, you want to have secure boot, right? You want to have more security against the type of attack that's being launched against the cloud virtual machine. So if you want Azure to protect it against those kind of attack, you can go for trusted. Or you want to have totally confidential virtual machine, you can go with this as well. Okay. Now, for our use case, we can go for trusted launch. And in real world as well, you can go for trusted launch since that's quite secure. And trusted launch gives you the option to encrypt the disks, the virtual disk that you're going to get. Okay. Then image. So this image will help you define whether you want the Windows operating system virtual machine or Linux operating system. Now there are a lot of images. Like if you see, we have Windows Server, we have Ubuntu, we have SQL Server, we have again 2022 Windows Server. Okay. Apart from this, you can also click on see all images and you'll see all the images available in the marketplace. You can come up with your own image as well. You can create your own image, push it to the gallery, and you can select your own image as well. Okay, so these are all the images we have. These are all the marketplace images. Some images uh, might have extra cost. So cost will be mentioned over here. Okay, like for Red Hat, the license is included or not. Once you select it, it will tell you whether the cost is included or not. So right now, this is not compatible with the security type that I've selected. So I need to change the security type. Okay. And at the cost page, once I go to the review create, it will tell me whether the cost is separate or the license cost is separate or it will be included in the images itself. Okay. So I'll go for Windows Server 2025 data center since we want the Windows machine. So I'll select the Windows Server 2025 data center, which is the latest server operating system from Microsoft. All right. And then you have size here. Okay, what is size? Size will decide how many CPUs you're going to get and what amount of RAM you're going to get. 8 GB. Okay, 8 GB. And then there's a estimated cost. So if you keep your virtual machine running for 24/7, how much you'll be paying. All right. So I'll go for B2MS or D2SV3. These are the options I have selected. Then once I create the virtual machine, you have your laptop. In order to go into the laptop and do any changes, you need to provide a username and password, right? So that's the same username and password you need to keep here. So I'll go for simple Azure user and my default password so I don't forget it. I need to confirm my password as well. Okay. And then the network rule. So which port you want to allow or deny. All right. What these ports are, these are the TCP ports. So if you keep 3389 open, what happened with 3389? Now this is the basic thing, not part of 305, but I'll explain. Okay. Anyone knows what is this 3389? Remote desktop, right? So those who are experienced in taking remote connections of Windows, they would know. So this is the port number where we send request to this virtual machine. So I'm sitting here somewhere in Malaysia, okay? And my virtual machine is sitting somewhere in Azure data center, central India. So we are not connected physically, we are not connected directly. So what I'm doing, I'm sending connection over internet. I'm sending request over internet to this virtual machine that I want to take your control. It will check whether this port is allowed or not because I'm sending the request on port number 3389. So it will check whether the port number is allowed or not. So if you don't allow the port number here, if I just go ahead and untick this, I won't be able to take the control. So I just want to take the control. That's why you need to keep 3389 open. Okay, so this will allow your virtual machine to accept your request. And then next you have disks. So here you can define the disks. So if you're using Simplilearn subscription, make sure you're changing this disk to standard HDD. Okay, so if you're using Simplilearn subscription, make sure you change it. Otherwise, your VM deployment will fail. So if you're not changing this to standard HDD, your deployment will fail because of our policy, the Simplilearn policy, which is in place. Clear? Now, since I'm not using Simplilearn policy, I'll go with premium SSD. It doesn't. It should not restrict me from deploying. Next, quite understandable. So if you see the networking topic, do you want to have a public IP? Do you want to create another virtual network? Do you want to have subnet? We have a network topic, but obviously we're not going to discuss everything in deep. We will be discussing it from AZ-305 point of view. But what this is doing, when you're creating a virtual machine, a new network is also getting created. Okay, so if you see the new word here in the bracket, that means a new virtual network will be created. Within that virtual network, a new subnet will be created and a new public IP will be created. Similarly, new network security group will be created and ports will be allowed. The port that we have defined there, 3389, will be allowed. Okay, so we have a network topic where most of the things will get clear. For now, just know that whenever you are creating a virtual machine, a network is also getting created. All right, that's all. Once that is done, then you have the management section where you can define whether you want to assign manage identity to this virtual machine or no, whether you want to log in using Microsoft Enter ID or no, whether you want to auto shut down your virtual machine. So if you're using for dev and test, if you're using it for dev and test, it's better to keep auto shutdown on. So automatically VM will be shut down at so and so point in time whenever you want. 7 p.m. UTC or 7 p.m. IST, whatever. Okay. Then monitoring. So if you want to enable monitoring, you can have, we have a dedicated chapter for monitoring. So we are not doing any changes here. Then in advance, if you want to run any script after the VM is getting deployed, so you can give that script here and Azure will execute your script once the VM is deployed. Okay. Then tags and review create. So if you want to have tags for your virtual machine like environment, prod, you can add the tag and then review create. Okay. Now, Kailash is asking what happens if we select Entra ID login. It doesn't join domain. You don't have a domain yet. When you create Entra ID, you're not creating domain. Okay. So if you select Microsoft Entra ID, this will give you the option. When you select this, it will allow you to use your Entra ID credentials to log into this virtual machine. So this Entra ID credentials. So anyone having the so-called role like virtual machine administrator login role or virtual machine user login role from the RBAC to this virtual machine, they will be able to log in using their Entra ID credentials. It's not joining domain, it's not creating domain. Okay. All right. So once I click on review create and then create, so it will start deploying the virtual machine. So just in short, what did we do? We provided the subscription resource group, the virtual machine name, region, image. Image will help you decide whether you want to deploy a Windows or a Linux machine. Then you need to provide the size of your virtual machine, 8 gig or 2 or 4 gig, whatever you want. And then username, password, inbound rule. That's all. Rest, even if you're not making any change and you click on review create, it should work. Okay. So rest are just non-mandatory things which Azure is automatically selecting for you. And then I click on create, so it will start deploying the virtual machine. It will take around 2 minutes to 3 minutes for the virtual machine to be deployed. Okay. Okay, so as you can see now, virtual machine is deployed. Now, in order to connect, now the definition of cloud computing, we just put the definition of cloud computing. What is the definition of cloud computing? Delivery of compute services over internet. Now, my question is, where is this virtual machine sitting? You have all the information in front of you. Where is this virtual machine deployed or sitting? Central India. And where I am in Malaysia. Or even if I'm in India, I'm not sitting or I'm not inside the Azure data center. Okay. So this is sitting in Central India. Central India is not Nagpur, Hari. Central India is Pune for Azure. Okay. For us, it's Nagpur, but it's the data center is actually in Pune. Okay. So I'm sitting in Malaysia. Now, delivery of compute services over internet. So if I want to connect to this web server machine, what I need, I just need an access to internet, that's all, and the IP address and the credential of this virtual machine. Okay. So let's connect. In order to take a remote access of this virtual machine, what I'll be doing, I'll do a right click on my start button of my laptop. So if you see, I'll do right click and then I go to run. And after run, I'll do MSTSC. Okay. What is MSTSC? MSTSC is a shortcut to open the remote desktop connection wizard. And here you need to provide the IP address, the public IP address, which is mentioned here in the on the screen. You see the public IP address here. So I just copy this public IP and I paste the public IP here. And then I click on connect. So once I click on connect, it asks me the credentials. So I provide the credentials. The credentials that we provided at the first page when we were creating the virtual machine. Okay. Then click on yes, and it will give me access. Now I'm inside my virtual machine. So whatever software or installation I'll be doing, that will be impacting my virtual machine, not my laptop. Okay, I'm connected to the virtual machine. You can see the public IP of the virtual machine, similar to what you see here, 20.219.24.129. Okay, yes, you can see that here. So this is Windows Server 2025. So let's start with let's continue our compute journey where, if you remember, when we completed the yesterday's session, we deployed a virtual machine, and on that virtual machine, we hosted a very basic website. Okay. So since the deployment of website was very quick, so what I have done, I've already created the same virtual machine, web server 01, which we had yesterday. So I'll be connecting to that web server 01, and then I'll be deploying the web server role. And after that, I'll be hosting the website. Okay. So I'll copy the public IP. This is something we covered at the yesterday, at the last half an hour. So I'll copy the public IP of my virtual machine. This is my virtual machine, web server 01. So I'll copy the public IP and I'll connect to this virtual machine. Now, since this is a Windows virtual machine, what I have to do, I have to connect it using RDP, and I need to make sure that port number 3389 is open, which we discussed yesterday. All right, so if I scroll down here, you see port number 3389 is open. So I can copy the public IP and then connect to this virtual machine. So I copy the public IP, I press Windows R on my laptop, and I type MSTSC, which is the shortcut to to RDP, to RDC connection, to remote desktop connections. Once I type MSTSC and press enter, it will open this this dialog box, this wizard, where I can paste the public IP of my machine, and then I can click on connect. So once I click on connect, it asks me for the credential. These are the credential which we provided when we created the virtual machine. All right. So I'll go with the credential that I used. And once I provide the credential, and if credentials are okay, then I can click on yes, and it should connect me to the virtual machine that is deployed on in Central India on Azure platform. So once I'm connected, how do we handle any service? This is nothing but a server, right? So we deployed a Windows Server operating system. If you see this, if you see the operating system here, this is nothing but the Windows Server 2025 data set. So it's a server operating system. The operating system that you have in your laptop, which is for commercial use, is a client operating system. You might be having Windows 10 or Windows 11. So that is a client operating system. What is the difference between server and client? Server provides some kind of service, and client accesses those services. So if you want to host your application or you want to host your website, then you need a server operating system. You can't do that with client operating system. All right. So that's why here we have selected Windows Server 2025, which would give us the capability to deploy whatever service we want. As of now, we are focusing on deploying a website. Okay. So in order to deploy a website, I need to deploy web server role. In Microsoft Windows, you have web server role known as IIS. If you're working with Linux, Linux has different flavors, like you can install Nginx. Nginx is another web server, so you can use that. So if, let's say instead of Windows operating system, you deploy Ubuntu. Ubuntu is a distribution in Linux. So for that, I need to deploy Nginx on top of Linux operating system. Or you can make use of HTTPD, also known as Apache. We can use Apache as well. So Apache is another web server that you can deploy on top of Linux operating system. But as of now, we have deployed Windows Server operating system. So we will we will install the IIS role. All right. Now, in order to install the IIS role, I have to connect to my virtual machine, which I have connected remotely, right? So once I connect to that virtual machine, there in every Windows virtual machine, in every Windows machine, not virtual, in every Windows machine, you have something known as Server Manager. Now, there are different ways to deploy the role or service on Windows machine. Like you have graphical way, you have PowerShell way, you have CMD way. So there are different ways available. Now, since we have 40-50% of freshers here, so I'll be sticking to GUI way since that would be easy to understand. Okay, instead of doing it via PowerShell and all. By default, in Windows machine or Windows server operating system, you should see this server manager, which should open automatically. Even if you don't open it, it should open its wizard automatically. If you see, let's say for in your case, if server manager is not popping up, what you can do, you can go to the start button in the virtual machine, and here also you can see server manager. So if the server manager windows or dialog box is not opening, you can click here and it should open. Right? This is the first page that I should see whenever I connect to my Windows virtual machine. Now I have to wait. You see this blue line, which is collecting some inventory. So I need to wait. It won't let me do anything until this is gone. Okay, so what it does, it's preparing your server, collecting inventory data, like what is the IP address, what is the name of the server, all those stuff it's collecting. So this is Windows specific. I need to wait until this is gone. So if I click on add roles and feature, it won't let me do. Okay, so it's letting me do. That means it has already collected the data. You see now that blue line, which was traveling, is gone. Okay, it's gone. That means now I can work with my server. Okay, so what I did on the home page, on the dashboard itself, I clicked on add rules and features. And from here, you can select whatever service you want to provide, you want your server to provide. Like if I click on next, here you have the tab known as server role. Okay, what this server role is, if you, let's say we discuss about Active Directory domain service, right? So if you want to have this server behave as an identity server, you can install Active Directory domain service. If you want this server to behave as a DNS server, you can install the DNS server, right? Now, what we are interested here, we are interested in the web server role. So if you see here, under W, you have web server IIS. So this is the role which you use to host the websites or web applications. Okay, so I selected web server and then I do nothing. I just click next, install. That's all. So now it will start installing the server role for me. All right, which role we are installing? We are installing web server role. Once the role is installed, I'll simply copy paste my application files, and this machine, this web server or this Windows machine should host my website, and I should be able to access that website. That's where we stopped yesterday. Okay, so I'm continuing from there. Since this was very quick yesterday, that's why I'm repeating. So I'll have to wait until the installation is done. Okay. I see Ram is asking today's topic. I think I already covered. Today's topic is the same. We are continuing our compute journey. So we only saw one compute as of now, virtual machine. We still have other compute services to see. Okay, once that is done, we will start with our networking topic. So these are the two planned topic in the agenda for today. All right. So I'll have to wait until this is done. Once the installation is complete, I just have to copy the files, that's all. Where I'll be copying the files, since this is Windows machine, I have a file system here where I can navigate to C, inetpub, and here you have www. So this is the folder where your application lives. All right. So I select www. These are the default files. So if I don't change anything, a default website would be loaded. To wait until the installation is done and then only copy. So remember these steps that we have done. The steps are important to understand. What we did, we first deploy the virtual machine. And while deploying the virtual machine, we selected that we want Windows OS. You can select Linux if your preference is Linux. After installing the Windows OS, what we did, we added the role, the web server role known as IIS. And after the IIS is installed, we are copying our files. So this is the steps. These are the steps that we are taking. All right. Virtual machine, created virtual machine. While creating virtual machine, we selected Windows operating system, Windows Server operating system. On top of it, we deployed IIS. On top of it, we will be copying our files once the IIS installation is done. It's taking a lot of time. I think it's already installed. So instead of waiting, let's just, okay, it's done. If you see installation succeeded, it says installation succeeded on web server 01. So once that is done, you can close it, right? Without changing anything, if I hit the IP address, the public IP address of this server, it should load the default website. Yep. I just hit the public IP address. This is the default website. So if I navigate or go back to the server, you should see this is what is being loaded. So if you open this with Paint or something, if you open this with Paint, this is what is being loaded. So if I replace this with my own website, I should be able to see my own website. Okay, so I made some changes, click on save, and then minimize the virtual machine and refresh the page. So you see the changes are reflected instantly, right? So now if I copy my simple app, so if I go to downloads and copy whatever I have with my website. So I copy all this file, go to the same location where the default website is located. Remember the location, the path is C inetperf www. Okay, so I delete this thing, the default one, and I paste all the files that I have for my website. Okay, now if I minimize the virtual machine and refresh the browser, now it should load my website. All right. So it's that simple. But if you want to learn more on how it's not this much on web server. There's a lot that you can do with web server. Okay. Now since we just want to understand how compute works, so we are doing this. All right. Now you can just go to the public IP of this machine and you should be able to see the same website. Okay. Debabrata is asking to repeat. From which step you want me to repeat? What we did is we installed or we created a virtual machine. We deployed a virtual machine. We selected Windows OS and then we installed IIS. This is clear. Okay. So the address where you make changes is within the virtual machine. C inetperf. This is C drive inetperf www. So this is the folder where you have your website. Okay. All right. Pankaj is asking how many web app can we install in this server? This is not something at AZ-305 level. You can install as many as you want. Depends on the configuration that you have selected. Okay. So I have selected for 8 GB virtual 8 GB memory. Okay, so if my web app is lightweight web app, light traffic is coming in, I can install as many as my server can support. Okay, there's no proper limit. You can install whatever you want. If you want more, you just change the size here and you install hundreds of web app. It should work. Okay. All right. Okay. So Pankaj, this is not something we should cover in AZ-305. Okay. It's IIS related. So if you want to learn more on server thing, then I would recommend you to go for AZ-800 or AZ-801. Okay, so these are the courses where we cover the server related thing. But if you want to do that you need to do from the IIS management console. So if I search for IIS here, from here I can manage, I can create another website. All right. So here, if you see, I have one site. This is the default website which is running. I can add an additional website, but this has nothing to do with AZ-305, so I'm not covering this here. You can give it a name. You can give physical path where your application is, wherever you want to store. Mostly you'll be storing it inet pub. You add additional site here with the name, whatever name you want to give, my site or something. You select that, you add your files there, and you should run it. Okay. So this is how you do it, but this has nothing to do with AZ-305. If you want to learn more on this, I would encourage you to go for IIS course or server level course. Okay. But remember one thing, uh, on port 80, my default website is running, so I cannot use the same port for second website. So that's the catch there. So you need to do some routing here, and instead of uh, reaching out to server over port 80, you need to use the naming, the host name host name routing here instead of port numbers. All right. So here, whatever host name I'll be giving, that host name, this server will be listening for port number 80. All right. So let's not complicate it. All right. So this is a very simple demonstration of how you can host a web app or a website on Windows Server. All right. So next compute service that we have is Azure Batch Solution or Azure Batch Service. Now, Azure Batch Service is not something similar to what we just saw. It's not a virtual machine where you can host your application. It's a totally different compute service where you can run large scale batch processing. What is the meaning of batch processing? When you want to process multiple files parallelly, okay, many files parallelly at once. So if you have that kind of requirement, then Azure Batch Solution is the service for you, which you can use to run multiple processes or multiple files. You want to process a lot of files at once parallelly. So if you want to process that kind of thing, you need large compute, heavy compute. So Azure Batch Solution is for you. Okay. Now, what is the advantage of using Azure Batch Service? As I just mentioned, batch processing. If you have anything where you require HPC, HPC stands for high performance compute. You want to do distributed computing. Okay. I want to process certain files for in two virtual machines and certain files in three virtual machines. So I can do that kind of thing. It also helps you to do the orchestration. You can optimize cost by combining different sizes of virtual machine in one pool, and then obviously you can integrate it with any other Azure service. Now where in real world it's being used. Okay, so I give a very simple example of YouTube. Okay, so what is YouTube? YouTube is an application. Mir is asking, please share the today and all past topics. Sorry, what do you mean, Mir? I don't understand what you're trying to ask. Okay. So I'm trying to explain batch solution, so please focus here. All right, so I'm explaining batch solution here. What is batch solution? Batch solution is a service in Azure. It's again a compute service in Azure, which helps you to do a batch processing. So let's take an example of YouTube. What is a YouTube service, guys? YouTube is a service where you can stream videos, right? You can stream videos. So what I can do, I can stream videos. It's a video service, a video streaming service. Apart from video streaming service, what you can do with YouTube? You can create your own channel, right? You can create your YouTube channel and you can upload videos. Anyone here who is a YouTuber, or I'm damn sure that 50% of people might have tried YouTube, and they might have their own channel there, and they might be uploading videos as well. So anyone here who knows how YouTube works. So what you do, you create a channel and then you upload your videos. Now tell me, are you the only person in the world who has the channel and who is uploading the video? At this point in time, what do you think? How many videos are being uploaded on YouTube? At this point in time, 7:26 p.m. today. What do you think? How many videos are being uploaded? Come on, quick. Just take a guess. How many videos? In 1 second, how many videos are getting uploaded to YouTube? Billions of videos, right? There's no count. Millions of videos are being uploaded. Now, when you upload a video to YouTube, what YouTube does? YouTube processes your video, right? If I go to YouTube, I upload my video if I have a channel. If you see YouTube here, if you play one video, you have different options to play. Like you can play that in 1K, 2K, 3, 4K, right? So 1080 pixels. So there are different once anyone is uploading the video, YouTube is processing that video and making sure it's available in different resolutions, right? It's not loading. I don't know why, but let's come back to the topic. So when someone is uploading at any point in time, thousands or millions of people are uploading videos. So millions of videos are getting uploaded to YouTube. Now tell me, when YouTube is processing, YouTube has certain kind of application which is processing this video. So thousands or millions of videos are being uploaded, and YouTube needs some service which can process this millions of videos parallelly at the same time. Now imagine you are uploading the video and your video is in queue. After the million videos, only your video will be processed. So how much time it will take for that video to be available on your channel, right? So I need some kind of service as a YouTube. I need some kind of service which can process this millions of videos parallelly and quickly. So Azure Batch Solution is the service which can helps you to achieve this kind of thing. So if you have any application where you require batch processing, then Azure Batch Solution is the service for you. Another example, you have your marketing team in your company. What does marketing team do? They come up with videos. Has anyone here worked with editing or anything? So when you edit a video, what do we do? When we are editing a video, what do? We cut our, uh, we record a raw footage first. Once you record a raw footage, you then take that footage, put it in any of the editing tool, and then you cut the unwanted footage. So when you cut unwanted footage, that means you just changing the way your video will look like after the final cut, right? So when we are finally there, we have cut all the unwanted footage, and now we have added all the clips of footage that we need. So that means this is my final cut. After the final cut, what do? We export our video. Export is nothing but this is my final video, export it in a full video kind of thing. So when you're exporting your video, what does that editing tool do? Have you heard the term render? So what does editing tool is doing? It's rendering your video. That means it's making your full video. Whatever final cut you have come up with, it's making that into a single video. Since you have cut your raw footage and you have changed your entire video, and when you click on export, it starts rendering your video. That means it's exporting that video to a full video, like maybe you have used MP4 or whatever format you have used. Now imagine your company is creating or editing thousands of video in one day. So at that point in time, I'll require the HPC, the high performance compute, to render my video, since this rendering takes a lot of time. So if that's my requirement, I can rely on Azure Batch Solution Service. Okay. Uh, so these are the two examples from the real world that I can came up with. All right. I don't have any demonstration for Azure Batch Solution, since I don't have any application which can do this kind of stuff. Okay. But Azure Batch Solution, how it works behind the scenes, you create Azure Batch pool, and whenever there is a task which is coming in, the compute will be processing that task. That task can be anything. You're doing this kind of stuff where you are processing videos, you're doing this kind of stuff where you are rendering videos, or you're working with 3D modeling. So in 3D modeling also we require high performance compute kind of thing. That's why you might see that any editor, mostly any editor who is working on editing and all, they use the Apple Mac Studio or Mac Pro, right? Why? Because those PCs, those Mac PCs are built for this kind of work. So similarly, if I want to process now Mac is like built for one single kind of thing. Like I'm an editor and I'm processing or rendering or creating or developing a video, and I want to edit that. So I'm working on one video at a time, or mostly two video in a day. So I'm doing that. So for that kind of work, Mac is okay. But if you want to do in batches, that means multiple or many videos at in a single day or in a single minute. At that point in time, you'll require something which can handle the batch processing. So Azure Batch Solution, is that service where you can, which you can use to do this kind of work. All right. Clear? Any questions on batch processing or sorry, Azure Batch Solution? You are doing 3D modeling, you are doing scientific research where you need, like for example, weather prediction models, where you need to work on large amount of data from previous days, and then you need to come up with a with a prediction what can be today's weather, tomorrow's weather. So that's where Azure Batch Solution perfectly fits. Okay. I don't have any demonstration, Mir. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have any demonstration, since you need an application which can do the batch processing, and you need to send data in batches so that you can see that in live. I don't have that. What I can show is just creation of batch solution, which will not make any sense. Okay, I don't have any demonstration for that. All right. Okay, so the next service that we have is Azure App Service, Azure App Solution. This is another compute service. Okay, it's not like ETL run. Okay, batch processing. Yeah, you can use it for ETL as well. So if you're doing any extract, transform, load kind of thing, you can use batch solution for that. So it's similar to that. All right, but main job of this is to, mostly where I've seen batch solution is implemented is uh, in the marketing team. So I've seen my friend working in a company, and they have implemented this Azure Batch solution for their marketing team. Okay, but it's similar to ETL, right? Where you will be taking data, that data will be triggered, and that data will trigger your compute. Your compute will process that data, and then that you can integrate it with any other service to load that data somewhere. All right. The next service that we have, uh, the next compute service that we have in Azure is Azure App Service. Now, Azure App Service is also a service where you can host your application. All right. So if you want to host your web app, you can make use of app service. The infrastructure for this is managed totally. So fully managed infrastructure. You have the option to scale it out or scale it in depending on your requirement. It's highly available. You can integrate it with DevOps. It gives you the option to make sure that your data is secured and compliant. By default, your data will be secured. Okay. Then you can integrate Azure App Service with other Azure services. And this is an Azure service, so you would be able to integrate it with other Azure services, and it has support for containers as well. So main thing that you need to understand for Azure App Services, this is mainly used for hosting web apps or website, okay? Or APIs. If you're working with APIs, so you can host these three things. Now, question may arise for freshers that here also I can host web app. In virtual machine also I can host web app. So what is the difference between these two? The difference between these two is virtual machine is infrastructure as a service, okay, where you have the full control over operating system. So I can, as you saw that I logged into the virtual machine and then I can make any change. Instead of web server, if I want to make this as a DNS server, I can do that. I have that flexibility or that option or that capability to make this as a DNS server. Okay, I can make it as a DHCP server as well. So I have full control over operating system. Whatever I want to install, I can do that. So that instead of just keeping this as a web server, I can install all these rules as well. So that benefit we get when we use Azure Virtual Machine. Whereas when you're using Azure App Service, you do not have control over the operating system. If you remember from the basics from the first session, we discussed infrastructure as a service and platform as a service. What is the difference between infrastructure as a service and platform as a service? In infrastructure as a service, you have full control over the operating system. So when I use infrastructure as a service model, I am deploying a virtual machine. I'm selecting an operating system and I have full control over that operating system. When I'm selecting platform as a service, I can select which operating system I want, whether Windows or Linux, but I don't have control over those operating systems. That means when I say I don't have control, I cannot log into that virtual machine when I'm using platform as a service model. So what PaaS can help you to do is host your web app, website, or API, but you won't be able to log into the operating system that you have selected, whether it's Windows or Linux. Okay. Now, when you don't have control over the operating system, what advantage you have? When I don't have control over operating system, I am not responsible for the patching of the Windows OS. So if I'm using infrastructure as a solution, and I'm deploying everything in VM, I am responsible for the patching. So if I go to the settings and Windows update, I need to make sure whenever a new update is available, I need to make sure that I have installed it. Like these two updates are already there in my virtual machine. So I should be the one. It's not Microsoft's responsibility, it's my responsibility since I had deployed the virtual machine. So this should be installed by me as a user, as a consumer. Okay. Whereas in patch service, in Azure App Service, this is not your responsibility. So underlying virtual machine will be patched by Microsoft. All right. So that's the advantage that you get. Now the question may arise, which one to use? If you're a developer, the best option for you is App Service. If you want more control on the infrastructure and you're an infrastructure admin and you want more control, then infrastructure as a service is the option for you. That's the best bet for you. All right, like you just don't want to install web server, but within the same virtual machine, you need to install some other software and some other roles like DNS, DHCP, whatever you need for your infrastructure. So you can install that. That option you will not get in app service. All right. Now, whenever you want, if let's say in interview you get a question, explains the difference between PaaS and IaaS. So you just remember this table. So with IaaS, infrastructure as a service, you have more responsibility. You as the consumer, you have more responsibility when you're using IaaS model. When you're using PaaS model, you have less responsibility. Okay. So just remember this box. What this box is, let's say you want to deploy an application, what option you have? I'll draw one more box for on-prem. Okay, on premises. That means your own data center. So what options you have when you want to host an application? When there was no cloud, the only option that we had was on-prem, right? So what you used to do when you were when we were using on-prem, you had to had your own server, physical server, right? On top of that server, you'll have to deploy the operating system. Let's say you're using Windows operating system or Linux operating system, whichever. On top of that, you need to deploy a runtime. What is a runtime? Runtime is a framework which is used to run your application in simple terms. Okay, so your developer might be writing application in .NET or Java or Python, whatever, or Node. So there are different runtimes available, right? So if my developer is writing the application in .NET, I need to have .NET framework installed, .NET runtime installed. Okay. If my developer is writing application in Java, I need to have Java installed. Similarly, Python or Node, whatever. So this also I have to install .NET if my application is written in .NET. And on top of that, I'll be having actual files of my application. So when you're using on-prem, you're responsible for everything from bringing physical server, installing operating system on top of it, installing .NET framework on top of it, and then bringing your files. That means copying or adding your files. Right? So everything is your responsibility when you go for on-prem. Now, when cloud was introduced in different models like infrastructure as a service, PaaS as a service. So behind the scenes, we still have the physical server. In infrastructure as a service, we still have the physical server. What is this physical? Whose responsibility when you're using cloud? Physical server is the responsibility of the cloud provider. If you're using cloud, the physical server is the responsibility of cloud provider. All right. Now you have the option, you have the flexibility to choose whether you want to use Windows OS or Linux OS. So let's say you're using Windows OS. So if you're using infrastructure as a service, Windows OS is my responsibility. That means the license which is required for Windows operating system is my responsibility. The monthly patching that I'll be doing is my responsibility. The runtime that I'll be installing is my responsibility. Let's say I go for .NET or Java, whatever. Okay, so .NET installation of .NET is also my responsibility. Then again, files, obviously, the application files is my responsibility. So when you go for infrastructure as a service, out of the 4 boxes, the 3 boxes are your responsibility. The operating system, the framework, and the files. Okay. Then if you move to PaaS, platform as a service, the physical server, the state setup will be same. The physical server is still there. Now it depends whether they're using virtual machine or what, right? And then operating system is still there. You just have to tell the provider that I want to use Windows or Linux. The framework is still there. What your responsibility when you're using PaaS model is only the files. So you just focus on development. That's all. The last box, from the top, the first box, only the files is your responsibility. Rest 3 are the responsibilities of the provider. So when you use on-prem, everything is your responsibility from scratch. When you're using cloud or within the cloud, if you're using infrastructure as a service, the physical server becomes the provider's responsibility. The operating system is your responsibility. The framework that you want to choose is your responsibility. The files that you want to install on top of files are nothing but the application. The application that you want to install or deploy on top of that Windows operating system or Linux operating system is your responsibility. In PaaS, you are only responsible for development. The infrastructure, the entire infrastructure, the platform is the provider's responsibility. Okay. So that's the difference between virtual machine and app service. App service is a PaaS service. So what we are responsible for is the files that we need to deploy. That's all. You create a PaaS service, you create an Azure app service, and then just push your files into that app service. All right. Pankaj is saying, please explain runtime. Runtime is the framework, Pankaj. Okay, so runtime is the framework, as I mentioned here, .NET, Java, Python, Node. So in order to install or host any application, your developer will be writing an application in certain language, right? In simple term, it's a language which your developer is using to write your application. He might be using Python, he might be using .NET C Sharp, might be using Java, might be using Python. So in order to host that application, I need to have that framework installed, that runtime installed on my machine. And if I install that runtime is like a run time, which helps your application to run. All right, clear? Okay, so what we did when we installed the virtual machine, we we informed the service provider, the cloud, that we need Windows operating system. And then on top of it, whatever we had to do, we did. Like we installed IIS, then we copied our files. Right now, next month when there's patching, I will be responsible for the patching. The physical infra is still cloud provider's responsibility. So now let's see let me demonstrate how you can use Azure App Service to host the same application that we are hosting on a machine, on a virtual machine. The same application which is hosted here. Now I'll host the same application on an app service. All right. So in order to create an app service, you need to search for app service in the search bar. So I'll search for app service here. All right. I click on app service. This is the first one, app service. So I'll click on the app service and then I click on create. I click on create web app. All right. Now, as usual, whichever resource you are deploying on Azure cloud, you need to provide subscription where Azure will be charging, and a resource group where the resources for this service will be deployed. So I select AZ-305 RG01 where my resources will be deployed. Then the instance name is the web app name. Okay. So what web app name you want? Let's go with Simplilearn. This should be globally unique. Okay. So if I go for Simplilearn, you see this name is not available. That means someone has already deployed a web app with this name. All right. So what I do, I just add some random number on front of it. All right. And this is the runtime stack that I was saying, whether you want to use .NET, you want to use Java, you want to use Python. All right. So these are all the runtime that you need to install when you want to host an app. But when you're using a PaaS service, you just need to tell the provider that I want this runtime Python and they will install Python. I want this runtime Node and they will install Node. So they are making sure that your platform is ready. You just need to bring your code. That's all. So if I select .NET 10, .NET 10 will be installed on top of Windows operating system. So what I'm telling the provider is install Windows operating system, on top of that install .NET. All right. And then the region where where you want to deploy the app service. So I'll be using Central India for all of my servers. Oh, sorry, all of my services. So I'm using Central India here. Okay. And then there is a plan. Plan is this queue on uh, on the basis of which Azure will decide how much to charge. So there are different plans available. So there are different plans available. You can select whatever you want. So if I click on explore pricing plan, these are the different plans available. So it decides how much RAM you'll be getting, how much CPUs you'll be getting, right? You can go for premium plan, which will give you one virtual CPU and 4 GB of RAM. So depending on your requirement, you can choose whatever you want. All right. For some plans, the prices are also, the estimated prices are also mentioned. All right. Now, since this is just for demo purpose, so I'll go for standard or basic, since that will cost me less. So we have standard plan as well, standard as well. Now consider this plan as just the amount of RAM you'll be getting, amount of CPUs you'll be getting. All right. And how much it will charge you, how much Azure will charge you for that particular RAM. It's not like that once you choose and it will stay like this. If you in future, if you want to change the plan, you can change it. That's that you can do. So in future, let's say I'm not satisfied with standard, the performance of standard S1. So if I want to go for premium, I can go. Okay, I can switch any point in time. That is the benefit that you get in cloud. So you see the benefit number 3, the feature number 3, scalability. So right now when I'm deploying the service, I'm selecting a different plan, and in future, if I need a different plan, I can do that. Okay. All right. So I'm selecting standard S1 for low cost as of now. All right. And this is the name of plan. So this is the name. You can give whatever name you want. So this is the default name or a random name that Azure is giving. If you want to give your own name, you can give. So this is my Simplilearn app service plan 01. So I can give it something like this. Okay, you can give whatever name you want. All right. Now, once that is defined, that's all. If you don't want to touch any other tab, that's fine. You just click on review create and your app service will be created. But you can associate or create database here if you want. You can you can have your CI/CD pipeline, as I mentioned here, key features, DevOps integration. So if you have a CI/CD pipeline, you can integrate with CI/CD pipeline as well. If you want to integrate it with network, you can do that. All right. If you want to have a different service which will be monitoring this web app, you can enable that. I'm not enabling it. We have a dedicated chapter for monitoring, so I'll keep it for that. All right. That's all. You can associate it with database. You can associate it with CI/CD pipeline here, right? If you have a network and you want to integrate your app service with network, you can do that from here. If you want to enable monitoring, you can enable it from here. All right, that's all. I'm not doing anything. Just I'm going with the default setting. I just in the monitoring section, I just change the radio button to no. That's all. And then I can click on review create. And I click on create. All right, so it will start deploying my app service. Oh, I failed. Oh, we did change the plan, right? Okay, selected premium P1. I want to select standard or maybe basic. Yeah, so I selected basic instead of standard now, and it's now going to the deployment page. In 5 minutes, your app service will be up and ready. All right, so I can browse my app service from here. As an end user, if you want to go to YouTube, how do you go? You type www.youtube.com on your browser, right? So this is the address where YouTube lives. Similarly, for your app, you have an address where your application is living. Here you can see the domain. So this is the address where your application is living. Simplilearn5689.azureWebsites.net. So here we have our app running. Okay. And sometime you should see your app. Now, what we have done, we have just made sure that platform is ready. We still haven't pushed our code. We have not added our code. What did we do when we worked with virtual machine? We deployed the virtual machine, right? On top of it, we deployed the IIS role, and then we copied our file. So far in app service, what we have done this part. We still have not copied our files. So we need to copy that. All right, we need to copy that. So you see, when I browse that endpoint, that URL, it says my web app is running, but waiting for the content. So I still haven't published my content yet. Now for web app, there are different ways to publish the content. One way is to use the DevOps way of publishing the content. Another way is to use the CLI to publish the content. So there are different ways to publish the content. But for our use case, it's a simple website which we are using. So what we can do, we can use the graphical way, app service editor. I can open the editor. So it gives me the access to the file system where I can simply upload my files. Remember what we did with virtual machine? We deployed the IIS and then we copied our files. So we have to do the same thing with the app service as well. So I need to copy that file. So in order to copy what Azure has done, Azure has given you the access to the file system. So under the development tools, you have app service editor, and from here you can open the editor and you can copy and paste your files here. Okay. So we have to wait until this is fully loaded. It takes some time. And at any point in time, if you want to change the plan, the app service plan, you have the option here. Under app service plan, you have scale up, scale out. Okay. So when you want to scale up, you can change from basic to share to basic 2 to basic 3 to premium. So if you feel that the traffic which is coming to my application is not served properly or served very slow. So that could be because you only have 1.75 GB of RAM. So it might take a lot of time for processing a particular request. So if you feel that at any point in time, you can change your plan. Now, remember, if you go for premium plan, the cost will increase. Okay. Depending on which plan you're choosing and the amount of memory you're getting, your cost may increase. All right. So now, as you can see, it's loaded, and this is where did we copied our file under www root, right? In virtual machine, if I go to the virtual machine, we copied all of our file to www root, right? Similarly, here also you have the www root folder from where you can to where you can copy your file. So what I can do, I can delete this one, the default one, and then I can right click and I can upload my simple app files. So if I go to download and search for simple app, and then I copy all the files and open it. So this copy will be uploaded, the files will be uploaded here, right? The index.html, this is the file which will be loaded. Now, if I refresh my endpoint, I should see the similar application here. Okay, same website which is being loaded from virtual machine. Now it's being loaded from the app service as well. Clear? You can also try to browse this and you should see the same website being loaded. What is the advantage of using app service? If you see here, I'm getting the SSL certificate free of cost. I mean, the cost, it's included in the app service plan. You see HTTPS, which I need to buy separately if I'm using virtual machine. So I need to buy. My virtual machine traffic is not secure. In order to secure that, I need to buy a SSL certificate. And obviously, I need to buy a domain name as well, since I'm directly hitting that at the IP address, right? That thing is benefit when you're using PaaS service. You already have HTTPS plus you have a domain name. You're not hitting the website on a particular IP address. You're getting a domain name separately, free of cost. Okay. All right. So for deploying the code, it's very simple. You can go and you can place since my website is quite basic, so I can do that from the app service editor. But if you want to deploy an entire code, in that case, you can make use of AZ web app command from where you can deploy the code. So AZ web app deploy or AZ web app uh, deploy is the command that you can use. So this is the command that can be used in order to deploy entire source code. Okay. So your source code can be in jar file or in zip file, and you can deploy your source code. The example is also given over here, right? If you want to deploy a war file, this is the command. If you want to deploy a zip file, this is the command, right? So there are different ways to deploy the code. If you want to use uh, the command line way, then this is the command that you have. Okay. Apart from command line, you can also deploy using something known as Visual Studio Code. So from here also you can deploy the source code. Apart from Visual Studio Code, there is another software from another IDE from Microsoft, which is Visual Studio. From there also you can deploy. So there are different ways to deploy the source code. Since our application is quite simple, it's just a website, so I deployed using the graphical way, which will be easier for freshers to understand. All right. In future, we have advanced topic as well. So once we are done with database, once we are done with the app service architecture, in the app service architecture, we are going to deploy a fully looking application. Okay. So that's where you will understand how to deploy an entire source code or entire application directly. Okay. All right. Next topic that we have is container instance. Azure container instance. How many of you know what Docker is? Now, in order to understand container, I need to give you uh, some information, some basic information. But since this is AZ-305, I'll keep it very minimal. Okay. I'm not going to explain you how you can build a Docker image, how you can run a container. That's not the scope of AZ-305. Okay. Same goes for Kubernetes as well. So next topic we have is Azure Kubernetes service. We are not going to cover Kubernetes in depth. Since AZ-305 is not doesn't cover that scope, is not meant for you guys to explain Kubernetes. Okay, we have AKS. What we will do, we'll keep it minimal. I'm not going to dive deep into AKS or Docker. Now, why I'm not going to dive deep into that? So there is a reason for it. Okay. So if I go to our website, simplilearn.com, I don't know if we still offer a course in Docker, but if you just search for Docker in our website, you should see Docker Certified Associate. So there is a dedicated certificate for Docker, and it's not the scope for AZ-305 is not to cover entire Docker. You just need to understand what Docker is, right? So if you see, this is the entire course for Docker, where it help you to, I mean, in this course, you will get to understand what Docker is, how to create a Docker image, how to manage it, how to post it to a registry or repository, how Docker networking works. So it's a very big topic. Same goes for Kubernetes. Now, we don't offer Kubernetes, but if you go to the Kubernetes official documentation, you would see that this is a course in itself. If I go to the documentation, you see the concepts, the getting started document, how to create a cluster and all. It's a very big topic. Okay. From AZ-305 point of view, what you need to understand is, let's say someone comes to you and asks you that my application is written in a containerized form. Do you have any service in Azure which helps you or helps us to host our containerized application? In that case, you will answer that yes, we have these services in Azure which helps you to host your containerized application. One of them is Azure Container Instance, other one is Azure Kubernetes Service. So our focus on this services, not on the technology name as container. Okay, but I'll explain you the basics of container, what is container, and how it is different from a virtual machine or app service. All right. So what is a container? Container, now let's go back to, I need a whiteboard. So let's go back to the virtual machine or batch solution. Okay. So here I have this page. So I'll use this page. Now what happens initially, as I mentioned in the last session, in yesterday's session, that we are here, we as an infrastructure administrators are here because of the application. If there's no application, we are not required. The infrastructure admins are not required. And if there are no application, developers are also not required, right? Since businesses are using IT to drive their business, right? To grow their business. That's why they are asking the developers to develop application. And that's why we are there to host the application, right? That's our main, like you're a system admin or a DevOps admin, your main work is to make sure that application is up and running, right? So if you go back 20 years, if you go 20 years ago, how we used to host the application. So in order to host the application, what we used to do, we used to get a server, a physical hardware server, IBM or Cisco or HP or Dell, whatever. Then on top of that server, we used to deploy an operating system, Windows or Linux operating system. And then we used to deploy the framework, the library, right? So we used to deploy .NET, Python, whatever is required. And then we had the actual application. So in order to host one application, we were utilizing the entire server. Now, if server is costing me $1,000 is dedicated only for one application. Since if I have deployed Windows operating system and if I'm using .NET framework, I can only host the .NET related applications. If I want to host another application which is written in Python, I cannot host that on the same server where .NET is installed. Sometimes it used to work, sometimes it used to interfere with the .NET library. Since these are two different libraries, these are two different frameworks, we were not, I mean, server was not supporting to host multiple applications. So what engineers did, they came up with the virtualization concept. So after hosting an application in physical server, the concept of virtualization kicked in. And virtualization is the backbone of cloud computing. Okay. So what virtualization is? With virtualization, people started using hypervisor. Hypervisor is a tool or a software which allows you to create virtual machines. So how the infrastructure change or how the setup change? You still have a physical server. On top of it, you used to install the Hyper-V or VMware ESXi or Citrix, uh, Zen server, right? So there are different hypervisors available in the market. Now, depending on which you are using, you will be installing that particular hypervisor. So I'll write it as Hyper-V. Now, what Hyper-V or hypervisor helps me to do is to create extra machines using the same server. So what I can do, I can create more than one virtual machines here. VM1, VM2, VM3. By creating VMs, what advantage we get? I can have one virtual machine running Windows operating system. I can have another virtual machine running Linux operating system. I can have third virtual machine again running Windows operating system. So this virtualization, what advantage you got with the virtualization is you can have more than one application. Like for the first virtual machine, I can have a .NET application running. For the second virtual machine, I can have Python running or Java running. For the third operating system, again, I can have .NET or any other node or something that I want to run, right? So this virtualization gives me the advantage of utilizing my server fully. Here, if I'm spending $1,000, that $1,000 was dedicated for one application. Here, I'm spending same amount, $1,000, but now I can host more than one application, right? So that's the advantage on Hyper-V, on hypervisor, on virtualization. After virtualization, it's a good concept. People are still using it. We are still creating virtual machine and hosting our applications and all. But the limitation or the drawback, not the limitation, the drawback is in order to host one application, I need to create the virtual machine from scratch. I need to install the Windows operating system from scratch or Linux operating system from scratch. And then I need to install the framework. Everything I need to install, and then only I can host the application. So what engineers did, they came up with one step. They went one step ahead and they introduced the technology known as containerization. So with containerization, what happens? You can create a very lightweight I'm not create an operating system, but you can host an application in a lightweight form. Okay. Now I'll just clear out the screen and I'll explain what containerization means. Is the physical layer, I mean physical infra or the virtualization clear? Is the two terms clear, physical and virtualization? See, basically, you just need to understand how the application is hosted. That's all. Initially, we were hosting like this. Then we moved on to the virtualization thing. Okay. And then now, today, we are using the containerization thing. Okay. We are still using the virtualization thing. And with plus virtualization thing, we are using the container. In today's world, you will never see anyone hosting application like this. It's just a waste of resources, waste of money. Okay. You will still see people are using virtualization or you'll still see containerization. From 2014-15, people have moved on to the containerization way. Okay. So now let me explain what containerization is. So we already have a virtual machine, right? So here, what operating system we have installed? We created a virtual machine and then we installed an operating system. I mean, when we created the virtual machine, we asked the cloud provider to install the operating system. What operating system is installed in this virtual machine? What operating system is installed in this virtual machine? If you see, it's written there. What is this? The operating system name is written there, Windows Server 2022. Okay, so we installed an operating system and then we installed IIS and we are hosting one simple website. If I want to host an application, I'll be installing .NET or something and then I'll be hosting my .NET application. But if you see this operating system, and if I go to the file system, you see there are a lot of files. If I go to Windows C, you see there are a lot of files. If I go to program files, you should see you have Internet Explorer, you have some common files where you'll be having some files. You have mailing, Windows Mail, you have a photo viewer. Then if I go back to Windows folder, here also if you see you have app readiness, Azure Arc, Boot, obviously, we need. You have system32 where you should be having non-required files, some files which are not required. So what I'm trying to explain over here is when you're installing an operating system, for a Windows operating system, how much is the recommended storage? If you go to, if you find for Windows Server 2025 installation guide, you should see it's around 2 GB or 4 GB, something around that. Okay, system requirements. So what is the system requirement? If I click on this not an official page, but whatever it is, they might have got it from the official page. So minimum required RAM is 2 GB. Okay, that's the minimum requirement. It does not mean that your server will behave or work uh, uh, function quite properly when you install 2 GB. So this is the minimum requirement just to install the operating system. Now imagine on top of that operating system, we'll be having a runtime and then we will be having an application. So what would be the minimum RAM required for installing Windows Server 2025? I mean, for running it properly. Okay. On top of it, if I see we have a lot of unwanted files, like we have some program files which are not required, like SDKs, like SQL Server. These are not required. I'm hosting an application. I don't need the mail. Now tell me, you're hosting an application on a server. Do you need mail? Do you need Windows Mail installed on the server where you want to host an application? Do you need that? Apart from that, you might see calculator and all, a clock and all. Do we need that calculator, clock and all? These are all the things which are for commercial laptops or commercial operating system. These are not the services or files I need in my server. So what engineers did, they came up with this containerization uh, technology. And using containerization, what you do, you just install the required files which are enough to run an operating system. All the unwanted files are removed. Only files which are required to run or boot an operating system, those files are installed. All the other files are removed. With removing those unwanted files, what advantage you'll be getting? You'll be saving some storage space, right? So let's say for Ubuntu server operating system, if I require 4 GB of space, with removing all the unwanted file, I might require only 1 GB. So I'm saving space over there. And by saving space, the amount of memory, the RAM that is required to run the operating system will also reduce drastically. So if the minimum requirement is 1 GB of RAM, by removing all the unwanted space and unwanted file, it might go to 512 or maybe 216. Okay, 256. All right. So with this, you'll get speed, you'll get space. And now on top of it, if you install .NET or .NET Core or Python, and then you can install your application files. So only only the required libraries will be installed. Only the required files in operating system will be installed. You convert this entire thing into a image. We call that as a container image. And then you can use this image wherever you have the containerization platform. So it's that portable. All right. Now, once I create an image, a container image, I can run the same image on AWS, on Azure, on Google, on DigitalOcean, on Oracle, wherever I want to run. I can even run that in my Kubernetes platform on-prem. Okay. So what is an image? Image is nothing but the collection of your operating system, your framework, the runtime that you want to use, .NET, Java, Python, whatever, and your application files. So you ship them, you create an image, and you ship it somewhere. That somewhere is nothing but the registry or repository, mostly a registry. So that registry, from there you can pull your image to any platform which supports the containerization. All right. So what is containerization? It's the lightweight application, you can say, lightweight way of running an application. So in Azure, if you want to host a container, then Azure gives you this service, Azure Container Instance, which offers you a fast and simple way to run container in Azure. Okay, so what are the key features of this container instance? You can deploy container, Doesn't matter where you are hosting your container, where in which registry you have your container. You get a serverless experience. That means I don't need to deploy an entire virtual machine. Now, see the cost of virtual machine, okay? If I go here and if I deploy a virtual machine, so I click on create virtual machine. And if I scroll down and go to the size of virtual machine, you see how much it is costing me a month. This is the monthly estimated cost, 6,376 Indian rupees. Okay. If I install if I install my application using a container, how much it will charge me? If I go to create and if I see the size somewhere, if you see the size here, the price is not mentioned here, but if you see the pricing, it's more less, I mean, way less as compared to the virtual machine. Maybe we need to go to the pricing calculator. So if you see the pricing for Linux OS container, this is the price, okay, per GB. All right, memory per GB. If you save, if you reserve, that will also give you 52 or 72, some percentage, right? So this is the cost that you're getting when it comes to container. Now there are different types of containers, and when you go for Windows, there will be different charges, and when you go for Linux, there will be different charges. Okay, but you can refer this pricing table or pricing calculator for, and there are some examples also given. If you're using one virtual CPU and 1 GB of configuration, which runs daily for 30 days, what cost you'll be paying. So this is the cost that you'll be paying, okay, for memory and for virtual CPU. So you see for 30 days how much cost they are charging. The total billing is like only 11 rupees. So where you're paying 6,000 when you're using virtual machine, for single application, you will be paying around estimated cost 11 rupees. Okay, so how many containers you can host in the same price? Okay, same region, Central India, display monthly pricing. All right, so that's one of the benefit that you get when it comes to Azure Container Instance. All right, so it gives you the serverless experience where you don't need to install the virtual machine. Fast startup, since it's a lightweight thing, obviously the startup will be fast. You can isolate you can isolate your application. That means one application will have its one instance, right? One application will get its own instance. It's a full isolation instance. You can integrate it with other Azure services. As I mentioned, containers are portable, right? So uh, doesn't matter where you're creating your image, where you're pushing your image, you can host it at any platform. Tomorrow, if you feel Azure is not good for you and you want to go for AWS, you can use the same image and pull it to the AWS. That's all. Ephemeral storage, that means containers are having like volatile storage. Okay. So it is recommended that you should not store anything within your container. That means your application data. You should only have the application files, the application runtime, and the operating system. That's all. Apart from that, you can keep your data in persistent storage like Azure Disk or Azure Files. You can keep your data in the persistent storage. All right. There is a small table which helps you to understand the difference between virtual machine and containers. So containers are like lightweight isolation. So it's a very lightweight operating system, you can say, with bundled with your application and the source code. Okay. Uh, it only runs the user mode portion of an operating system. As I mentioned, the unwanted files are not there. Whereas the virtual machine runs the complete operating system. So whatever Windows or Linux are introducing in their operating system, those features will be added with every update. Containers are deployed obviously using Docker. So you need to have the container engine. Mostly you'll be using Docker engine. So you need to have Docker engine in place in order to deploy the container. With Azure Container Instance, Docker is taken care by Microsoft. All right. Whereas virtual machine can be deployed using cloud. So if you're using Azure, Azure has their own virtual machine. If you're using on-prem, you need to use a hypervisor like ESXi or Hyper-V or Citrix Gen Server, right? So there are different options to deploy. In order to get the persistent storage, you can use Azure File Share or Azure Disk when it comes to container. Whereas in virtual machine, we already have virtual hard disk attached to it, or you can attach a file share as well, which we'll see in the storage thing. Now for fault tolerance, that's the disadvantage when it comes to Azure container instance. We don't have any fault tolerance. So in order to achieve the fault tolerance, that means high availability, you need to have more than one container instances running, right? So that's something which is not available here, but you can achieve that using some orchestrator, which is our next topic, Azure Kubernetes Services. All right. For VM, you might know that we can have a cluster. We can create a cluster, and that cluster uh, will help you to achieve the high availability. Okay. Now let's quickly see this container instance. Now what I'll be doing, I'll need to have a container in place. So I already have a container. Now how to create a container, how to create an image, all those stuff. If you want to learn, I would ask you to go for Docker Certified Associate course. Okay, that's not something I'm covering here, but I have already created an image and I have my image in Docker Hub. So if I search for Docker Hub, I should see my image there. Okay, what is Docker Hub? Docker Hub is like a GitHub. So in GitHub, the developers push or keep their source code, whereas in Docker Hub, people keep their container instances, container images. So if I search for my repository, Imran Khetani, I should see Imran Khetani /Simplilearn. So this is the container image that I have already created and pushed it to Docker Hub. And I can pull this anywhere. I can host it on my local machine. I can host it on Azure. I can host it on AWS anywhere. Okay, once you have the image created, you have it somewhere publicly available. You can also use private registries as well, and you can pull it from there. Okay, so I already have it. I have different tags over here. What are these tags? These tags are nothing but different versions of my application. Now, once your developer develops an application, they don't sit. They find bugs and they fix those bugs, right? So once they fix those bugs, let's say they deploy one application. So that application is version one of your application. Then after that deployment, they still keep on finding bugs, keep on fixing those bugs. Sometimes they come up with a new feature. So once they fix the bugs, they release a new version of their application, version 2. Then again, after releasing version 2, they will still work on fixing the bugs and all, and then they'll come up with version 3. So similarly, that scenario I've done here. So I have 3 versions of my application: version 1, version 2, version 3. All right, it's nothing but the same application, but instead of hosting it on a virtual machine, we will be hosting this on a container instance. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So what I'll be doing, I'll be quickly searching container instance on the search bar. And here I'll click on create. Okay, as usual, it will ask me for the subscription and the resource group. So I'll keep it in the same resource group. So at the end of demonstration, I can delete everything from this resource group, right? You can give it a name. So I'll go with Simplilearn 5689, whatever, just to make sure that it's random name. All right. Region where you want to host. Okay. If you want to have high availability, you can deploy it in multiple data centers within Azure. You can have different SKUs like standard or confidential. Right now, confidential is not supported. Okay. So I'll go with standard. You can have an image. You just need to provide the image of your container where your image is hosted. So similar to Docker Hub, we have a private registry in Azure known as ACR or Azure Container Registry. Why do we need a private registry? Now, let's say my company is developing a SaaS product, software as a service product, and that product they are using containerized form to develop that product. Now, does it make sense for them to put their SaaS product in a public registry? The difference between public registry and private registry is that the public, when you push your container image to a public registry, anyone can pull that container. So my Simplilearn container can be pulled by anyone. Anyone can use it. So if my company is developing a proprietary product, does it make sense for them to keep it in the public registry? Obviously not. Why? Because anyone will be able to pull it and they can work on it and bring or they can sell it or use it on their own name. So it doesn't make sense for my company to put that software or that product in a public registry. So what my company will be doing, they will be creating a private registry, ACR, Azure Container Registry or AWS registry, or even in Docker Hub, you have the option to create a private registry. So they will create their own private registry and pull all their container images there so that public will not have access to the container. Okay. So if you want a private registry for your company, you can create Azure Container Registry and push all of your container images there. But in our case, we need to use our other registry. So in other registry, I need to provide the image over here. So what is my image name? If I go to the Docker Hub and if you see here, this is your image name. So I can copy this, paste it somewhere in the notepad. So you'll able to see what is the name of my image. So if you see here, this is the name of my image. So what is this name? This name specifies this is Imran Khetani, which is the registry name, repository name. Simplilearn is the image name, and is2 v3 is the version that I want to pull. I have different versions like version 1, version 2, version 3. So this is the one which I want to pull. If I want to pull version 2, I just need to change v3 to v2. Right. So I'll just copy this name, go back to the browser, paste it here. So it will know that from this registry, it has to pull. All right. And the OS type, whether it's a Linux or Windows, that's something you should be getting it from the registry itself. So the OS architecture that's being used while creating this image was Linux. So it's mentioned here, Linux AMD 64. Okay. So that's what I'm selecting, Linux. Then size, what you want one virtual CPU, 1.5 GB memory, or if you want more, you can change the size. Right. Next, in networking, if you want to have a DNS name, you can add that DNS name, but make sure that DNS name is globally unique. Otherwise, your deployment will fail. All right. Which port your application will be listening to. So that's something you can add over here. My application is listening to port number 80. So port 80 I can use here. Right. If you want to have monitoring, you can use it. I don't want monitoring right now. We will understand what monitoring is later in the monitoring chapter. On failure, what do you want to do? I mean, do you want to restart the container when it fails for any reason? So you can select that always it should restart, or only on failure it should restart, or it should never restart. You would be restarting it manually. So that's something you can select. All right. And then if you have any environment variable, like for example, your container will be interacting with the database. So that database is added as a connection string. So you can add the connection string over here. If your container is interacting with storage and you have a storage key, so you can add the storage key over here. So those as an environment variable will be added. I don't have any, so I'm not adding it. And then once everything is provided, I can click on review create and then click on create. So my container will be deployed. All right, so now container will be deployed in 5 minutes. And once the container is deployed, I'll be getting a public IP for my container. And then similar to a virtual machine, I can access my container directly I can browse my website from that container. Kailash is asking, apart from cost, what else should be considered when choosing containers over VM? So we have this entire table which I gone through, right? The main question that you should ask whether I should use container or the virtual machine is you should be reaching out to your developer. It's if you're a developer, you can decide whether to use container or virtual machine. If you're an infra admin, you're not the one who will be deciding whether to go for container or virtual machine. If your developer is writing your code in a containerized form, then obviously you have to go for container. You should not be going for virtual machines. All right. Now, what are the advantage? I already shown cost is the one advantage that you get. Apart from that, it's a managed service, it's a PaaS service, platform as a service. So I don't need to bother about the virtual machine where this is hosted. It's Azure's responsibility to make sure that my container is up and running. You get a very fast startup, even if you're using virtual machine. Nowadays, the boot is quite fast. With Windows 8, Windows 10, Windows 11, the booting is quite fast. So Windows Server 2025 is also boots quite fast. But obviously, after booting, it takes time to bring up all the services and all, where container doesn't have that problem. Your application is entirely isolated. You don't have to worry about your .NET or any runtime that you're using, any framework that you're using. The main advantage that you get when you use container is portability. Okay. Once you create a virtual machine, you need to make sure that you're backing up your virtual machine properly and all those stuff. With container, the backup is not a problem. Why? Because we are relying on images. So once you have your image pushed somewhere, then you can pull it anywhere in any platform which supports container. If I want to, let's say I'm using virtual machines and now suddenly I want to change my platform from Azure to AWS, what I need to do, I need to make sure that everything is backed up properly. All virtual machines, all applications, whatever I have in Azure platform is backed up properly so that I can restore it in AWS. Right. So that's another limitation, you can say. It's not a disadvantage on using virtual machine. Now, question may arise that if container is so powerful, why people are still using virtual machine? Why don't they go for container? See, using virtual machine, I can host multiple containers. If I don't want to use Azure container instance, I can I can deploy my own virtual machine, deploy Docker on that virtual machine and run multiple containers there. So that's one way I can use. With virtual machine, I can host multiple website. If I deploy IIS, I can host multiple web app. If I deploy Apache or Nginx, I can host multiple web app. With container, I can host a single web app. Okay, so that's the disadvantage. If I want to host another web app, I need to create another container. All right. So that totally depends on how your company is deploying web apps and all. Depends on that, you can decide whether to use virtual machine or whether to use container. All right. So this is the public IP of my container. Once I go to that public IP, if my image is correct, I should see my application up and running. All right. So I pasted my IP address of the container. All right. Ram is asking RO or RW allowed in containers. I can change whatever I want, but that's not the meaning of container. I can connect to my container. I can access the shell and I can make the changes. So I have the read write credential, but that's not the meaning, or that's completely beat the concept of using container. You have read write access. You can make changes. I can delete any file from here. I can add extra file here if I want. If I can connect, right? So if you have the read write access, but that's not the way you use container. When you create an image, that image should be like uh, pushed somewhere in some repository or some registry, and you would be pulling that image from there. Any changes that you would want to make is to that image, not to the running container. All right. You have the read write access. You see, I'm logged into the shell and I can do whatever I want. I can delete some files if I want. I can restart some services if those services are running. Right. So it's the bash shell that I've got. Okay. See, even if you're using SQL Server containers, you're not keeping data in the container. As I mentioned that the containers have ephemeral storage. I will not be keeping my data. The container will only be used to running the database engine. That's all. The data will not be stored in that data in the container itself. All right. Data won't be stored in the container. Container will only host the database engine. Clear? Pankaj is asking, can you explain OS selection depends on web app? What do you mean by that? I didn't get your question. See, OS you will be selecting depending on which framework you want to use. Can you tell me, can I run the Java application on Windows? Does Windows supports Java application? I mean, I want to host a application written in Java on a Windows platform. I can't. Okay, I can't run Java application on Windows. Can I use .NET 3 dot not 3 2 before 3? I can't use .NET ASP.NET on Linux. So after that, Microsoft came up with .NET Core, which is platform independent. That means I can use .NET Core on Linux or Windows. Okay, so operating system is just a platform where you'll be hosting your application. Now, which one to select totally depends on your preference. If you're working with Windows and you're comfortable with Windows, you'll be selecting Windows, but you'll have to pay the license. Okay. If I want to use Windows, I need to pay the license cost. Whereas in Linux, I have certain distributions where I don't need to pay anything. Okay. So here you're saving the cost, license cost. Okay. Yeah. So when I'm creating Azure container, which operating system to select, that depends on which operating system your developer used to develop or to come up with the container. So when I created this container image, I use Linux. Similarly, if someone is using Windows, you should see Windows here. Okay, so you need to reach out to your developer which platform they used when they created the image. Okay, so that's something that your developer can answer. You are not the one who can decide whether I should simply go with Linux. You cannot decide that. You need to rely or you need to uh, liaise with your developer and ask them which language or which not language, which OS architecture they used. All right. See, anything that I'm deploying a Mir is cost. If I'm deploying container, I have to pay something to Azure. It's not free of cost. I'm running the container instance on top of Azure, I have to pay. All right. So cost will be there, obviously. Whatever service you're deploying, you'll have to pay. So Azure will charge me on my subscription when I'm running this. If I keep this container instance running for 24/7, I'll have to pay certain charge. Okay. How much I'll be paying, you need to go to the pricing calculator page and you see how much the estimated billing is. So for this container which I selected is having one virtual CPU and 1.5 GB of RAM. So I might be paying around 20-25 rupees if I keep it on running for like 24/7 for 30 days. Okay. So if you want to use Azure container instance, obviously you'll have to pay. For storing this image, there's no charge. I'm storing this image from last 4 years. I'm not paying anything to Docker. Okay. So for storing this image is free of cost. All right. The next topic that we have is Kubernetes service, Azure Kubernetes service. Azure has this service, Azure Container Instance. Okay. The second service that we have for containerized application is Azure Kubernetes Service. Now, why should we go for Azure Kubernetes Service when we have Azure container instances? Now, if you see in the container instance, I don't have a way to scale up. Right now, I have given this container like 1 GB something and one virtual CPU something. If I scroll all the options, if I see all the options over here, I don't have a way to scale up or scale out. That means I cannot add additional instances. So in any case, if this instance goes down for any reason, let's say the region where I've deployed it, that region has lost the network connectivity, or because of war, this region is blown, is not available. So my container is gone. I cannot scale it up. I cannot scale it out. There's no way. Okay, so that's the limitation of Azure Container Instance. And mostly, uh, for me, I have not seen Azure Container Instance in production. I'm not seeing it. Why? Because there's no way to scale it out. If something happens, it goes down. I need to manually come over here and start it or restart it. By the time I notice or I realize that this container instance is down, it might be like half an hour or 15 minutes or 1 hour. So for that amount of time, my application will be down. So Azure Container Instance is not meant for production. You can use it for dev test environment, okay, just to check whether your container is working perfectly fine or not. So if I want to host a container on Azure, then what is my option? So the second option that you have is Kubernetes service. Now, what is this Kubernetes service? The second service that you have is Azure Kubernetes service. Now, Azure Kubernetes service is nothing, it's just a managed Kubernetes cluster. Okay. Now, what is a Kubernetes cluster? So if I go to the Kubernetes documentation, and if you see the Kubernetes cluster somewhere, if you see the installation of Kubernetes cluster, if I scroll down, there are a lot of tools that I need to install if I want to create my own cluster. So that cluster is like, you have the master node, you have the worker node. If it's mentioned somewhere, if I go to the concept, I might see, yeah, the cluster architecture. So if I go to the cluster architecture nodes, you might see that here somewhere you have like master node and the worker nodes. I don't know if they have moved it somewhere, but let me just explain it in a whiteboard since I don't see that in the documentation. But obviously, if you want to learn Kubernetes, this is the official documentation that you can learn, that you can go through. Okay. So yeah, here it is. So if you see, you have different uh, components, you can say, or the objects, you can say, in Kubernetes cluster. You have control plane, and then you have data plane. Okay. Another term for control plane and data plane is master node and worker nodes. Okay, what is this? What is the difference between master node and worker node? I'm not explaining you AZ-305. I'm not explaining you Azure Kubernetes service. I'm explaining you basic Kubernetes. Okay. So what is a Kubernetes cluster? Kubernetes is an orchestration tool. Now I just demonstrate you the deployment of ACI, Azure Container Instance, and then I explain you the limitation of Azure Container Instance. What is the limitation? I cannot scale it out. I cannot scale it up. So if my container instance is down for any reason, my application will be impacted, right? So we need some kind of orchestrator which can make sure that my container never goes down. So that orchestrator is nothing but Kubernetes. So Kubernetes makes sure that your application is up and running in any point in time. Okay, that application is deployed in Kubernetes. We call that as a pod. So that application is deployed in a pod. Pod, you can say that pod is nothing but a container. Okay, just to understand. All right. So what is the Kubernetes cluster architecture? Kubernetes cluster architecture is divided into two parts: master node and worker node, control plane and the data plane. So in control plane, you have some components like database, etcd, you have API server, kube API, you have scheduler, you have controller manager, you have cloud controller manager. So these are all the components that you have within a Kubernetes cluster. Now, with what each component does is something I'll leave for you guys to figure out. If you are interested in learning Kubernetes, I'll leave that for you guys to go for a Kubernetes course if you want to become a DevOps engineer and understand all this concept. But in simple, HCD is the database. Scheduler is the component which is responsible for scheduling your application. Like in the worker node, you might have one node or two nodes. Nodes are nothing but virtual machines. Okay. So in those virtual machines, you'll be having like your application running. So I'm running my application, let's say, as a two container instance. So if one container instance goes down, my application is still up and running. So my actual workload, my actual application will be running in the worker node. Okay. Now, in which worker node my application will be running will be decided by the scheduler. All right. The API is responsible for communication between the control plane and the data plane and the worker node. All right. Controller manager is obviously, as the name specifies, is responsible for managing things. The cloud controller manager is responsible if you're using Azure or you're using AWS, then this component is useful. So if you're coming up with your own Kubernetes services, your own Kubernetes cluster, if you have your own cloud, you can develop this CCM according to your cloud platform. Okay, that's not something for the normal user. It's something for the cloud provider. All right. So these are all the components you have from AZ-305 point of view. If you don't know all these components, that's perfectly fine. Now, for AZ-305 point of view, what you need to know is that we have two planes in a Kubernetes cluster, control plane and the data plane. Is that clear? Control plane, as the name specifies, it's responsible for controlling things like where to place the application, uh, how the scheduler will define where to place the application. Or it's possible that this node is full, there's no resources left in this node. So scheduler will place the application in this node, right? If this node is going down, so scheduler will transfer all the application containers or all the application pods in the node which is healthy. So that's the scheduler's work. All right. So what you need to understand is data plane and control plane. Is that clear? If you want to clear your own cluster, own Kubernetes cluster, you need to deploy the control plane as well as the data plane. This is clear. Is this clear that what is a Kubernetes cluster? It's of two different planes, control plane and data plane. Control plane is responsible for deploying things, whereas data plane is responsible for hosting things. Clear? Or any question? No need to understand what CM is, what API is, what scheduler is, what HCD is, what CCM is. No need to understand as of now. Okay, I just gave you the overview. Any question on the Kubernetes cluster? There are two components. There are two planes, control plane, data plane, master node, worker node. Clear? Guys, answer. Master node, worker node. Okay. Now, what is AKS? AKS is a managed Kubernetes cluster for you, for customers. Managed Kubernetes cluster. That means whatever you're seeing over here, you can see that it's very complicated. Okay. So as a company, as an organization, if I want to use Kubernetes, I need to hire people who understand Kubernetes. I need to hire the people who have experience with Kubernetes, who have deployed the cluster from scratch. I need to hire those kind of people. So what cloud providers did, they came up with their own managed service, AKS. Okay, you don't know Kubernetes? Fine. You use our managed service, Azure Kubernetes service. Everything will be managed for you. You just have to deploy the Azure Kubernetes server. That means this cluster will be deployed for you by Azure. All right. Now, what is the advantage of using AKS over ACI? ACI is Azure Container Instance. What is the advantage? As you can see, as I say, the limitation in ACI is you cannot scale it up. With Kubernetes, you get this advantage. Self-healing. What is the meaning of self-healing? For any reason, if your if your Kubernetes, if your pod, that means your container is going down, Kubernetes will bring another container. So for any reason, if your container is going down, Kubernetes will bring another container so that your application is not impacted. That is the meaning of self-healing. Automatically, a new container will be created for you. Dynamic scaling, you can scale uh, your container dynamically. That means automatically. In case there is a high usage, okay, so we can configure Kubernetes in such a way that it will automatically add extra instances depending on the depending on the traffic. Dynamic scaling. Okay, if traffic is moved, it will remove the extra instances. Rolling updates. With Kubernetes, we get the option to update, to do the rolling update. What is the meaning of rolling update? You have version 1 of your application running in 3 instances, 3 pods, 3 containers. Okay. Now version 2 is ready. So what Kubernetes gives you? Kubernetes gives you an option to deploy version 2 in container 1 first. Okay. So new container will be up with version 2. Once the new container is up with version 2, the first container will be removed. Then second container will be created with version 2 and the old second container will be removed. Then third container will be created with version 2 and old third container will be removed. So this is known as rolling update. With rolling update, what advantage you have? The advantage you have is I'm not bringing my application down when a new version is available. I'm doing a rolling update. That means I'm only bringing one container, two containers still with old version still up, and a new container with version 2 is up. Then new container with version 2 will come up. The old container with version 2 will go down. Then the third container with version 2 will come up, and the third container with version 1 will go down. So by doing this, my end user services are still being served. The request still being served. We are not bringing an entire application down. So by this way, we can achieve zero downtime with rolling updates. All right. So that's something you can achieve with Kubernetes, which is obviously not possible with container instance. Okay. You can dynamically adjust the number of container instance. If I say Kubernetes that I want 3 instances. So at any point in time, Kubernetes will make sure that you have 3 instances of your application running. For any reason, if one instance goes down, Kubernetes will automatically bring back the third instance. So it will make sure that any point in time, you have 3 instances up and running. All right. So it gives you the container orchestration. The orchestration is like managing containers on scale. You can bring like thousands of containers. You can host thousands of applications on a single Kubernetes cluster. It's a managed service. So the control plane and the data plane is managed for you, right? Ease of deployment. So you saw the complexity involved in installation of Kubernetes cluster. With AKS, it becomes very easy to deploy Kubernetes. Since this is an Azure service, we can integrate it with any other Azure service. We can add extra number of instances whenever required. Okay. Your data is secured since whatever you're pulling or pushing in Kubernetes cluster, behind the scenes in the data center, everything is encrypted automatically. Okay. And you can optimize cost by bringing down the nodes which are not required. So if I need only 2 nodes, I keep 2 nodes. If I need third nodes in next month, I can add third nodes. So those kind of thing you can do, which helps you to optimize the cost for Kubernetes cluster. Okay. All right. So that's about Kubernetes cluster. So during the break, I've deployed the Kubernetes cluster. So if I go to the resource group, you should see the Kubernetes cluster already here. So I deployed it with the name my AKS cluster. Now, how did I deploy it? I used the command line. Okay. It's very easy to deploy the cluster using command. But if you go via the graphical way, there are a lot of options that you need to select. So I'll just paste the command here. So if you want to work later in your time, whenever you are doing the hands-on, so whenever you want to work, you can use this command. Okay. Where will you be running this command? You can use Cloud Shell. Okay. Remember from the guided tour on the first day, I explain what is this. This is a Cloud Shell, right? So using Cloud Shell, you can run this command using Bash or PowerShell, whichever you prefer, right? I prefer Bash mostly when I'm working with Azure, but if you prefer PowerShell, you can run the same command in the PowerShell. So what this command is doing, as the command specifies, quite simple. It says AZ. AZ is nothing but the Azure CLI. AKS is Azure Kubernetes Service create. So what we are saying create an AKS cluster. The name of cluster should be my AKS cluster, the resource group where it should belong to, the location where you want to deploy, and the node count, how many nodes you want. Okay, you can go n number of nodes since this is a cloud. Okay, so I went with one node, which will obviously uh, incur less charges, right? So this is the command that you can use. So I'll copy this command and paste it in the chat so you can use this command whenever you want. Okay, whenever you're working, just make sure you're matching the resource group name. If you do not have this resource group, please create one and then deploy this resource, or just change the resource group name according to your resource group. Whatever name you want, you can keep. So I kept a very simple name, my AKS cluster, and the location where you want to deploy, right? So if you see my resource group, I mean, my cluster is already created. So if I log into portal in another tab, I should see my cluster. When you create a cluster yourself, that means not on cloud, you create yourself on-prem. You need to do all this stuff that I mentioned earlier using Kubernetes documentation, right? So we don't need to do that. Just run this command and cluster is ready. So this is my cluster. Now using this cluster, I can host my application on this cluster, Azure Kubernetes service. All right. Now how to host the name? How to host the application? Now, in order to host the application in Kubernetes, we have like different workloads. Okay. Now, again, from AZ-305 point of view, you don't need to know all the workload. You just need to know that there is a service in Azure which helps you to host host the workload in Kubernetes using Azure Kubernetes service. So if I go to Kubernetes documentation, if you see the workload type, you see, go to the concept, there you should have workload. So there are these different workload that we have, like pods, you have deployment, you have services like load balancers and all. So in order to host an application, you need to host that in a pod. Pod is the smallest unit in Kubernetes. Doesn't matter where your Kubernetes is running, whether it's running on-prem, whether it's running on AWS, on GCE, concept is same. Once you understand Kubernetes, anywhere you can work with Kubernetes, doesn't matter where it is hosted. Okay. So the important thing to understand is Kubernetes first in order to work with AKS, EKS, or GKE. So what is pod? Pod is the smallest unit in Kubernetes where your application is actually hosted. If I want to host an application, I need to host that in a pod. Okay. So how do I run a pod? So if you see here in the Kubernetes cluster, you have the workloads here. Under Kubernetes resources, you have the workload. So if I see the workload, the existing workload will be visible. Now, what these existing workloads are? These existing workloads are the components of Kubernetes cluster. Now, this is where Azure is managing your Kubernetes cluster. So it has already deployed some components which has nothing to do with your application that you're going to host. So if you see on top, you have different types of workload which is mentioned there. Okay, in order to host an application, you can host that as a pod or as a deployment. So what is the difference between pod and deployment? Pod is like a single instance, like a container. You're running container, so it doesn't give you benefit over as your container instance. When you want to run your application in multiple instances, then you need to run that as a deployment. Okay, I'll show you both. Now, in order to run or deploy anything with Kubernetes, there are two ways. So if you go to the workload, they should mention somewhere how to deploy a pod. So if I scroll down somewhere, we should have a YAML file. So in order to work with Kubernetes, you have two ways. Either work like this, I mean, define everything in a YAML. YAML is a way, it's like a JSON, but it's not JSON. It's another markup language where you can deploy your application. I mean, you can define your configuration, not application. So what we are deploying, it's mentioned here, kind, pod. If I want to deploy a deployment set, I will change that as a deployment set. Okay. The name of the pod will be web server. if you see there is an image, so here you need to put your image. All right, what image you want to use. So this is one way of deploying the workload on Kubernetes. But since this is quite complicated for freshers and all, I'll give you single command. So you can use a single command as well, but in order to work with command, we need to use the Cloud Shell. Okay. Now, in order to work with a Kubernetes cluster, the first thing that we need to do is authentication. So I need to authenticate, even though I am logged in using the same Cloud Shell, using the same user, and I'm this user, using this user have deployed the Kubernetes cluster. I need to connect to the cluster, and while connecting to the cluster, it will authenticate me. So in order to get the credentials of the cluster, you can go to the overview page, and here you have the connect option. You can click on the connect option, and this is the command that you need to run. AKS get credential, the resource group name where your cluster is deployed, and the cluster name. That's all. Once you copy that, you paste it in a command line, and whatever command you will be running, that will be run against this cluster. Okay, it's not giving me the access. Okay, now I have the access. So what I missed the first command. So I copied this command as well. I thought this command is not required, but this is also required since it's possible that I might not have access. So I need to set the subscription first, and then I need to download the cluster credentials. Once I download the cluster credential, I should be able to communicate with the cluster.
Now we have come to the end of our session on AZ-305, Designing Microsoft Azure Infrastructure Solutions. Thanks for watching and keep practicing, because cloud architecture is not just about knowing services. And do not forget to subscribe Simplilearn for more such valuable courses.